On a bright sunny day, an expensive car is speeding along the street to its destination. A middle-aged man throws himself under a car, feigning a leg injury and screaming loudly. The car slams on its brakes and stops in front of a man screaming that he was almost hit to death, after which the driver opens the window and tells the man that he didn't even hit him. The passenger window of the car rolls down and a sickly young man named Hun Dali looks closely at the man lying on the ground. The man mentally tells himself that he has won the jackpot because in front of him is the youngest master of the Hong family who has incredible wealth and is in very poor health, and tells him that it will cost at least 100,000 yuan to treat his leg. Hank asks his driver to give the malingerer 100,000, and he, without hesitation, hands the man a suitcase, which makes the man very surprised at how easily he managed to get the money. The man thanks Hank, bowing heartily in front of the parked car. However, in his mind the man considers Hank a fool, promising to rob him again next time using the same method, thus earning himself a fortune. The con man's thoughts are interrupted by Hank, who notices that his leg is already fine. He says that the man apparently doesn't understand the situation, because although he likes to spend money, he prefers to spend it through honest transactions, which means he will have to fulfill his part of the deal and get hurt. The man's face twists in fear and he asks Hank what he means by those words. Instead of answering, Hank's driver takes out a bat and cripples the crook by hitting him hard in the leg. The driver gets into the car and drives away, leaving the crippled crook lying on the ground. Driver asks Hank if it was worth the 100,000, adding that even though it was pocket change, Hank should find an economist for investments, since he spends too much money every day. Hank tells the driver that he agrees with his thoughts, and then briefly becomes lost in his own thoughts. He talks about how his body is very sick and weak, unable to even walk normally without a crutch, but recently he has become connected to a special system of extravagance that charges his body with energy by spending money. He adds that he needs to invest his parents' money in something profitable to restore his body more, but all his attempts have ended in failure. He tried investing in a rental business, but the owner ran away with his money, and also buying patents for inventions, but they also brought him nothing. Hank asks the driver to take him home, adding that some important guest is due to arrive at their house. Arriving home, Hank meets a man and a girl sitting next to his parents, and his father introduces them as an old family friend and his daughter from the Tang family. Hank listens attentively to his father's story about how their grandfathers used to solve business problems together face to face in the past and turns his gaze to the girl. The daughter of a family friend turns out to be a beautiful young woman, looking around shyly. Hank's mother introduces the young girl as Betty and says that from now on she is his fiancée. Hank, surprised, asks his mother if she is serious about this, to which she replies that Hank's grandfather, along with Grandpa Tang, arranged this engagement for Hank and Betty. Hank's mother adds that everything will be fine between him and Betty and that they will be able to have a good child for the Daly family, embarrassing Betty. Hank pauses, trying to process the fact that he now suddenly has a fiancée. Betty looks at Hank, mentally musing that he looks relatively healthy, and hopes that he doesn't die soon after their engagement. 10 minutes ago, sitting in the car with her father, she told him that she did not want to marry Hank Daly, explaining that she had never seen him, and also that according to rumors, he was in extremely poor health and did nothing but waste money. Betty's father told her that their family was in a bad situation now and there was nothing he could do to fix it, adding that the Dali family was very strong and only they could help them. Betty says her father uses her like a commodity, asking her what she will do if her betrothed dies soon. Betty's father replies that he has a plan and will call off the engagement once their financial problem is resolved. Betty tells herself that she has to pretend for her family and for her father, adding that she can somehow cope with this guy. She looks down, expressing confidence that she can fool this simpleton with her charm. Hank tells his mother that he is not interested in Betty, after which he asks her for some money for an investment, thinking that the investment might not pay off. But spending money on a woman is generally a pointless thing. Betty is irritated by Hank's public humiliation of her and tells herself that she is not interested in him either. With these words, she gets up from the sofa and politely addresses Hank's mother, saying that since the young gentleman is not interested in her, she had better go home, thanking her for her hospitality. Hank and Betty's father chuckle and ask the young couple not to jump to conclusions. Hank's mother tells Hank with a sincere smile that she really likes Betty, adding that if he doesn't marry her, he won't get a penny from her. Hank, after some thought, agrees, reflecting on the fact that Betty is not as simple as she seems, since she began to seduce him from the moment they met. Betty reflects that despite the fact that she doesn't know much about psychology, this knowledge was enough to make Hank's mother put pressure on him. Mom tells Hank that in that case the matter is closed and gives him 300,000 yuan, telling him to buy a gift for his bride with this money. The young couple gets into the car and stands in awkward silence as the driver takes them to their destination in the city. Hank contemplates punishing Betty for using his mother and decides to buy her the most expensive piece of jewelry and see her reaction. The couple arrives at a market where there is a lively trade going on and loud shouts of vendors calling out to customers can be heard. Turning to Betty, the protagonist tells her that she can choose any gift she wants. Betty smiles slyly at Hank and says that she will definitely follow his recommendation, calling him sir. After some time, she chooses a modest gemstone priced at 300 yuan and tells Hank that she wants to buy it. Hank is surprised that she chose such a trifle and mentally tells himself that his fiancée is some kind of incredible fool. He buys the stone that Betty chose and asks her where she intends to go next, to which she replies that they need to get to the jade shop. Once at the jade shop, Hank realizes that Betty gave the stone to the shop owner for appraisal and wonders what she is thinking, as he doesn't think the broken stone could be of any value. After taking a closer look at the stone, the merchant is amazed to hear that it is an incredible treasure and offers her a price of 3 million yuan, begging Betty to sell it. Hank freezes in place in amazement, and Betty, with a victorious look, informs the jeweler that she accepts his offer. Hank ponders how a small stone worth 300 yuan could turn out to be a real treasure that eventually brought in such a large profit. Betty asks Hank what is troubling his mind, adding that she is very pleased with his gift. Hank realizes that his companion is incredibly good at making money out of thin air, which means she can help him. He tries to catch up with his betrothed and asks her to teach him her skills. He addresses Betty as his wife, to which she asks him not to call her that, adding that Hank said an hour ago that he was not interested in her. Hank apologizes to Betty, saying it was just a joke, and offers her a deal where he will buy anything she can make a profit from. Hank says that he doesn't have the brains to make money, unlike Betty, so he is ready to buy anything that she considers promising, adding that the only condition is that he will pay for everything. Betty tells Hank that she doesn't quite understand him, but adds that she doesn't really care. But suddenly her attention is drawn to some noise nearby. Turning towards the noise, our heroes see how the hotel manager pushes ordinary residents away from the passage and asks them to go somewhere far away. The townspeople ask the manager what the hell he is doing, adding that they just came to look at the hotel, which is famous for its positive reviews. The manager tells the workers that they should know their place as they earn mere pennies and are also dirty workers, so they can scare away the visitors of their 3-star hotel, after which he suggests that they go to a restaurant in the opposite direction. The workers get up and leave, saying that the manager is being too arrogant, to which the manager asks them to never come back again. The townspeople approach the restaurant and decide to let go of this situation and just relax in a cozy place. Approaching the restaurant, they ask the hostess to cook them something tasty and ask if they serve some beer. The owner replies that, unfortunately, the restaurant is officially closing from that day on, and the saddened workers ask her why this happened. The owner says that the reason for this is the 3-star hotel opposite, which buys up all the best products for itself, which is why her small restaurant is out of business. The workers say with annoyance that now the reason for the arrogance of the hotel staff has become clear to them, and they wish for them to go bankrupt. But they realize that this is impossible, since business in that hotel is only going uphill. Suddenly, Hank's voice is heard behind them, saying that putting this hotel out of business is not an impossible task. Hank asks the surprised restaurant owner how much her establishment is worth, saying that he would like to buy it. The owner tells Hank that this place is already doomed and he is unlikely to earn anything. But if he really wants it, she will sell it for 1 million. Hank gives the owner 3 million, saying that 1 million will go towards buying the restaurant itself, the second million will go towards hiring expensive staff, and the rest should be spent on purchasing food for the next 10 days, where all food will be free. The hostess asks Hank in surprise about the last condition, to which he replies that everyone will be able to fill their stomachs to their heart's content and eat as much as they want for 10 days. The owner and the townspeople are delighted with Hank's enthusiasm and decide to call all their friends and relatives to ensure as many visitors as possible. Betty looks at Hank in surprise, telling him that she offered to buy the restaurant but not make it free, to which he replies that he is very wasteful, so if he still loses money, he might lose a little more. These words surprise Betty, and she wonders what Hank is really planning to do. 3 days later, an incredible crowd of people gathers outside the small restaurant, eager to get inside. There are cries from the crowd that it is better to stand in line for several hours here than to go to that 3-star hotel where the managers are complete idiots. Meanwhile, at a 3-star hotel, the boss is scolding the manager, ordering him to go outside and beg people to come in for lunch, adding that if he brings in less than 3 people today, he can pack his bags and leave. After some time, a moonlit night comes, and Hank decides to retire to his room in his family's villa. He begins the meditation by initiating a body scan with the wasteful system. Looking at his status window, he decides to check the increase in his indicators after such a productive day, noting that all indicators have increased by 40 units in total. He admits that he has never experienced such growth, believing that at this rate he will be able to quickly return to normal life. A servant knocks on Hank's door and he asks what they need, to which he is told that Mistress Betty is waiting for him downstairs. Having gone down to his betrothed, he addresses her affectionately, calling her his wife, and asks why she wanted to see him. Betty again asks not to call her that, saying that she is going to school, and asks Hank if he will go with her. Hank asks Betty why he needs to go to school, to which she looks at him in surprise, asking if she is the only one who remembers that he used to go there before his health problems. Hank, after thinking for a moment, answers that he agrees to go to school, remembering that he dropped out of school not because of illness. Betty gets up and leaves, saying that she is going home, adding that the desserts were very tasty, and Hank notes that his future wife has a beautiful body. Betty turns around and wishes Hank good night, and he promises himself that he will definitely restore his body for the sake of such a wonderful girl. The next day, Hank, dressed in a school uniform, arrives at school with his future wife. People around them look at them and gossip that they can't believe that a beauty like Betty Tang is hanging out with an idiot like Hank Daly. Suddenly, our hero's path is blocked by a bully who says in surprise that the fool Hank actually came to school after such a long absence. A bully named Michael glares at Hank, and his accomplices say that everyone knows he likes Betty, adding that Hank has the audacity to come to school with her, crossing all boundaries. Hank asks Betty who the big guy is, to which she replies that he is an enemy of the Dali family, being the eldest son of the Leah family. Michael looks menacingly at Betty, ordering her to come to him, adding that he has been waiting for her for a long time. However, Hank calmly steps in front of Betty, blocking Michael's path, further inciting his anger. Michael angrily asks Hank if he is looking for another fight and throws his fists at him, preparing to beat up the main character. Hank notes that Michael moves at incredible speed, and yesterday he would not have been able to dodge, but today everything will be different. With these words, Hank easily dodges Michael's attack, forcing him to only cut the air with his punch. At the same time as he dodges, Hank hits Michael in the leg with his cane, and he flies into a trash can, unable to cope with the inertia of his own body. Michael's accomplices immediately fly up to their leader and try with all their might to pull him out, grabbing him by the legs. Everyone notices Michael's disgrace and starts to talk about how pathetic Michael looks and how cool Hank is acting. Michael grabs Hank by the collar and pulls him towards him, menacingly asking him how dare he behave like this towards him. However, Hank drops his cane and falls dramatically to the ground, starting to scream desperately, astonishing Michael. Betty holds Hank down and yells at Michael, asking him what the hell he's doing, calling him crazy and adding that Hank has a weak body, to which Michael replies that he didn't do anything and Hank is just pretending. Hank continues to maintain a mask of theatrical despair and pain, but mentally notes that he is very surprised that Betty stood up for him. The other students begin to whisper that although Hank is a fool, his family is very influential, and if something happens to Hank, they will throw Michael's family out on the street. Realizing that things are bad for him, Michael quickly bows down to Hank and asks him how he is feeling, after which he offers to take him to the hospital. Moving a little closer to Hank, Michael whispers to him that he can clearly see that Hank is pretending, but he will let it go just this once and then he will pay him back in the same coin. Hank painfully tells Betty that Michael continues to threaten him, and she says that she will call the teacher for further investigation. Michael immediately becomes meek and kneels down, begging Betty not to do it, telling her that he will do anything to get her to spare him. He takes out 500,000 yuan from his pocket and tells Hank to take it for treatment, adding that he will also pay him moral compensation. With these words, he walks away, furiously telling himself that he had never experienced greater shame in his life until that day. Hank happily says that it was the most unexpected 500,000 yuan in his life, and Betty asks him if everything is okay with him. Hank asks Betty why she was worried about him, despite knowing he was faking it, to which Betty blushes and replies that she was afraid something bad would happen to him and her father would blame her for it. Sitting up, she adds that she is still very grateful to Hank for standing up for her in front of Michael. Hank kindly tells his bride that it is his duty as a future husband. Blushing again at Hank's words, Betty quietly calls him shameless and helps him up, heading to school. After school, Betty and Hank get into the car and Betty asks the protagonist where they are going today. Hank replies that they made a lot of money by investing in that restaurant and suggests going somewhere where they can spend the money. Betty says that Hank is indeed a spendthrift, telling him that he will not make money by constantly spending money, adding that sometimes in order to make a profit you need to calm down and not look for good deals yourself, but just wait a little. Hank looks questioningly at his bride and asks her how such a technique could work. Suddenly he notices something terrible and asks the driver to stop the car immediately. Getting out of the car, he sees a girl standing on the bridge who is obviously going to commit suicide, and he shouts at her not to do it and to tell her what happened to her. The girl standing on the bridge does not hear the heroes and only quietly sings a melancholic song, looking at the setting sun. Hank and Betty start screaming louder and the girl turns her head in their direction, looking at them with tear-stained eyes. After some time, Betty and Hank persuade the girl to come down, and the main character asks her to tell what happened, offering help. Without waiting for an answer, he suggests that some man and unhappy love are probably to blame, to which Betty immediately responds aggressively that now is not the best time to talk nonsense. The girl says that everything is fine, thanking Betty and Hank for their kindness, sadly concluding that they will nevertheless not be able to help her, since she offended the man who drove her into despair. Betty says that this man is probably a complete scoundrel, since he almost drove the girl to such an act, and asks her who it is, adding that they will definitely deal with him, to which the girl replies resignedly that they will only anger him. Betty says that they can't pass by without helping the girl in tears and points to Hank, saying that this cripple may not have the ability to do anything serious, but he can at least make him angry. The girl says that her name is Isabel and she is just a young unknown singer and the founder of a musical group called Chasing Girls with two other singers. Betty and Hank are very surprised to hear that in front of them is not an ordinary girl, but a representative of the stage. Isabel continues the story saying that she simply had a falling out with her boss and the three of them were pushed into the background, so even 2 years later, no one has seen the songs they wrote. Isabel adds that because of the contract and the impossibility of terminating it, they can't just up and leave, so they are forced to just endure this attitude and sink to financial rock bottom. After which Hank notices Betty's attentive gaze on him and asks her why she is looking at him like that. Betty asks Hank if he has any ideas, to which he replies that he will definitely help Isabel, but he doesn't know how yet. Betty approaches him and quietly says that she has an idea, but she is not yet sure whether it will work. And Hank says that he is listening to her carefully. After some explanation, Hank remarks out loud that Betty smells incredibly good. To which Betty, blushing again, angrily asks him if he had been listening to her all this time. Hank replies that he listened to everything and tells Isabel that he will be able to pay for her mother's treatment, but with one condition, which is that she and her team sing at a large stadium which he is going to rent in 3 days. To which Isabel replies that she will definitely bring her group and they will do everything in the best possible way. 3 days later, at the appointed time, a concert of the group Chasing Girls begins at a luxuriously equipped stadium. A huge number of spectators come to the stadium, joyfully shouting about their love for the members of this group. Our heroes take their seats, and Betty asks Hank if these people around are real spectators, to which Hank replies that these are people who owe money and now they have come here to work off their debts by creating an atmosphere. Hank asks Betty if she likes being here, to which she replies that she doesn't really like noise, as she's been a quiet person her whole life. Meanwhile, the girls are finishing up the final preparations for the concert and tell each other that this is their first live performance, which means they have to give it their all. Saying that today they will show what the group Chasing Girls is made of, the girls begin the concert, lighting up the crowd with their music and vocals. Spectators note that they used to buy studio recordings of songs by other artists, but they like this concert much more. The people around also become interested in what is happening and begin to flock to the entrance, noticing that admission to the concert is free. Everyone, without exception, notes that this group is very good, asking its name and inviting their friends to the concert. The next day, even more people come to the band's repeat concert, filling the entire stadium to capacity. Charged with the energy of the group, Betty, who previously claimed to be a quiet one, begins to sing along with the rest of the audience, pleasantly surprising Hank. A few days later, at a meeting at one of the music companies, they discuss how much attention Isabel's group has attracted. The studio boss listens to these reports with irritation and tells his assistant to call the right people and bring them to him. By the evening, when Isabel's group finished another concert, they joyfully greeted them backstage. They simultaneously bow to the heroes in gratitude, to which Betty says that this is unnecessary, adding that she is now their fan. Hank adds that they are now so popular online that they will be considered superstars when they return to the company, and Betty says that they no longer have to worry about being kicked out or left behind. The girls admit that they have no desire whatsoever to return to the company, expressing confidence that the boss will continue to bully them. Isabel asks Hank if he can help them again, adding that they want to join their company as singers. But Hank sadly replies that his company is not in the entertainment industry. Betty says the entertainment industry issue can be solved by buying herself a place, but she thinks the main problem will be Isabel's current contract and the cost of terminating it. Isabel says the price of terminating the contract is 30 million yuan. Hank understands that with such expenses, he will be able to get a lot of system experience points. But this is such a large amount that he can't even ask his parents for it. So all that remains for him is to sell the restaurant. The next morning, Hank and his fiancée arrive at the hotel to thoroughly consider their next steps. Betty asks Hank if he really wants to sell this restaurant to a 3-star, to which he replies that it doesn't matter to him how much money he gets from it, since he still won't be able to bring in more money than this group, adding that the hotel has been losing money for a long time, and buying such a restaurant could get them back on track. The hotel owner is angrily surprised that Hank wants to sell them this restaurant, adding that because of him and this restaurant they almost went bankrupt and the investors withdrew their investments, after which he says that they do not have the money to buy the restaurant, but if Hank pays them 3 million, he will be able to buy this hotel. After some time, Hank sits in the manager's chair and says that he did not expect that when trying to sell the restaurant, he would somehow acquire a hotel, to which Betty says that Hank bought it without even thinking. Their discussion is interrupted by a girl who greets Hank, calling him boss, and Hank asks her who she is. The girl introduces herself as Luo, saying that she is the hotel secretary, adding that he is now her boss, and she will report to him on the financial situation of the establishment. After reviewing the reports, Hank realizes that the establishment has already lost 50 million. After which he says that now it became clear to him why he spent so little on it. Betty leaves in annoyance and Hank asks her what she thinks about it, but she only asks him not to ask her about such things now. In the evening, Hank locks himself in his room again, starting the waster system. Hank reflects that, even though they weren't very lucky today, he still spent a lot of money to get enough points. Thanks to today's spending, the system increases all of Hank's stats by 7, raising his level to level 2. The system also notifies Hank that he can now move his soul into the body of a small animal, weighing up to 20 kilograms, and control it. Hank is surprised that this system has such amazing abilities and decides to try it out right now. Hank wonders if there is an animal in the house that he can possess and decides on his mother's cat. Having established control over the animal and realizing that he can really control it and see through its eyes, looking around, he notices Betty approaching him and decides to check how she will behave. Betty approaches the cat and, unsuspectingly, begins to gently stroke his head. Hank enjoys the sensation, admitting to himself that he hadn't really been a big fan of cats before. However, looking at his charming bride from a new angle, he adds that perhaps he will now reconsider his position on this matter. A few days later, Luo comes to Hank, who is sitting in the newly acquired hotel, and says that he has received an invitation. She adds that the sender is the director of the girl group Isabel, to which Hank says that it will not be so easy to persuade him to spend 30 million. Luo tactfully adds that their hotel has lost popularity among guests, and they continue to operate at a loss. Betty says that she didn't care about the stability and profitability of the hotel before, but recently she realized how much they spent on it and asks Hank if he has enough money to compensate the group. Hank irritably explains that this group is already on everyone's lips and will most likely be able to lead the entertainment industry, but they are hidden away by a scumbag director who no one can contact. Betty notes that their popularity, however, has plummeted and all articles involving them have been hushed up, adding that she feels as if they were banned from joining. Hank says that since their boss neglects this group so much, he himself will take them under his wing, adding that he will definitely achieve this. However, from Hank's point of view, he still has no idea how to win the negotiations. Betty tells Hank that there are many different ways to negotiate. Hank looks at her questioningly and she explains that you can simply find dirt on your opponent. Evening comes and Hank decides to visit the company that prohibits Isabel's group from conducting public activities. The driver drops Sam off at the entrance and asks him why he thought breaking into someone else's basement late at night would be a good idea, and also asks why he brought his mother's cat with him. Hank replies that it will be difficult for him to explain it right now, and asks him not to get distracted and wait here for a bit, to which he calmly replies that his word is law for him. Hank concentrates, creating a mental link with his cat, taking control of him. Having become accustomed to the cat's body, Hank jumps out of the car window and lands softly on his paws. He remembers Betty's words about how everyone has some dirty secrets, so if Hank can find it, the negotiations will be much easier. Hank discusses how he can use the cat's body to get into the principal's office, adding that he'll be surprised if he doesn't find anything. From his point of view, thanks to this form, he will be able to penetrate into places where an ordinary person would never be able to go. However, the first obstacle on his way is the weight of the cat, who can barely fit through the windows. However, with great effort, Hank manages to overcome the obstacle and enters a dark corridor. Thanks to his cat-like night vision, Hank easily navigates his surroundings and decides it's time to find the principal's office. After some time of persistent searching, Hank discovers that the director's office is located on the floor above. Hank jumps up and successfully taps the elevator call button with his soft paw. Having reached the desired floor, the protagonist continues to carefully explore the dark corridors of the company. After a while, Hank successfully finds the right office and looks around for guards. After making sure no one is around, Hank notices that the front door to the office is unlocked. Hank carefully approaches the slightly open door and looks into the office, discovering that it is empty. The main character goes into the office, rejoicing at his unprecedented luck. Jumping onto the office desk, Hank is surprised that no one is guarding the boss's office. Looking around, Hank finds the main computer and already anticipates a quick victory. Finding the computer's power button, Hank presses it with his soft paw. However, unfortunately, the computer turns out to be securely password protected. Hank desperately asks himself how he will find dirt on his boss without the password, believing that this plan is most likely doomed to failure. However, suddenly, thanks to his keen cat hearing, he hears a very strange sound. Hank realizes that the strange sound came from the office since the cat's ears and eyes still belong to him. Hank concludes that for some reason there are still people in the office that night. Deciding to scout out the situation, Hank carefully jumps off the computer desk. As Hank gets closer to the source of the sound, he begins to discern a female voice from the noise, languidly asking someone to stop touching her. Coming closer, Hank notices that late at night, the company director decided to have some fun with his subordinate. Hank thanks the cat for his incredible luck and chooses the most suitable position to conduct surveillance without being noticed. Once in position, Hank remotely activates the camera mounted in the collar. The next morning, Hank gives Luo a flash drive with a video recording, asking him to pass the video on to the director, telling him to break the contract with Isabel's group, otherwise everyone will see the video, adding that now they can win the negotiations without paying a penny. Betty asks Hank what kind of video might be there, since it will allow her to negotiate with the director without paying a penny. To which Hank replies that there is a very exciting video there. Betty asks Hank what the video is, adding that she is very interested, to which the protagonist replies that he will tell her about it if she calls him her husband. Betty turns away sheepishly, saying that if this information is secret, then she will not pry it out. Hank decides not to torment his betrothed by telling her that the video recording contains evidence of intimate relations between the director and his brother's wife, who is a more influential person in the industry than the company's director. Betty asks Hank in surprise how he found out about this, to which he replies that he has his own methods. After some time, the company director becomes incredibly furious at the incriminating evidence he sees. The director is interrogated by the head of security, asking him how they were able to miss such an event. To which the guard replies that they checked the security cameras and did not record anyone except an ordinary cat. The director asks the head of security if he really wants to say that the cat got into the office and tried to turn on the office computer, and at the same time filmed it, adding that cats are not capable of such abomination. He orders a subordinate to burn Isabel's group's contract, telling them to go to hell. He also asks his subordinate to find the one who decided to blackmail him, threateningly stating that this is not the end. This evening at the opening of a 3-star hotel, beautiful fireworks are launched in anticipation of a concert by the band Isabel. The invited audience members tell each other that they didn't know that the group In Pursuit of Girls would be performing at the opening, adding that they are very excited. After a while, Isabel and her partners come out on stage, causing a storm of applause and cheers. Isabel says that they will have a mini concert today, adding that they will not regret coming. Hank approaches the balcony and watches what is happening from afar with interest. Betty approaches Hank and overhears everyone in the crowd talking about how they are not particularly interested in the hotel and that they only came to see Isabel and her band. Betty tells her betrothed that his idea is not very strong and saves the situation as this hotel has finally lost its reputation. Hank asks Betty what might be difficult about restoring the good name of his hotel and calls his secretary Luo. Luo asks Hank what he wants to propose, to which Hank says to have the hotel throw a 3-day banquet for the guests at their expense. Betty remarks that Hank is squandering money again, adding that this is a 3-star hotel, so the food will be expensive. Hank replies that he just likes spending money, adding that a banquet does not necessarily require high-quality products. Meanwhile, the audience begins to wonder where Isabel and her band have gone, asking when the concert will start. The host comes on stage and says that it is already late and the audience is probably hungry, adding that as payment for today's enthusiasm, all guests are invited to a 3-day banquet located in the backyard which will be held at the hotel's expense. Guests are surprised by such generosity and say that some restaurants on this street also held such a banquet, assuming that they have the same owner. Suddenly, several heavy figures appear behind the guests and order everyone to make way for them. The strangers introduce themselves as the Fat Guo brothers, saying that if a free 3-day banquet is announced here, then they are obliged to come to it. Other guests are horrified to say that this hotel is finished, as these brothers have an incredibly brutal appetite and they are very picky, and if they don't like the food, they can destroy everything here. The host calmly replies that they have no problems with such guests, adding that the hotel owner has provided for everything. He invites all the guests to the hotel, offering them a good meal before the next concerts, and the guests happily enter the hotel. Upon entering the hotel, guests are very surprised by what they see, freezing in place for a moment. Guests will find that the main room is filled with small cooking tables where chefs serve delicious food. The host says that today they are presenting the best dishes at the hotel's expense, cooked over an open fire, adding that guests have the opportunity to cook their own food. Guests approach the food, looking at it with interest and saying that these things don't look much like barbecue. The Fat Guo say they don't care because they are terribly hungry and greedily stuff the food lying on the table into their mouths. Having thoroughly tasted the dish, the fatties say that it is an incredibly tasty delicacy, adding that it is as if they have returned to their childhood. The guests, greatly impressed by the high rating from such gourmets, decide to try it too and begin to eagerly approach the tables. Hank, watching everything from the balcony, happily notes that he has managed to return the hotel to its former glory. Betty also decides to try the barbecue and notes that it is incredibly delicious, wondering where Hank got such knowledge of cooking. Hank mentally notes that life without barbecue is like life without a soul, so he couldn't help but offer his guests such a great dish. That same evening, Hank again decides to check the status of his profile in the system and updates it. Thanks to the money spent, the characteristics of the main character increase even more, making him stronger. Hank's meditation is interrupted by a knock on the door and Betty's voice answers his question about who has come to see him. Quickly throwing a robe over his body, Hank unlocks the door, telling Betty that she can come in. Opening the door slightly, he asks his betrothed what she might need at such a late hour. After examining Hank closely, Betty confidently states that he is not the real Hank Dali, greatly surprising him. Betty says that Hank Dali was a complete idiot, while the protagonist asks her who she thought he was then. Betty moves closer to Hank and places her hand on his chest, saying that he is obviously a fake. With these words, Betty presses hard on Hank, causing him to fall onto the soft carpet. Betty sits on Hank and he asks her in surprise what she is up to. Betty says that everyone knows that Hank Dali is a stupid and sick-minded fool who invested money without thinking at all. But now Hank has started calculating everything down to the smallest detail, concluding that for these reasons, she believes Hank is a fake. Hank says his dear wife herself told him what to invest in, adding that it was she who told him to buy the restaurant, save the band, and allowed him to expand the hotel. Betty says she has merely increased her investment capital, adding that it is not his doing. Noticing that Hank is reaching out his hand to her, she intercepts it and continues to talk about how Hank himself made decisions about purchasing certain assets. Hank adds that if she's going to spend more money, she can just call him, adding that he trusts her eyes more than his own. Betty looks at Hank carefully and stands up, saying that he can sing very sweetly. As she leaves, she says that they are going shopping tomorrow and Hank quickly and confidently agrees with her. The next day, Hank and Betty head out shopping, but due to the protagonist's residual health problems, they're forced to take a short break. Hank takes out the lunch he bought, saying that he is sorry that he cannot walk for so long, to which Betty replies that physical activity, on the contrary, will be good for him. Hank offers Betty a hot sandwich, but she declines, looking away. Hank decides not to take out his betrothed and calmly stuffs the snack into his mouth. Suddenly, Betty takes Hank's sandwich from him and walks away a few meters. Hank asks Betty, upset, what came over her, adding that he just wanted a little snack. Betty approaches the stray dog and gives her a sandwich, saying that this little one probably hasn't eaten in a long time. Hank sadly tells Betty that he hasn't had time to eat a single bite yet. He starts thinking about where he can buy himself another sandwich, when suddenly an expensive car pulls up next to them. A man gets out of the car and arrogantly asks Hank if young Mr. Dali is really stingy with food, even for a poor dog. The man, accompanied by the girl, adds that if Hank likes dog food, then he will, of course, give them a couple of set meals for the furry ones. Hank looks at the man who appeared out of nowhere with disdain, mentally noting that he doesn't like him at all. Noticing Betty sitting nearby, the man asks Hank if she is his fiancée. The girl accompanying the man politely greets Betty, saying that she is very glad to meet him. The man says that Betty is a member of the Tang family and was supposed to marry Jonathan Daly but has now switched to the younger one, adding that she is a cutie, albeit pathetic. With these words, he turns his gaze to his companion and says that she is still far from her, calling her cousin. The cousin ignores his greasy compliment, telling Hank that the family meeting will be held in 2 months, asking him if he is ready, but the man does not let him answer, saying that Hank cannot be ready for anything because he only buys junk and will not even show up to the meeting without money. Hank decides that he has heard enough and looks closely at his companions. He asks them who they are to interrupt their meal, adding that he is seeing them for the first time in his life. The man asks Hank what pills the doctor prescribed him since he couldn't recognize them, telling his cousin that he did it on purpose because he didn't want to say hello. Hank turns to his betrothed, asking her if she knows these people, to which she, surprised, asks him why he doesn't remember his relatives. Hank sarcastically replies that he is not Hank Dali, so he cannot know them. The man replies that he will remind Hank about everything, since he has forgotten about everything. He reveals that his father is Hank's father's 4th brother and he is Hank's cousin, adding that he is the dream of 1 billion girls due to his unrivaled beauty. He also introduces his companion, saying that she is a member of the Fengzhong family named Lucy, adding that she is new to the business world and he is accompanying her shopping so that he can then feed her at a prestigious restaurant. Hank listens to his cousin's words without enthusiasm, asking Lucy if he is being too clingy, adding that she seems very tired of him. Hank's cousin loses his temper and angrily tells him to mind his own business. Hank ignores his cousin and asks Lucy to tell him about the upcoming meeting, adding that due to his illness, he was bedridden and had some memory damage. Lucy replies that the family meeting is held once a year, and its main task is to evaluate the achievements of family members for the year and the distribution of resources. She adds that at each meeting, 3 family members are chosen to be awarded the appropriate support and funds, and Hank is intrigued by this, asking how much money is given to the winner. Lucy replies that the most deserving person will be awarded 1 billion yuan. Betty and Hank are very surprised by what they hear, not believing that it is possible to receive such large sums of money. Hank realizes that if he uses this money for the spendthrift system, his level will skyrocket. Hank's cousin says that the main character shouldn't even think about it, since right now the cousin is developing in the entertainment industry, receiving an incredible profit, adding that he recently bought out a food delivery company and hired a bunch of drivers so that they would work for him day and night, bringing him pure profit. Mentally calling his cousin a moron, Hank politely thanks his cousin, saying that now he knows what he needs to prepare for. Hank's cousin says that Hank doesn't even have to prepare, as it would be an incredible miracle if he took up any space, telling Lucy that it's time for them to get out of here. Approaching the dog, he kicks it, shouting at it to stay out of his way. The dog bares his teeth angrily at his offender and decides to take revenge on him for such impudence. She lunges at Cousin Hank and bites his thigh, tearing his expensive clothes with her teeth. The cousin runs away in tears, but the dog decides that her revenge was not complete and sets off in pursuit of him. Hank, Betty, and Lucy watch everything that happens and conclude that he himself is to blame for what happened. After some time, Hank and Betty return and decide to take a walk in the city park garden. Hank excitedly says that $1 billion as a reward sounds pretty impressive, and Betty asks him why he wants it so much in the first place. Hank looks questioningly at his bride and asks her what's wrong with that. Betty replies that everyone dreams of getting $1 billion for free, but she thinks there is a problem that Hank can't fix, saying that Lucy came in 7th place at this meeting last year, having put in a lot of effort. Betty points out that Lucy invested her father's $20 million in startups, opening 3 5-star hotels, 5 private clubs, and 11 chain movie theaters in just 2 years, grossing over $90 million. And even then, she only came in 7th place. Hank says it's unbelievable, lamenting that he only has a couple of restaurants, 1 hotel, and a band, so he'll have to give up even trying to get there. Hank says they'll have to forget about it since there are only 2 months left, suggesting they get back to shopping. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to a loud bark, dogs and people screaming. Turning around, our heroes notice how animal control officers are catching another stray dog with a net. Betty yells at the employees, demanding that they stop and explain what the hell they are doing. The employee calmly tells her that they just received a report that stray dogs were biting people all over the place, so they were sent to sort it out. He adds that they are sorry to see the animals roaming the streets, but they are a huge nuisance if they bite someone. Betty asks the employee where they are going to take the dogs after they catch them. The employee says that, unfortunately, there are no such shelters in their city, so they keep these dogs for a couple of weeks hoping that someone will decide to take them in. However, according to him, if this does not happen, then they quickly deal with the remaining dogs. Betty excitedly asks the employee what he means by these words, but quickly figures it out herself. Turning towards the dogs locked in the cage, she says pitifully that she feels very sorry for them. She takes Hank's hand and asks him to help these poor animals, saying that it hurts her to watch it. Hank says that if he hadn't seen it in person, he wouldn't have believed it. But when he saw the poor animals trembling right in front of them, doomed to die, he couldn't just let it go either. He asks Betty to provide everything for him, saying that he will pay for shelter for these homeless animals and provide them with a roof over their heads. Betty cuddles up to Hank, telling him that he did a great thing and complimenting him affectionately, to which Hank asks her in surprise why she is reacting that way. Betty replies that she is happy that Hank is such a generous person. Hank accepts Betty's compliments with a little embarrassment, but decides not to object and smiles contentedly. After some time, they find themselves in an unknown place, and Hank tells Betty that he decided to buy this land for a shelter, since it has been ownerless for many years. Hank says he spent $10 million on this land and suggests Betty transform this wasteland into a shelter. Hank notes that he has once again spent his hard-earned money on this project, telling Betty that it is not a sound decision financially. Betty says that he spent the money for good, adding that he did it at her request, to which Hank replies that if he managed to make her happy with the money, then he will consider this investment a success. Betty enthusiastically says that Hank spent a lot of money to buy a vacant lot just to please her, adding that he is an incredible person. Hank says that if he suddenly starts to run out of money, he will certainly earn more, to which Betty replies that she readily believes him. The young couple's flirtation is interrupted by Luo, who tells Hank that two people want to meet with him to discuss the price of collaborating with Isabel's band to create a soundtrack for the film. Hank turns around and listens to Luo's words with interest, sensing a lucrative deal approaching. After finishing their business, the protagonist and Luo go to Hank Dali's hotel to conduct business negotiations. One of the negotiators is eating barbecue from the hotel restaurant with great appetite. He says that this barbecue goes great with beer, wondering how Hank came up with that, adding that he had previously heard that Hank was a brainless spendthrift. His partner says that there is nothing smart about this, since everything here depends on the artists who go to such restaurants, specifying that the only thing they need here is to make a deal with Hank. The man tells him that he is right, adding that they will use this when they find a band to record the soundtrack, after which he says that he will knock down the price since Hank is a newbie and does not understand anything about this. Their business conversation is interrupted by the creaking of doors, from which bright light from the chandeliers pours out onto the men. Luo and Hank come out of them, and the secretary introduces the main character, apologizing for the delay. The man with glasses stands up and greets the heroes, introducing himself as Dong Shen, saying that he is the music director of Penhang Film Company, and then says that his partner is a famous director named Dean Harrison. Dean Harrison smiles slyly and says that he is very pleased to meet Hank and Luo. After carefully examining Harrison with his eyes, Hank comes to the conclusion that he is definitely not a good person. He invites his guests to follow him and invites them into his office. Zhongshen says they are currently preparing to film the movie The Wind Chaser, and the soundtrack from a popular girl group could make a splash. He hands Hank a script for the film, saying that the most famous screenwriters have been working on it for 3 years. Hank studies the script carefully, reading every line of it carefully. After a while, he asks his guests what the expected box office receipts for this film are. Dean Harrison says the expected gross is at least 1.5 billion yuan. Hank continues to study the script, asking them how much they would like to pay for the soundtrack to the film. John Shen says their price is 500,000, adding that they can add 50,000 on top if Hank likes. Hank throws the script on the table and says he will consider their proposal, wishing them luck in their endeavor. Dong Shen asks Hank why they can't settle everything today, adding that the film has already been invested a whopping 100 million yuan, which is the largest investment in the history of the industry, and then asks Hank if he doesn't believe in his group. Hank replies that he is confident in his group but doubts the success of their film, saying that they are expecting to make 1.5 billion in box office receipts with a questionable script, which means that the investment in their film may be money down the drain. Dean Harrison tells Hank that he can't look down on them and advises him to check out the box office records of their previous projects, adding that the group Chasing Girls is popular because of their songs and not because of Hank, who is a nobody. Don Shen asks Harrison to calm down, saying that they are here primarily for business negotiations. Hank says that he has watched some of Harrison's films, but he has never been able to watch any of them to the end because the plot is weak and the special effects and acting leave much to be desired. So if his band records the soundtrack for their film, it may lose its popularity. Don Shen says that Hank is behaving inappropriately because they came here for a business meeting. But after everything that has been said, further negotiations become impossible. With these words, they leave, and Dean Harrison tells his comrade that Hank knows nothing about art and does not know how to praise worthy people. Luo tells Hank that Penhan Film is the most successful company at the moment and asks him if he is sure that he does not want to cooperate with them, to which Hank replies that they are too arrogant due to the low competition, and if such a film was released in his world, it would undoubtedly be considered terrible. Luo asks Hank what he means by his world, to which he replies that it is nothing and gives her a list of people to contact, explaining that it contains old-fashioned movie stars, technical specialists, and martial artists with talents unknown to the public. Luo looks at the list carefully and asks Hank what he is going to do with all these people. Hank replies that he decided to make his own film for fun, so he needs a team. After some time, the scene moves to the filming of an unknown movie. A man with theatrical tragedy asks a woman not to leave him, to which she replies that she has been in love with another for 3 years, so he should let this situation go. The man, with sadness in his eyes, replies that he is incredibly shocked by this and is very sorry that it happened. Suddenly, the take stops and the director angrily yells at the actor. He asks the actor what the hell he's playing, saying that at this rate he'll ruin the movie. The director says that the character should be emotional, but the actor plays as if he has a stone instead of emotions. Pointing his fingers at another actor, he tells him to show him how to act. On the next take, the replacement actor goes through an incredible range of emotions, genuinely crying with grief. He pours water on himself and, frankly overacting, gives a tirade about how he can never love another girl. The director points to the actor's performance and says that this is exactly what is called acting, adding that if the second actor had not been underpaid, he would never have hired him. Suddenly, the actor's phone rings and he decides to check what they wrote to him. The director rudely pulls the actor up short, telling him not to dare to be distracted by useless things while he is talking to him. Having read the message in full, the actor breathes a sigh of relief and looks at the director with disdain. With these words, he pushes away the annoying director and tells him that he quits. That same evening, a film scriptwriter is hard at work in a tiny apartment. She throws out another draft, saying that she rewrote the script for 3 days and 2 nights, but it is still not good enough. In the work chat, they tell her that she has written herself out and has become too preoccupied with the meaning, and the screenwriter says that she can no longer endure such a life. Suddenly, she receives a message on her phone and reads the message, which says that she has a great talent that can be very useful. She also notices that 1 million yuan is sent to her account and an invitation to come to the specified address. Meanwhile, preparations are underway in the country park for the launch of a space rocket. The girl puts the finishing touches on it, entering the correct launch parameters. The gathered onlookers look at the rocket and the girl with delight, but one of them says that the rocket is probably a dummy and the girl is just posing for a video. The skeptic adds that if this rocket really flies, it will eat the shit of a dog walking nearby. Having finished the preparations, the girl presses the launch button and the rocket engines begin to make a loud roar. A few seconds later, the rocket takes off into the air and quickly flies out of the atmosphere, leaving all spectators in incredible shock. A few seconds after the successful launch, the girl receives a notification on her smartwatch, and she reads what is written with surprise. Having decided that she has received an extremely tempting offer, she gets on her motorcycle and takes off, heading to the specified address. Once all the invited guests arrive at the venue, Hank meets them and introduces them to each other, saying that the ambitious actor with original ideas is named Luke, adding that because he doesn't want to whine on camera, he only gets small roles that don't allow him to shine. He also says that the female screenwriter's name is Janet, and she has written many great scripts that have unfortunately been stolen by other unscrupulous writers. Finally, Hank turns to a girl engineer named Stella and says that, according to her parents and teachers, she is the weakest student, but no one notices her talent for inventing very interesting things from recycled waste. Hank says that their previous successes are not as important to him, as now he will be able to provide them with the necessary resources and creative freedom. He adds that together they can build their great career, and his guests are a little embarrassed. Luke asks Hank what he means by the beginning of a great career. Hank responds to him by saying that his dream is to make a movie. His guests are surprised by such a strange idea, to which he replies that he wants to make a film without following trends, without top actors, and without damaging the IQ of the audience, adding that he thought about it for a long time and decided that only they can help him in this matter. Stella replies that she likes his idea, but unfortunately, she is no longer a respected screenwriter, adding that Luke has no fans and most likely, even if the filming of the film is successful, it may unfortunately turn out to be a failure. Hank says he takes on the worry of profit and loss, while his guests bear no responsibility for it and are only required to participate. He asks them if they agree to such terms of the deal, to which they enthusiastically respond that everything suits them. Hank says that there is a month left before the filming of the movie and asks Luke to pump up properly to look better, since they will be filming strong guys, to which he replies that he will certainly complete this task. After this, Hank turns to Janet saying that he has a few drafts for the script, but he leaves all the details to her, adding that she can write as she wishes. Finally, he turns to Stella, saying that her task is to create props, for which he will fully provide her with the necessary materials and provide clear technical specifications. After some time, Hank comes to Isabel, saying that he wants her to play in his film, to which she shyly replies that she never studied acting and only knows how to sing. Hank says that he is not forcing her, And if she wants, she can pass on this opportunity, but he will offer the same to her friends in the musical group, since he has no more candidates. Isabel says she agrees, adding that she will still tell her friends that Mr. Hank is providing opportunities to play other roles. Hank says she can consider the problem solved, adding that now they are in-demand newcomers in the entertainment industry, and he simply cannot help but provide them with a good script. Hank says that Dean Harrison will regret his arrogance. After which, Betty comes up to him and tells him that he has been working very long and suggests that he take a little rest. Hank responds that he only gets angrier every day, saying that not only does he want to make the film, but he wants to release it at the same time as their film, and even if it turns out to be a flop, he will be obligated to expose it. Betty says she sincerely wishes him success in his endeavors, but making a film is expensive, and he recently spent money on buying land for the shelter. Hank says that even if he has no money left, he can find investors, and dials his parents' number. Hank's mom picks up the phone and kindly asks him how he's doing, then listens to his request for $1 billion to make the film and says that she will definitely support him, adding that she will transfer the necessary amount to him a little later. Hank's father asks his wife if she will really transfer him such a large sum of money just because he asked, to which she replies that she is happy if her son is happy. Hank's father responds that he trusts her decision, showing her that the newspaper reported that a city planning company has come forward with a plan to urbanize a vacant lot in the east of the city. Hank's father says that someone has invested over $30 million in building a high-class park, which means that the area around will also develop, to which Hank's mother says that this is a great business opportunity and invites him to invest. However, after reading the news further, they notice that this territory has already been bought for $10 million by none other than their own son, Hank. A month later, filming begins on Dean Harrison's film, The Wind Chaser. Dean Harrison asks irritably why the leading lady hasn't shown up for today's shoot, angrily adding that the film hasn't been finished yet, to which Dong Shen asks him to control his emotions. Harrison replies that the heroine, whom he considered an excellent actress, forgets her lines every day, and now she even dares not to show up for filming. Dong Shen says that such arrogance is normal for top-level actresses, suggesting to use a stunt double instead and then substitute the right faces in editing. Harrison stands up in irritation and orders the crew to turn on the equipment and begin the take. He demands that the stunt doubles be rotated several times at the right angle so as not to place too much emphasis on their faces. He thinks irritably that he has been working in the industry for 5 years now, and that an attractive A-list actress is supposed to lead him to victory in the annual box office competition. Don Shen approaches Harrison and says that he just heard some very surprising news. Dean listens to the news and is surprised that Hank Daly has decided to also prepare his film, to which Shen replies that Hank has always been a clueless prodigal son and now he has started filming, using Isabel as a hostess. Harrison says that the last time he came to him was to ask Isabel for his film, suggesting that Hank has now learned her value and asks Shen about the cast and screenwriter of Hank's film. Don Shen replies that the male lead is played by some unknown industry newcomer, but the screenwriter is Janet Hendricks. Harrison asks Shen why he doesn't sue her with a recognized screenwriter, accusing her of plagiarism, to which he replies that she can easily win, but he is still sure that Janet is untalented. Therefore, their film is doomed to failure. Dean Harrison says that even if Isabel turns out to be a less than talented actress, it could definitely affect their box office, adding that he will talk to the director. That evening, he goes to a friendly meeting at the prestigious Lu Mal Hotel. All participants of the meeting propose to clink glasses and raise another toast to their meeting. Vice President Peng Han Film named Jordan Fay tells Isabel's former boss named Brad that he hasn't seen him for a long time and he looks very tired. Brad says wearily that it was as if someone had put the evil eye on him, asking him why he had pulled him out of the work process. Dean Harrison says his business is also not going well in the city, as half of the funding is going to an unknown actress, as a result of which he cannot devote himself to work as well. Jordan Fay says his contract with Isabel is still valid, so if she's the lead, the box office could be around $3 billion. Upon hearing this name, Brad asks Jordan not to say it, saying that this girl hurt him terribly, after which Jordan asks him about what happened. Jordan says that Hank Daly lured her away, and Jordan listens to him in surprise, his mouth open. Brad says that the damn boy found out about his love affairs and forced him to give Isabel to him, adding that he even compensated him for the losses and now he can't fight him. Dean Harrison says Brad gives up too soon because everyone can be dealt with. Harrison asks if he has any dirt on Isabel, adding that if he creates a scandal around her name, they won't have to put much effort into a rematch. Brad replies that Harrison's proposal is very reasonable, since a pathetic girl like Isabel will be unable to resist him, while he will be able to release his anger and make her feel sorry for him. Harrison is pleased that he has managed to get influential people on his side and mentally rejoices that now he will definitely ruin Hank's film. After some time at the hotel, Dolly begins an interview with the creators and participants of Hank's film. Hank and the entire film crew stand on the podium, posing for a large number of photographers. Hank tells reporters that the famous Isabel will play the leading role in this film, hoping that it will become a sensation in the world of show business. The photographers are actively clicking their cameras and talking to each other, trying to find out the previous achievements of the film crew. Focusing their gaze on Hank, they are surprised to notice that they have not seen him in the entertainment industry before, additionally noting the unearthly beauty of his wife, who can easily be confused with an actress. Betty asks Hank if he is sure he wants to be a director, asking him not to waste Isabel's popularity. Hank says that he hopes for help from his dear wife, to which she replies that she will definitely help, adding that they have a very strong opponent, so they will have to come up with something new. Hank tells Betty that even if he fails, it won't be a big problem since his inheritance is worth hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, Luo's secretary approaches Hank and asks for a moment of his attention. Hank asks Luo what happened, to which she replies that the Disney Parks department wants to set up a meeting with him to discuss cooperation. Hank asks Luo if she would like to negotiate with them on his behalf, much to her surprise. He adds that he needs someone who can help him run his business, saying that in the future, she will become the general manager of the company, which means she has full authority to speak on his behalf in discussing business matters. Luo jumps up and down happily, telling Hank that she won't disappoint him and will definitely work hard. Meanwhile, Stella approaches Hank, telling him that they need to discuss technical issues. She says that the thing he asked her to make is ready and asks him if he wants to try it out. Hank is surprised at how quickly Stella completed her task and suggests going outside to test her. Betty asks Hank what has lifted Hank's spirits so much, to which he replies that she will soon understand everything herself. After a while, Hank, Betty, and Stella go to the backyard to test the new device. Stella places the device on the floor and begins setting it up. After finishing the setup, she turns her head towards Hank and Betty and asks them if she can begin. Hank says he's ready, watching the small device closely. Stella presses the button and the device starts, lifting the projector up. A second later, a huge monster appears in front of Betty and Hank, advancing towards them. Betty jumps into Hank's arms in fear, telling him that she is very scared. Hank smiles and tells Betty that she shouldn't be afraid because he's not real. He adds that this is the holographic projection technology, adding that while the image is static, it can be projected in this way to make the film more realistic and unique. Hank asks Stella how many projectors she has made, to which she replies that she has only been able to make 3 in that time, and Hank says that is enough, offering her a price of $1 million for each one for their film. The next day, filming begins, and in the first scene, civilians are running somewhere. Civilians scream for help as they run quickly along the roadway. They are pursued by a huge monster, viciously showing off its toothy mouth. The townspeople try to save themselves, shouting out pleas for rescue. The monster looks at its potential victims and growls contentedly. Suddenly, he notices 2 shining lights in the sky, rapidly approaching him. The townspeople also notice the strange glow and realize that electric hunters are approaching to help them. The hunters summon lightning whips and wind blades and rush to attack the huge monster. However, a second later, Isabel loses her balance and begins to dangle helplessly in the air. The director commands stop and Isabel shyly apologizes for her clumsiness. Hank asks Isabel if she is okay and if she is hurt. Isabel says she is a little afraid of heights, so she was very nervous and asks for forgiveness. Hank tells her that she doesn't need to apologize as they can take a short break without any problems. After this, he is briefly distracted by Janet, discussing with her the details of the script and the lines of some of the characters. Isabel gets down on the ground and approaches Hank, asking for a minute of his attention. She says she feels her acting is lacking and is worried that she will drag the film's crew down, asking Hank if it would be best to cast someone else in her role. Hank responds that he is pleased with Isabel's acting skills, adding that the role was written specifically for her so she can act more confidently, as if she were performing songs on stage. Isabel listens shyly to Hank's compliments, saying that she still doesn't have confidence in herself. Janet suggests that Hank first shoot the dramatic episodes of the film so that she can quickly get used to her role, to which Hank responds that he really likes this idea. Finally, he tells Isabel that she is the first actress his company has signed a contract with, which means he will definitely make her a popular actress and singer, but she will have to gain more self-confidence. Isabel is inspired by Hank's speech and thanks him, promising to work harder from that day on. That evening, Hank retreats to his room again to update his spendthrift system. With his enhanced abilities, Hank strengthens his body to the point where he realizes he no longer needs his wooden cane. Hank says he finally looks like a normal person, adding that current data suggests he could at least outrun some Olympic champions. Betty knocks on Hank's door again, saying that something terrible has happened, so he quickly puts on his robe and asks her to come in. Betty shows Hank the tablet, saying that some anonymous person leaked the news that Isabel is being supported by a rich man and has a child abroad, adding that this news is currently trending and has been viewed over 1 billion times. She asks Hank what they should do, to which the protagonist replies that she shouldn't worry because he knows perfectly well who did it and will definitely pay them back. He picks up the tablet and asks who the anonymous person means by the rich man, suspecting that they mean him, to which Betty punches him in the shoulder and asks him how he manages to stay in the mood for jokes. Betty suggests calling the police, saying that Dean Harrison and Dong Shen from the Penhand film are definitely behind this, adding that they are the only ones with whom they have a conflict of interest now. Hank says that it is too boring and suggests that they pretend they didn't hear anything and just continue filming, to which Betty asks him if he has gone crazy. Hank tells her that she just needs to calm down Isabel and let her act in the film at ease, adding that such a scandal will only play into their hands. Betty asks Hank what he means by saying it will work to their advantage. Hank says that even if she calls the police to investigate, she will easily find out that this is fabricated news from some private media, and it will end with them only clarifying their position by apologizing, leaving the instigators untouched. Hank says they need to let their competitors be more aggressive and hit them so hard in the end that they won't get up. Meanwhile, internet users are falling for the information leak, saying that they are now disappointed in their idol. Users come to the conclusion that all her popularity is provided by her rich sugar daddy, and say that they will never listen to her songs again. The next morning, Don Shen comes to Harrison and happily informs him that Isabel's black past is now on the list of hottest search queries. Harrison replies that he also saw the news that she was recently in a movie, but now she is being boycotted by her own fans, adding that now they don't like her. Dong Shen says that even if she wants to sue someone, she won't be able to find someone to blame, adding that Hang will now regret laughing at them when they kindly came to talk to him. Don Shen says that the situation will develop according to 2 possible scenarios, specifying that either Hank will give up when all the investors take their money, or he will still make the film, but the audience will ignore it and it will fail at the box office in the same way. Harrison says that Hank remains the prodigal son, since the second generation of rich people only knows how to spend money and does not understand the path he took. Meanwhile, fake news about Isabel's past continues to spread across the country, attracting the attention of more and more people. Everyone agrees that all of this falls on the shoulders of Hank, who is the producer and head of the film crew. At the same time, on the set of the film Electric Hunt, Isabel meets with Hank to try to explain herself. However, due to her unfamiliarity with such a wave of hatred from ordinary people, she does not find the strength to say anything and begins to cry. Hank comforts her by telling her that she doesn't need to be sad because he knows it's not her fault and asks if she trusts him. Isabel says that Hank has pulled her out of dire straits before, so she definitely trusts him. Hank says that then she should listen to his proposal, which is that she puts the phone aside and never looks at it, and also moves into his house and sleeps in the room with Betty. And Hank, in turn, will make sure that there is no more bullying from the internet towards her family. He adds that all he demands from her is to finish filming the movie, and Isabel says that she will fulfill all his requests, asking him to help her find justice. Hank says he will definitely sort everything out, suggesting that Isabel gets some rest first. Meanwhile, Luo's secretary approaches Hank and says that she has found important data. Hank studies the reports and realizes that Brad is behind all of this, after which he asks Luo to set up a meeting with him, asking him to tell him that he wants to return one thing to him. At night, Hank drives up to Brad's company building and the driver asks him if he is going to go there alone. Hank says that he can just wait for him in the car, adding that he will be back soon. Approaching the entrance to the building, he says that this feeling is very familiar to him, since he has already been in such situations. As Hank exits the elevator, he finds himself greeted by a whole bunch of pumped-up security guards. Hank says he is impressed by such an impressive welcoming ceremony and asks them if they are going to declare war on him. Brad lights a cigar and says that he has to admit to Hank that he was really looking forward to meeting him. He adds that despite the fact that they are seeing each other for the first time, he has never looked forward to meeting a person so much. Hank replies with a smile that, fortunately, he has met Brad before. Brad tells his guards that they will talk in private, ordering them to get out. The guards ask Brad if he is sure of his decision, to which Brad replies that some cripple cannot harm him. All the guards leave, leaving Hank alone with a gloomy Brad. Brad suggests that Hank gets straight to the point, adding that based on his message, he has something for Brad. Hank calmly takes out the flash drive and places it on the table, saying that it contains the latest copy of that video. Brad reaches for the flash drive, but Hank quickly intercepts it, taking it back for himself. Hank says that there is no need to rush, as they still have plenty of time to discuss everything. Brad mentally notes that Hank is not as simple as he seems, as he reacted quite quickly. Brad asks Hank why he's wasting time, adding that he already gave him the band, so Hank is unlikely to have come for the money, asking him if he's decided to take his entire company now. Hank says that no one is going to take anything from Brad, and he just needs information about something. Brad says that in that case it won't be a problem and says that Hank can ask whatever he wants. Hank asks Brad if the people he recently had dinner with are connected to the cyberbullying of his group. Brad irritably replies that they have nothing to do with it and demands the flash drive from Hank. Hank says that he knows Brad and his friends have talked about it, suggesting that, since they had nothing to do with it, then Brad is the one responsible for the bullying, to which Brad loudly states that Hank has no evidence of this. Hank says he really has no evidence, and Brad mockingly suggests that he hire an investigator. Suddenly, Hank offers Brad to find out everything for him, to which he is stunned and asks the protagonist if he has gone crazy, adding that he has no reason to help him. Hank says that the flash drive is fake and that he still has the video in a secret location. Brad angrily yells at Hank and calls the guards into the room. He states that Hank has crossed all boundaries, and if he doesn't give up this flash drive now, he won't look at his family's status and won't be responsible for himself. He adds that no one will suspect him if Hank accidentally falls down the stairs. Hank wearily says that Brad chose the difficult path himself, and he just wanted to know if his friends were involved in the bullying, adding that in that case he would have just given him the video. Brad laughs at Hank's words and orders his guards to capture Hank, assuring that a couple of his naked photos will be enough for blackmail. The guards begin to approach Hank while Brad says that he can't wait for Isabel to return so he can have some fun with her and then sell her somewhere abroad. However, Hank suddenly grabs his cane and stops the menacing guard, stopping the tip of the cane a centimeter from his throat. Brad angrily asks the guard why they can't even catch a common cripple. Hank tells Brad that they'll see who the clumsy cripple is. Brad begins to lose his temper and angrily asks Hank what he wants. Hank says he just wants an answer to a simple question, adding that he is sure Brad is definitely involved in the bullying, but his target is those two. Hank adds that he, however, has no evidence and places a piece of paper and a pen on the table. The protagonist asks Brad to describe how, where, and when they discussed bullying Isabel, adding that after he signs here, he will be free. Brad smirks and says that he didn't expect a man with Hank's reputation to be such a devious type, after which he says that if he does everything according to his instructions, he will betray his friends, adding that Hank himself can write a confession about how he forced him to terminate the contract with Isabel. Hank replies that Brad is the last person who can lecture him, since no one forced him to have an affair with his own brother's wife. Brad loses his temper and says that now Hank will be in trouble, rushing at him with his fists. Brad decides to knock Hank to the ground with a powerful kick, but Hank easily jumps back, holding on to the back of the chair with acrobatic skill. Brad notes Hank's agility, saying that he turned out to be an ordinary person, not a cripple. Hank replies that he recently found the immortality pill, and ironically asks Brad whether he believes these words or not. Brad says that Hank can be a cultivator, adding that today will be his end and he won't care even if Hank's family buries him 3 times over. Screaming that this is Hank's last chance to get the video back, Brad charges at Hank. Hank continues to playfully dodge Brad's attack, saying that he must first get a confession from him. Brad says that if Hank keeps resisting, things are going to get bad. Hank mentally says that he wants to test in reality how strong this body has become after being enhanced by the system. Brad breaks Hank's cane, saying that as a child he was a master of Taekwondo, and now that Hank is healthy, he will not spare him. The other guards ask Brad if he needs help, to which he replies that they should not move from the spot, adding that he can handle this Brad himself. With these words, he delivers a powerful kick, but Hank easily blocks it. The guards say that this is definitely the end for the boy, since Brad left dents in the steel sheets with this blow, which means his legs won't survive it. Noticing that not a single muscle on Hank's face moved, they are surprised that he is not in pain, assuming that he is simply pretending not to notice. The guards begin to cheer for Brad louder, telling him that he only needs to land one blow and Hank will be defeated. Suddenly, they notice that Brad's face is twisted in pain, and they wonder how this is possible and what could have happened. The guards begin to run towards Hank, but Brad stops them, saying that he will deal with it himself. With these words, he gives up, saying that he didn't think that masters could be so young, adding that he is giving up. Suddenly, he pulls out a large stun gun from behind his back and lunges at Hank, offering him a little cheer up. However, Hank snatches the weapon from Brad with inhuman speed, greatly surprising him. Hank notes that it was quite a pathetic sight looking at Brad's stunned expression. With that, he strikes Brad in the back and asks him if he really isn't afraid of his family. After beating Brad, Hank eventually beats a confession out of him, and Brad begs him to stop beating him, saying that he can give him a video recording of the meeting. Hank asks Brad with interest what kind of video he means, turning on the taser again. Brad says that after losing Isabel, he realized he had to be more careful, so he started carrying a recording device with him, and on the day they discussed how to badmouth Isabel online, he recorded every single detail so that if his accomplices were exposed, they wouldn't deny everything. Hank asks Brad where the recording is, and he replies that it is in the breast pocket of his shirt. Hank takes the flash drive out of Brad's shirt pocket and says that this time he will believe him. As he leaves, he hears Brad say that when everyone finds out that he was involved in the persecution of Isabel, then everything will be over for him. Hank replies that Brad can rest assured that his only targets are those two, and adds that the fake flash drive was actually real. Brad listens to Hank in surprise, thanking him for such generosity. In his mind, he is surprised that Hank single-handedly broke into his territory and beat him like a child, and comes to the conclusion that he must remember Hank forever so as to never anger him again. The driver meets Hank and asks him if he is okay, pointing out the fresh abrasions. Hank says he's okay, and tells him to head home, adding that he can't wait to celebrate his victory. The next morning, Hank decides to watch a video recording of Dean Harrison talking about his plan to plant dirt. Betty, watching the video with Hank, angrily says that she knew it was Harrison's doing. She adds that Isabel's account already has 3 million offensive comments, so they urgently need to deal with the instigators of the bullying and make them suffer. Hank says that he understands his dear wife's feelings perfectly, but in his opinion, now is not the time for a counterattack, as it would be better not to raise a fuss and make them his puppets, offering to slightly adjust the video for this. With these words, he turns to Stella and asks her if she can add something to the video. Stella says that it is possible, but if they decide to conduct a professional examination, it will immediately be revealed that it is a fake. Hank tells Stella that they won't decide to do something like that and will just take the bait right away. In a few days, the premiere of the film Chasing the Wind begins, with Dean Harrison in attendance. The interviewer greets the audience, apologizing that the actor playing the lead role in the film was injured during filming and therefore unable to be here today, adding that, however, their guest today is the film's lead director, Dean Harrison. She says it's question time and asks Dean if the rumors are true that after the overwhelming success of a film called Love of a Young Daughter-in-Law, Dean Harrison spent 3 years planning Chasing the Wind, to which Dean replies that it is true. He compliments his answer by saying that he was always confident that the success of Young Daughter-in-Law's Love was not the limit for him, and he always knew that he could do something more successful, and for that he had to go beyond the love drama, adding that he hopes his new film is his best work and will be liked by the audience. The interviewer replies that she is sure that this will be the case because the actors in the leading roles in his films are superstars who are on everyone's lips, adding that the film's rich cast pays for itself even before it comes out. Looking into the audience, the girl notes that there are quite a lot of people who want to ask the director a question and chooses one of the viewers, asking him what he wanted to know. The viewer tells Harrison that she has been a fan of his work for many years and even decided to become an actress under the impression of his films. After which she complains that, as a newcomer, she has encountered many difficulties and does not know how to move forward, adding that she does not want to sell her body like Isabel and asks Harrison for some advice. Dean Harrison says he was asked a great question, and he knows that many newcomers to the business have difficulties. So you shouldn't rely on rich producers and you need to be honest or you won't be able to break through to fame. The audience applauds Dean Harrison's fiery response, saying that his thoughts are, as always, incredibly accurate. Meanwhile, at the premiere of the film Chasing Electricity, there is absolutely no one except Betty and Hank. Betty tells Hank that they have been sitting here for 3 days already, and no one has come to them, despite the fact that the film is coming out tomorrow, after which she adds that things have gotten even worse online, to which Hank replies that this is how it should be, because interest in this topic should not subside for a minute. The protagonist says that tonight they will upload the resulting video to the internet and see what show will start after. That evening, Jordan Fay, Dean Harrison, and Dong Shen celebrate the film's upcoming release, saying that critics are already excited, meaning that huge box office receipts won't be long in coming. Don Shen happily states that the internet is actively talking about this being Dean's masterpiece, adding that because of Isabel's online bullying, cinemas are refusing to show Hank's film in their halls. Dean Harrison says Hank deserved his fate, adding that if he had been more modest, he might not have flopped at the box office. Jordan says that Dean doesn't have to worry about it being exposed, saying that even if they start digging under them, they will only find fake people, and even if someone gets to the truth, he will protect him, and he will remain a director no matter what. Jordan ambitiously declares that they will soon be able to take over the entire cinema industry in the country, and the trio clink glasses to their future success. Their victorious drinking session is interrupted by an assistant who bursts into the office with a laptop and says that it is an urgent matter. Jordan asks in surprise what could have happened so urgently, to which he suggests that he look into it himself and places a laptop in front of him. Jordan, Dean Harrison, and Don Shen peer closely at the laptop, trying to figure out what happened. Taking a closer look, they all freeze at once from intense shock. They watch a video of Don Shen telling Harrison that Hank has gotten too big for himself and is planning to make a movie with Isabel in the lead role. Harrison tells Shen that it's not an easy task, but he knows a good computer guy who can put something together for them, adding that they can bury his reputation. He says they're going to release a video online that says Isabel is selling her body for fame. All three of them look at the video recording in shock, not believing their eyes. Don Shen angrily asks what it is, clarifying that he never said those words, while Harrison asks to find him the author of this video. Dean Harrison approaches Jordan, telling him that the video is fake and needs to be removed immediately or his reputation and his film will be ruined. Don Shen says that they urgently need to call the police so that they can arrest the author, assuming that Hank Daly is behind all this. Jordan interrupts his companion's panicked hysterics and orders them to be quiet. He says the video may be fake, but a conversation like that definitely happened, and if they start digging, the original recording may surface. So for the sake of the company's reputation, they won't do anything. Dean Harrison asks Jordan what this all means, accusing him of wanting to get away with it and leaving Harrison and his film in the lurch, adding that it was Jordan who started it all in the first place. Jordan responds that there is no Jordan in the video, no evidence against him, and angrily tells Harrison and Shen that they will not be able to drag him down with them. Don Shen and Dean Harrison look at their former comrade with surprise and undisguised anger. Meanwhile, the published video begins to spread across the internet, and viewers begin to understand that they have been deceived all this time. Heated discussions begin on forums about Dean Harrison deliberately starting to bully Isabel on social media in order to prevent her film from being released. After this, people decide to watch Hank Dali's film and line up in huge queues for the premiere. The film's sales begin to grow exponentially, bringing him great profits. Betty looks at the reports in shock and says that they have already earned $1 billion in just 2 days, saying that Hank was able to succeed after all. Hank notes that their film is not really anything special, but the incident has raised them to the forefront of discussions, and most of society now supports them while their indignation has turned into shame for bullying Isabel. Hank adds that everything went exactly as he planned. A few months later, Betty says the film's box office receipts have reached nearly $60 billion with an average rating of 9. The entire film crew applauds Hank, and Betty praises him for being able to do the impossible. She looks shyly at her betrothed and tells him that she is very glad that everything worked out for them. Hank says he did it for fun, not expecting even a little success, noting that it is not all his merit, as the entire film crew contributed to this victory. Hank says that justice has been served and such a celebration definitely deserves a celebratory banquet. Meanwhile, Dean Harrison is getting drunk in some seedy bar on the outskirts of town. However, even there he cannot get rid of the evil tongues that whisper behind his back that he bullied Isabel on social networks. In a drunken rage, he asks himself how he managed to end up in such a life situation. Dong Shen, sitting next to him, also laments that he was set up, emphasizing that he was not even in that restaurant, which did not stop the management from firing him. He curses Isabel, to which Dean Harrison replies that she has nothing to do with it, and in his opinion, Hank Daly is behind all this. With these words, he angrily smashes his mug and swears that he will not leave this just like that. He gets up from the table and leaves, telling Shen that he will be lying low for a while and asking not to look for him. Don Shen asks Harrison where he is going, to which he replies that he is going to visit his older brother in the mountains, adding that he has some debts to pay. Don Shen is surprised that Harrison still persists in his attempts to spite Hank, and says that this time he will definitely not participate. Meanwhile, Hank and his future wife decide to visit their parents. Hank's mother, not hiding her tears of happiness, is glad that Hank has finally recovered and asks him how he did it. Hank happily says that his betrothed may have something to do with his recovery, as she takes very good care of him. Hank's mother hugs Betty tightly, saying that she is very happy that Betty has become the bride for her dear son, adding that she is simply a gift from above. Betty is embarrassed by such compliments and looks at Hank, who with an affectionate look makes it clear to her that he completely agrees with his mother's words. Hank's father tells Betty that she did a great job and asks her to tell her father that he will help solve all his problems, because in the future they will become a family. Betty bows gratefully to Hank's parents, saying that she is very pleased to hear this. After a while, Betty and Hank sit on a bench in the night garden, and Betty says that she is a lousy wife and asks Hank why he said that it was she who helped him heal. Hank tells Betty that she shouldn't call herself worthless, because since they met, he has stopped being called the prodigal son. His business has gone uphill, and money has started flowing like a river. Betty tells Hank that he got away with it this time and thanks him for his kind words. Hank cuddles up to Betty and asks her if she wants to thank him. Betty asks Hank what he means by this, to which he replies that Betty knows exactly what he means. Betty asks Hank how he wants her to thank him, to which Hank replies that she is his fiancée, so she should know it herself. Betty smiles softly and places her hand gently on Hank's chest, pushing him onto the bench. She sits on Hank's thighs and tells him that she is still his fiancée and not his wife, and asks him if he really thought that if he said a few sweet words, she would immediately lose her head. Hank asks Betty what she was even thinking, saying that he just meant a hug, not what she was getting at. Betty leans closer to Hank and asks him if he is sure of his words, to which he asks her about what other options there might be. Betty says that Hank chose this option himself and lies down on him, hugging him tenderly. Betty says that she really likes the feeling, to which Hank replies that it's hard for him to breathe. The couple falls silent for a moment and enjoys the moment, listening to the sounds of the night crickets, and after a while, Betty tells Hank that he surprises her. Hank asks what she means, to which she replies that when she first saw him, she never thought his chest would be so hard and hot. Hank says that it's all because he began to slowly recover. Betty says that she didn't mean his body, but his inner qualities, adding that she has heard many times that Hank is called an unambitious prodigal son. But after spending enough time with him, she realized that he is actually very smart and caring, after which he says that she knows the expression that true intelligence is always modest, and next to Hank she feels how even the most difficult problems can be resolved in an instant. She adds that after the Tang family fell into trouble, she could not sleep a wink, and later, due to her father's bitter plea, she agreed to become part of Hank's family, but now she can sleep peacefully at night, is completely at peace with herself, and feels safer than when she was in the Tang family. Hank says he didn't know he was reliable, adding that he's been hearing about the Tang family's problems for quite some time, and asks Betty if she can tell him what happened. Betty sits down on a bench and says that it is quite a long story, explaining that 3 years ago their family encountered a strange case. According to her, her family's pharmaceutical company was founded 800 years ago and was engaged in the development of miracle drugs, and after hundreds of years of development, their company even entered the top 100 leading enterprises in the world. However, 3 years ago, a new pharmaceutical company, Chengdu, emerged and developed and released a large number of drugs in a short period of time and grew so quickly that it surpassed Tang. Betty says the strangest thing was that all the drugs that the company produced were the same drugs that Tang had developed in secret and patented in advance, and accused Tang of plagiarism. Hank says that Betty's words suggest that there was a rat in their company that was leaking all the recipes to another company. To which Betty replies that they thought so at first, but further investigation completely ruled out this possibility. Hank says that then there is a chance that there is a thief in their company. Betty says that Hank is right, but they are faced with a rather unusual thief. She adds that since this strange thing started happening, the company has installed a whole bunch of cameras to ensure visibility without blind spots, but this has not brought any results. Only once did the guard smell a pungent odor during his shift, and while inspecting the area, he was knocked unconscious by an unknown girl with beautiful hair. According to Betty, after this incident, they concluded that all the data from the company was stolen by the same girl who came and went without a trace, which is why they had to suspend the company's operations. Hank says he has never heard such details and asks Betty how the Dali family can help them, saying that they can help catch the thief or attract investment. Betty says that in half a month there will be an auction where there will be one valuable thing that occurs once in 1,000 years, adding that it will not be of use to ordinary companies, but is necessary for the Tang family. Betty says that because she is priceless, any other pharmaceutical company would easily spend a lot of money, so she can only ask the Daly family for help, to which Hank asks her what that valuable thing is. Betty says that this is the ancient herb Tian Yang, collected during a deadly expedition, which was later processed and made into pills that can prolong life and heal any wound. Hank asks Betty what if the thief comes to them again and takes the recipes, to which she replies that even if she decides to steal the recipes again, they will not bring any benefit, since the main ingredient in these recipes is the Tian Yang herb. Hank says that there is nothing stopping this thief from stealing this very herb, to which Betty angrily replies that she would not dare to do such a thing. She adds that this herb is the most important thing to the Tang family, and they will protect their last chance to recover with all their might. Hank mentally admits to himself that this is the first time he's seen Betty so stern, noting that she looks very cute in this state. Betty says that Hank's father promised to help them get this herb, after which they will definitely leave all their troubles behind. Betty adds that after she marries Hank, she will cook for him every day, noting that she is very good at it. Hank looks at Betty and coughs, chuckling a little. Betty grabs Hank by the sleeve and asks him what he found funny about her story, suggesting that Hank is underestimating her, to which Hank replies that it is the opposite and he likes her plan of action. Betty tells Hank that this is how he should have spoken from the beginning and falls silent for a second. Hank asks Betty what she is going to do, to which she orders him to be quiet and pulls him towards her. With these words, she gently kisses him on the cheek, causing Hank great embarrassment. After letting go of Hank, she turns around and tells him that it was only advance. Hank smiles contentedly as he looks at his future wife. Half a month later, Betty's father joyfully greets the protagonist's family, saying that he is very glad that they came. Hank's father says that there is no problem with this, since they will become a family sooner or later anyway. Betty's father hugs his daughter and tells her he is in her debt, while Hank greets him respectfully. Uncle Tang notes that Hank has become much better looking, to which he replies that it is all thanks to Betty, who always takes care of him. Uncle Tang says that he didn't expect Betty to be so caring, to which Betty chuckles sheepishly, saying that Hank is exaggerating. Hank's father says that it's time for them to head to the auction, to which Uncle Tang says that he agrees with him. The future couple, together with their fathers, enter the hall to take their seats. The other customers look at Hank's father in surprise, wondering why he decided to show up, adding that it could be because today's merchandise is much different from the previous ones. One of the visitors also notices Hank and wonders why his father brought his prodigal son here, To which he replies that he has long been an influential person, as he secretly owns more than a dozen restaurants on the shopping street in the city center. Uncle Tang tells Uncle Dali that he only brought 20 million with him, and if that's not enough, he'll have to ask for help, to which Hank's father replies that he shouldn't worry, since he didn't come empty-handed either. Betty tells Hank that she needs to go to the bathroom, to which he admits that he has the same desire and says that he will take her there. After seeing Betty off, Hank goes into the men's room where a strange man appears next to him looking at him suspiciously. Hank turns his gaze to the strange stranger and asks him what he is staring at. The stranger replies that no one has ever been able to compete with him in size, and says that Hank is the first. As Hank washes his hands before leaving, he notices that the stranger continues to stare at him. A little tense, he asks the stranger why he is paying so much attention to him. The stranger replies that Hank has nothing to worry about, as he is only interested in how he was able to achieve such an impressive size of his manhood, adding that a person could not have been born with it. Hank says it's not congenital and could be a side effect of medications that strengthen the body, adding that he doesn't know the exact cause. With these words, he hurriedly leaves and the stranger tells him that his name is Carl Dan, asking about Hank's name. Hank is greeted by his cousin, who says that now he understands why the place has started to smell rotten. He snidely asks Hank if he has finished all his business, saying that he was too fast. Hank calmly asks cousin what his name is, to which he angrily replies that his name is Stan Daly and he is the son of his fourth uncle and is Hank's cousin. Hank says he remembers being chased by dogs, asking him how his buttocks felt. The other visitors hearing this story begin to whisper and laugh at what a funny sight it must have been. Stan says he's not going to chat with Hank, but he knows why he and his relatives came here, asking him if they need that same Tian Yang herb. Hank calmly asks Stan how he knows about this. Stan says it doesn't matter because today they don't care how much money they spend as long as they get that grass. Stan roughly shoves Hank with his shoulder, saying that they will still see their shame and leaves. Carl Dan finds Hank, and having overheard his conversation with Stan, says that he always dreamed of meeting Hank daily, while Betty, approaching them, asks Hank in surprise why his cousin laughed so evilly as he left. Upon seeing Betty, Carl Dan recognizes her and introduces himself, telling her that she is a very lucky woman, to which Betty, surprised, asks what he means. Before Carl can elaborate, Hank grabs Betty and tells her they need to get away from this pervert. The auction is getting ready to begin, and all the visitors are seated, making a little noise. Betty gently touches Hank's shoulder with her finger and asks him what Carl meant, admitting that she is dying of curiosity, to which Hank tells her that she will find out later, and Betty, upset, says that she would like to see it now. The auction begins, and the auctioneer greets everyone, saying that the auction is open and offers to open bidding on the first item. He points to a strange thing, saying that it is a jade cup, adding that according to legend, several thousand years ago, the emperor defeated a fiery phoenix, after which he smeared the jade with the fat of this bird and placed it in this cup, naming a starting price of 20 million. Uncle Tang is surprised by such a huge starting price, adding that the cheapest items are always put up for auction at the beginning, and gradually the starting price increases, and the last item will be the rarest and most expensive. The bidding begins, and visitors bid at 22, 24, and 28 million. After which the auctioneer asks if anyone can offer more. Suddenly a hand is raised in the hall and a calm voice states, the price for this cup is 100 million. The hall freezes in surprise, turning towards the sound of the voice, wanting to find out who this rich man is. The auctioneer asks in surprise who offered such a generous price, and turns his head from side to side, trying to find this person. The rich man turns out to be the fourth master of the Dali family, who is also Stan's father, who proudly declares that his dad either does nothing, or does it so that everyone around him looks only at him. Stan's father looks at the cup with disdain, saying that it is just a trifle. Hank's father looks at his brother and wonders what he's doing here. Hank mentally notes that this must be and is the same fourth brother of his father named Ragnar Dali, who is the only famous entrepreneur in his field, having created the #1 e-commerce platform in the country. Uncle Tang turns to Hank's father and says that things are bad for them, since sitting next to Ragnar is Hong Lao, who is their worst enemy and the head of that very Shendu corporation. Uncle Tang says that Hong Lao might have called Ragnar here to buy the precious herb, and if they succeed, the Tang digging can be put to rest. Betty says that now they will definitely be able to make sure that they are stealing all their ideas, adding that now they are ready to completely destroy the Tang family. Hank remembers Stan's words and says that they really did come here prepared, but it is impossible to predict in advance who will win. The auctioneer repeats the price of the cup 3 more times and says that the item has been sold to the 4th Mr. Dali for $100 million. The audience is surprised by such a waste, saying that last time the 4th Mr. Dali spent $200 million on a water tripod from the Warring States era just to put his turtle in it. The auctioneer takes out the next lot and says it's time to move on to the second item. He solemnly announces that he is presenting to the crowd a necklace called the Azure Heart, adding that the stones in this necklace were obtained as a result of the explosion of a distant star, and the necklace itself was made by 100 of the best craftsmen who cast this jewelry for 3 years, after which he names the starting price at 30,000 yuan. Immediately, someone in the room offers the price of 100 million for this decoration, again forcing all participants to turn around to notice. This time the donor is Hank's father, who says that this will be a great gift for his bride. Hank laughs heartily, and Betty, blushing, says that this is all a big waste. Viewers note that the entire Dali family is assembled, which means they have almost no chance to take anything for themselves. Stan capriciously tells his father that he also wants the necklace to give to Lucy, to which Ragnar replies that he should watch his words and not plan anything with Lucy since she is his cousin. The auctioneer says with incredible shock that he did not expect such amazing turns at the auction. Coming to his senses, he asks 3 times if anyone is going to offer more, after which he sells the necklace to Hank's father. Hank's father invites Betty to try on the necklace to see if it suits her. He adds that since he encountered his brother today, he cannot ignore everything. Hank places the necklace around Betty's neck and asks her if she likes the jewelry, to which she shyly replies that it is very beautiful. The women at the auction are burning with envy, and some of them turn to their husbands with the words that they also want such a decoration. Hank notes that his father just crossed his brother, adding that they both don't like to be petty and go straight for the kill, after which he wonders how far the bidding for Tian Yang's weed will go. Ragnar lazily scratches his ears, saying that this is not a significant loss for him. The auctioneer says that, to everyone's surprise, the auction is rapidly gaining momentum from the very beginning, adding that he is very interested in what will happen with the next item. He points to the next item, which is a 3,800-year-old Empress's container inlaid with 110 unusual gemstones, quoting a starting price of 38 million yuan. People start bidding with prices of 40 and 42 million yuan. Suddenly, someone puts a hand on Hank's shoulder and pats him in a friendly manner. Turning around, Hank notices that the man is Carl and asks him what the hell he is doing there. Carl says that Hank shouldn't avoid him, as he doesn't intend to harm him, but only wants to ask him some advice on that very issue. Hank asks Carl what's wrong with him, adding that he should go to the doctor instead of running after him, to which he replies that they can't help him there, offering Hank a deal, the essence of which is that he will give him a prescription for the medicine, and Carl will buy it regardless of its cost. Hank tries to figure out how to explain to him that this is the effect of the spendthrift system and decides that he will have to fool him. Hank says that if Carl wants to know this secret so much, he will share it, adding that there is a medicine that was given to him by a Taoist who is searching for immortality. Hank adds that unfortunately, this man gave him only 1 pill, and the rest of the medicine is with him. But this old man constantly wanders the world and Hank does not know his exact location. Carl says that he simply has to find this old man, to which Hank mentally marvels at how Carl so easily believed this nonsense. Hank tells Carl not to be sad, adding that if he meets this old man again, he will definitely ask for medicine for him. Meanwhile, the bidding for the tiara ends and he suggests paying attention to the next offer. This item is a magical weapon known as the Decapitating Iron, made by the most famous blacksmith Shen in ancient times. The auctioneer puts on gloves and unsheathes his sword, saying that the sword is razor sharp and can cut through iron like clay, noting that it was used to behead over 100 Japanese invaders, after which he says that his heart is pounding just holding it and sets the starting price at 3 million. The whole room bursts into laughter, surprised that such an insignificant price has been set for such a sword. Hank is also surprised by the price of the sword, mentally noting that he always wanted to buy himself a sword so that it would drive away the evil aura in his room. With that, Hank raises his hand and bids for the sword at 3.5 million. Stan wonders why Hank might need this sword and decides to prevent him from getting it at all costs. adding that he took 50 million with him to haggle a little. He also raises his hand, saying that he is ready to give 3,510,000 for this sword. Hank and Stan continue to haggle, gradually raising the price, reaching 4 million yuan. Hank angrily tells Stan that he is deliberately betting such a small amount, to which Stan replies that no one is stopping him from raising the stakes by 10,000. Hank raises the bet to 30 million, and Stan immediately raises the bet to 10,000, adding that he really enjoys watching Hank's indignation. Hank says he's offering 100 million, but Stan, with a satisfied face, says he's raising the bid to 100 million and 10,000. Stan mentally rejoices at how angry Hank is planning to not raise the bid on the next offer, forcing Hank to buy the piece of hardware at such a huge price. Hun Dali continues to be indignant, trying to figure out what price he can still put on this sword. Suddenly, an idea comes to his mind and he falls silent for a moment. After a few seconds of thought, he says that he has had enough and refuses to bid further for this lot. The hall explodes with laughter at the fact that two fools pay 100 million for a sword whose price was 33 times less. Someone from the crowd adds that the last buyer at least had the sense to refuse to bid and save a large sum of money. Stan again asks his father for help, to which his father angrily asks him why he spent a lot of money on a piece of iron that chops people up, noting that Stan is a misunderstanding and not a son. Hong Lao says he is willing to pay for the purchase of the sword, offering to consider it a small gift to the young master, adding that when they buy the sacred herb, the profit from the developed medicine will be 60-40 in favor of Ragnar. However, in his mind, Hong Lao is not happy that he had to spend money on a sword for Stan, promising himself to return this money in double the amount. Betty's father tells Hank that if he likes swords so much, he can buy him a good sword from one of the respected craftsmen, to which Hank politely replies that he was just playing with Stan. Carl tells Hank that he knew from the start that Hank couldn't beat him for money, adding that if he ever needed to, he could always rely on Carl, to which Hank says that he was just too lazy to continue bargaining with Stan. Carl says that he understands that Hank just wanted to deceive him, but if he doesn't have money, Carl will always find it for him, asking in return only that he find that Taoist. Hank irritably tells Carl that he is not as poor as he thinks, adding that he made a profit of 200 million from filming, and in addition to this, he has a well-developed hotel business, to which Carl replies with a smile that Hank is a cool guy. The auctioneer asks to hand over the precious sword to Hank, saying that it is time to move on to the most important thing of this auction, which is a magical herb that grew from a seed that fell from the heavenly kingdom. Hung Lao and Ragnar are happy that they finally waited until the announcement of the artifact they needed. However, Hank and his father are watching what is happening with great intensity, realizing that they will have to compete for this grass. The auctioneer reveals that this magical herb has been buried under the ice of the highest point on the planet for thousands of years, and its time has finally come to see the light of day again. Hearing some disappointment in the audience, the auctioneer says that no one should underestimate the properties of this herb, as it is incomparable to Lingji and ginseng. He loudly announces that when buyers begin to suffer from age-related diseases that no doctor can cope with, only this herb can help them, adding that in addition to this, the appearance of a person who uses this herb will immediately become 10 years younger, and physical abilities will return to the state of 20 or 30 years. The crowd is very surprised, not believing their ears, and begins to whisper that each of them either has a dying relative or they themselves would like to regain their youth. They realize that this thing is priceless and begin to offer huge sums from 50 to 80 million. Betty notes that this herb has many more properties than she previously assumed, to which Hank says that no matter how rich people are, they will all strive for health and longevity. Betty's father says that this herb is indeed a universe, but unfortunately it is a one-off, and if a pharmaceutical company manages to buy it and develop a medicine based on it, then anyone could buy it for a small price, despite its slightly reduced effectiveness. But if it falls into the hands of people looking for profit, then the price of the medicine could rise to a level that is inaccessible to ordinary people. Hong Lao mentally notes that raising the price to a point where ordinary people cannot afford it is a normal practice, as wasting the medicine on the poor would be too wasteful, adding that he would use this magical medicine to bribe high-ranking officials and eventually make them willing to give it all to him. The auctioneer says that this herb can only survive in a frozen state, so the expedition team had to break the iceberg and bring it here. He adds that he can still feel the energy of the herb in the air, saying the sensation is very exciting to him. The auctioneer invites everyone gathered together to look at this miracle and pulls back the cover. With these words, he quickly rips the cover off the mysterious treasure, showing it to the public. Under the blanket is a beautiful ice sculpture of a woman holding a shining flower in her palms. All participants are breathtaking and admit that even by inhaling the aroma of this herb, they feel their body being filled with energy. The crowd begins to ask the auctioneer to tell them the starting price, saying that they are tired of waiting. The auctioneer says that for the last few days, their experts have been trying to set a starting price for this auction, but everyone has come to the conclusion that any amount seems insulting and rude for such a priceless treasure. He adds that because of this, they came to the conclusion that the starting price of this treasure would be 0 yuan. The crowd falls silent in shock, and the auctioneer says that they heard right, because handing over the right to set the price to those present here is the highest sign of respect for this miracle herb, since it came into this world to heal the dying and ease the suffering of the sick. And if the people present here raise the bid to a mind-boggling price, or give only a small part of their budget, it will not be so important, because they will do it for the benefit of their lives. With these words, the auctioneer ends his introduction and finally offers to begin the bidding. However, a deathly silence reigns in the hall, and none of those present wants to set their price for this artifact. Betty asks Hank why everyone is so quiet, despite the fact that they were just so animated. To which he replies that all the people sitting here are businessmen, and it would be profitable for them to buy something at a low price. But such a miracle is put up for sale with a 0 price, so everyone is ashamed to offer a low price. He adds that if someone else bids, others will immediately pick up the slack and continue to raise their bids because they don't want to lose. With these words, he raises his hand and says that he is offering a starting price of 10 million for this herb. The crowd explodes with new offers, almost instantly raising the price to 21 million. Betty notes that before they would calmly put forward prices of 100 to 200 million. But now almost no one raises the rates, saying that life is important, but getting the maximum benefit is even more important for them. Carl puts his arm around Hank and tells Betty that the most important thing for people is deals with minimal costs, to which Betty tells Hank that he has a wonderful friend. Hank watches as the stakes slowly rise and realizes that at this rate they will be stuck here until the morning and decides to shake them up. With these words, he raises his hand again and names the sum of 200 million. The auctioneer says that Hank is ready to pay an incredible amount for this treasure, and asks others who will give more. Other visitors are surprised that the price has skyrocketed so high, but they understand that this medicine is worth lives. Betty asks Hank how he plans to spend all the money he earns for her. Hank starts looking around and Betty asks him what he is looking for, to which he replies that he is looking for if he has another bride that he could spend the money on. Betty grabs Hank by the cheeks and tells him that he only has one bride, to which he says that it hurts. Betty's father is surprised that a weak man with a bad reputation like Hank would be the first to pay a high price, and notes that he originally simply wanted to use the marriage to wield the power of the Dali family. However, he notices that the Dali family spares no expense and takes good care of Betty, giving her all their love and support. So as a father, he sees sincere feelings on his daughter's face. From his point of view, in today's auction, the Shendu Company and the fourth Mr. Dali have joined forces. And even if Hank joins forces with his father, the outcome of the auction is still unknown. So even if his company loses in this auction, he will be calm for Betty, because she is now happy. And for him, as a father, only this matters. At this moment, Ragnar raises his hand and names the price of the grass as 500 million yuan. Everyone is surprised that the gentleman single-handedly set such a mind-boggling price. Hank's father decides that their grand competition has begun and raises the bet to 700 million yuan. Ragnar realizes that to beat his opponent, he needs to play really big and raises the bet to 1 billion yuan, surprising everyone involved. Participants say that this is a real battle of the gods, since after only 2 bets, the price jumped to 1 billion, which in any case is an insignificant amount for them. Hank's father accepts his brother's challenge and raises the bet to 1.5 billion yuan. However, Ragnar understands that he does not intend to give in to his brother so easily and raises the bet to 2 billion. Hank's father looks at the required herb with an unperturbed expression and offers a price of 3 billion yuan for the herb. Ragnar decides it's time to stop standing on ceremony with his relative and raises the bet to 5 billion. The bids continue to rise, quickly reaching 10 billion, and the auctioneer drops his gavel in shock. He sits down and asks in surprise what is happening at this auction. He asks again in surprise whether the amount of 10 billion he heard seemed false to him. Hank's father raises the bet to 13 billion, still sitting calmly in his chair. His opponent responds with an equally unflappable raise to 15 billion yuan, waiting for his opponent to make the next move. The auctioneer continues to be amazed at the size of these bids and says that he is about to choke from the tension. Everyone freezes in anticipation of an answer, amazed at the amounts of money the Dali brothers are willing to spend on this herb. Betty and Hank also freeze in anticipation, realizing that something more is involved here. Hank mentally notes that this is the first time he sees his father's true power, realizing that this is no longer a trade for goods. From his point of view, it looks more like a fight for territory between two predators, and the small animals have no choice but to shake in fear. Hank wonders in his mind what happened to his father and where his sense of proportion went. Uncle Tang grabs Hank's father and asks him to stop raising the stakes, as these amounts are beyond their comprehension. He adds that although this herb is precious, they cannot cultivate and grow it, so the medicine will be limited at best, and when it goes on sale, their profit will be about 20 to 30 billion, which means the higher the price now, the less they will earn. So in the end, they simply will not be able to compensate for the costs and expenses. Hank's father pauses for a moment and considers his business partner's words. Hong Lao mockingly tells Ragnar that their opponents are in disarray, meaning they will definitely win this deal. Ragnar says that he has spent enough effort and time, so they should reconsider their distribution method. To which Hong Lao asks Ragnar in surprise what he is not happy with the 40-60 distribution. Ragnar says that Hong Lao is the owner of a successful factory, adding that he will buy this medicine to cooperate with other factories that were robbed by the likes of him, so that they will then repay Ragnar with greater benefits. Hong Lao asks Ragnar in shock if he is going to turn his back on Shendu Company, warning him that there are serious people behind them. Ragnar says that Shendu is just a crippled company that has no brains of its own, reminding them that they came to him begging for financial help, adding that he wants to take over his company even more, setting the condition that either Hong Lao gives him 90% and in addition shares all resources and connections, or he will simply swallow this grass alone. Hong Lao glares at Ragnar, shaking his finger at him, unable to say anything, shocked by the impudence of his business partner. The auctioneer excitedly asks the others if there are any more bidders willing to raise their bids. Uncle Tang holds Father Hank's hand and shakes his head, begging him not to make a mistake. Hank notes with irritation that apparently this herb will go to his father's brother after all. Hank tells Betty that unfortunately he will not be able to help her, to which Betty says that there is nothing to worry about, since the fate of her Tang family will be sealed. The auctioneer continues to look into the room and again asks if anyone would like to raise the price. Visitors wonder where to raise the bid even higher, looking in surprise at the auctioneer and the Dali brothers. Suddenly, a voice is heard throughout the hall saying that he is ready to pay 10 billion US dollars for this treasure, which is equivalent to 71 billion yuan. All the family members looked around in surprise, trying to find the one who had offered such a crushing sum. The auctioneer asks who is the rich man who has such an incredible sum. The owner of this sum turns out to be Carl, who nonchalantly replies that this will not be a problem for him. He adds that this amount is his pocket money, as his family owns the largest casino in the Northern Hemisphere. Hank is surprised at how rich Carl is, to which he replies that he told him that he always had money. Hank says that people call him a spendthrift, but for doing things like this, they should idolize Carl. The auctioneer, his eyes wide with surprise at the price, asks the audience if anyone wants to raise the price for this item. Stan asks his father if they will raise the bid, to which Ragnar says that it is not the price but madness, adding that they will not participate in this bidding any further. Hong Lao glares at Ragnar, saying that he didn't expect that he couldn't be relied upon. Stan asks his father if they will get in trouble for letting down the people from Shendo's company, to which he replies that they don't have what they need, so they don't need them. No one volunteers to raise the bid, and the auctioneer sells the precious herb to Carl. The auction ends, and all participants gather outside near the conference room. Hank's father sadly says that unfortunately he couldn't help him, to which Hank replies that he understands everything, since the auction was a real nightmare. He adds that the main thing they need to discuss is whether Betty is worthy of becoming Hank's bride after their family hits the bottom of the financial hole. Hank says that he is an ordinary person, asking him if he regrets his engagement, to which he replies that he has no regrets, since Betty is happy in this relationship. Hearing these words, Betty looks at Hank with satisfaction, examining him with fascination. Hank's father says that his son was in poor health as a child but is now doing well, after which he expresses confidence that he will treat Betty well. Hank looks at his father in shock, somewhat surprised that there is so little time left before the wedding. Carl approaches Hank, asking him in surprise that he is getting married soon and congratulating him on the upcoming holiday. Hank turns to Carl and asks him if he's afraid that he might get robbed of the $10 billion crate. Carl says that anyone who wants to steal something from him must be at least a boxing champion and throws the briefcase to Hank. Hank manages to catch the briefcase and asks Carl what the hell he's doing. Hank notes that this case is incredibly heavy since it is probably filled with ice cubes, which means it weighs at least 100 kilograms, which means Carl is not so simple since he could hold it with just one hand. Hank tells Carl that he realized that he is cool and asks him to take this case from him, to which he replies that it was Hank who wanted this grass. Carl adds that this herb now belongs to Hank, since Carl himself probably uses it for other purposes, since he has no need for it. Betty, Uncle Tang, and Hank's father overhear Carl and Hank's conversation and gape in surprise at what happened. Carl can't bear the weight of the case and drops it on his foot, starting to jump on his other foot in pain. Carl approaches Hank and says that he has only one condition and asks him to bring him that vaunted medicine of the old Taoist, since he does not need anything else in life, and gives him a business card, saying that he can drop by to see him whenever he wants. Carl turns and leaves, telling Hank that he can take this as a wedding gift for him and his fiancée, to which Hank replies that he will take note and offers him his business card, saying that they need to get to know each other properly. Hank reintroduces himself and gracefully sends the card flying towards Carl. Carl easily catches the flying business card with 2 fingers and, with a smile on his face, again states his full name. Hank looks at the lying case and says that he never expected a freebie in the form of something worth several tens of billions. Turning to Uncle Tengu, he says that this thing now belongs to him, to which he is surprised to note that it was worth billions of dollars. Hank notes that they came here specifically to get this miraculous herb for the Tang family, and despite the fact that everything did not go according to plan, this herb still ended up in their possession, which means it belongs to Uncle Tang. Betty's father says he is speechless, happily declaring that the Tang family and their business are now saved. Betty cuddles up to Hank and thanks him profusely for his help. She adds that she is indeed very grateful to him for his determination. Hank smiles and kindly tells Betty that none of this is her fault. Hank's father says that this kid just gave this herb to Hank, so part of the credit goes to him, adding that Carl's family is one of the top 5 richest families in the world, and asks Hank how he managed to meet Carl, additionally noting that he spared no expense to buy the herb for Hank, to which Hank hesitates to answer honestly. Betty loudly tells Hank's father that she heard Carl praising Hank for having something big and really wanted to be friends with him, to which Hank's father asks in surprise what Hank could have that could be so big. Betty says that Hank told her that she would see it a little later, but Hank covers her mouth with his hand and says that Carl was impressed by Hank's big heart. Uncle Tang tells Hank's father that now that the herb is theirs, the company needs to begin researching and producing the cure as soon as possible. Hank's father says that this is a good idea, but they need to be careful that their company doesn't get robbed again. Uncle Tang said that their previous thefts were not due to weak security, but due to the thief's amazing ability to hide from all the protection put in place, like a ghost. Hank says that ghosts do not exist, and that the thief may have used some advanced technology to evade security, deciding to consult Stella to avoid a possible repeat of the situation. The workers lift the box and begin moving towards the hero's car, while Hong Lao watches them from around the corner. He mentally asks Tang and his companions not to rejoice, saying that he will deal with them a little later. The next day, Betty's father tells Hank that they hid the herb in a secure location inside the lab, and ordered all researchers to maintain complete confidentiality. To which Hank replies that he doesn't understand much about these matters, but hopes that they will achieve success very soon. Uncle Tang tells Hank that all of this was made possible by the actions of his big friend, to which Hank only chuckles nervously. Hank says that Betty told him that the thief was not seen on any security cameras, adding that the likelihood that their adversary used some kind of advanced technology is extremely high. After which he says that among his acquaintances there is a person who is extremely knowledgeable in technology, so he asked her to come and check everything out, to which Uncle Tang says that he is ready to offer such a person a very high salary. Stella enters the room saying that she is not particularly interested in the position and money, since one boss is enough for her. Betty tells her father that Stella is a true genius, to which he is surprised to note that she is incredibly young. Stella reports that as soon as she entered the building, she immediately saw that there were no problems with monitoring here, which means that the thief used the latest technological developments in the form of changing the refraction of light in such a way that the target cannot be detected by the naked eye or video cameras. Betty's father says that now he understands how this thief was able to fool all the guards and remain unnoticed, while Hank asks Stella if there is a way to expose the thief, to which Stella replies that she can create a special device sensitive to this effect in 2 days. Hank mentally notes that although the body can be hidden, such tricks will not work with the smell, which means it would not be a bad idea to get a small animal that reacts well to changes in smells around it. Hank says he will stay here until the device is created in case of emergency, to which Betty says that there are many rooms in the house, so he can live here as long as he wants. Hank takes her at her word and asks her if he can stay in her room, somewhat embarrassing her. Stella approaches Hank saying that she recently created a trinket and asks him if he would like to try it out right now. Hank agrees, and Stella places a bracelet on his arm, which at first glance does not look remarkable. Stella says that the device is a smaller version of a stereo projector with some modifications, to which Hank asks her how it works. Stella approaches Hank and asks him to press the button and scan Betty. The device starts up and begins scanning the body of Hank's fiancée, and she asks Stella why this is necessary, to which she replies that she will find out everything a little later. The device makes a characteristic click and indicates that scanning of the object is complete. Betty says that now everything has become clear to her, suggesting that this thing is needed to project a copy of her in 3-dimensional space, like in their movie. Stella asks Hank to press another button, saying that now they will see everything. Hank presses the button, saying that he has seen stereo projectors in action before, noting that they are very mysterious things. After pressing the button, the device lights up with a bright yellow light. The bracelet also creates 2 digital hoops that begin to extend in different directions from Hank's arms, altering her appearance. Within seconds, Hank's body completely transforms into Betty's body. Betty watches the device in action, her mouth open in amazement, while Stella enthusiastically notes that the device is working properly. Hank looks at himself, feeling strange emotions from his temporary body. Finally realizing what is happening, he screams in horror that this device has turned him into Betty. Stella says that immediately after scanning a person, he can look like him, adding that the body shape, voice, and clothing are also transmitted. Hank notes that he really likes this technology and examines his body. The first thing he does is decide to touch his breasts, and Betty asks him to stop doing this nonsense. Hank says that everything feels very realistic to the touch, and Betty shuts him up, ordering him to stop clowning around. Hank replies that he finally understands how girls feel when touched and tries to unbutton her skirt. Betty puts an end to this circus by slapping Hank in the face. Hank says that it is one of the greatest inventions in the world, adding that it is perhaps the best, to which Betty only asks Stella how to turn it off. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, a teacher leads a line of children singing a song. However, the truck driving on the road suddenly breaks down the brake system and it cannot stop. The driver tries to figure out how to stop the car without injuring or killing anyone along the way. Suddenly, he notices children walking along the pedestrian path and tries to shout to warn them to get out of the way. The truck crashes into the cars in front of it and, having slightly slowed down, rushes towards the small children. The teacher and the children begin to scream in horror, accepting their inevitable and terrible end. However, suddenly someone's strong fist lands into the truck, causing it to slow down. A girl who stands in the path of a truck stops the truck with her incredible strength, saving children from certain death. Under the force of inertia, the driver flies forward through the windshield, but the girl intercepts him. The driver thanks her for saving the children, but the girl does not answer him. The children look with delight at their savior, who turns out to be a young girl with long red hair and a cold gaze. Passers-by are amazed at how the girl was able to stop a truck with her bare hands and believe that she is some kind of superhero. The girl decides not to linger and throws the rescued man onto the asphalt, after which she quickly runs away to the joyful cries of the rescued children. She arrived at Shendu Tower by jumping to the upper floors using her incredible strength and agility. As she steps inside, she holds onto her hand, which continues to smoke after the heavy truck stops. The girl performs several manipulations with her hand and it suddenly separates from her shoulder part. Behind her, the company's director, Hong Lao, appears out of nowhere. He says that they failed the auction and the magic herb went to the Tang family, and adds that now everyone should be making fun of their company. But if she comes to them again and destroys the herb, their expressions on their faces will change dramatically. The girl asks Hong Lao why he wants to destroy her if she can decorate her, like everything before, adding that there is nothing that she could not get. Hong Lao says that this herb is known to anyone who is knowledgeable about medicine, and once the product is sold at auction, it will not be available on other legal platforms, and if the herb is stolen, people will suspect that Shendu Company obtained the herb through improper means. He adds that their company will not gain a foothold in the market anytime soon, but if they want to do so now, they need to completely suppress Tang so they cannot sit back and do nothing. From his point of view, the only way to kill two birds with one stone would be to destroy this magical herb. The girl is surprised that Shendu's company managed to lose the auction despite having the Dali family support, adding that it doesn't seem to have been very helpful. Hong Lao says that they almost won, but from somewhere a golden youth appeared who bought the herb and gave it to Hank Dali, adding that this Hank was weak since childhood and was diagnosed with necrosis of the limbs, but suddenly he turned out to be healthy as an ox, suggesting that there may be a medicine in the world stronger than this magic herb. The girl says that anything can be possible, drawing Hong Lao's attention to the fact that something is wrong with her cybernetic arm, adding that she will go on a raid after she heals it, to which he replies that it is best to carry out the raid in a few days so as not to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, at Stan's house, his mother asks him why he brought this huge sword here. He adds that it's just an ordinary sword worth 100 million and it would be stupid to throw it away, to which his mother asks Stan to calm down. She says that people were killed with this weapon, specifying that the Bodhisattva will be angry if this thing remains in their house. Stan's mom scolds him, saying that Ragnar told her how Stan and Hank had arranged a competition at the auction. But Hank stopped in time, adding that despite Stan's statements about Hank's meager intelligence, it turned out that Stan was the most stupid, who disgraced his father with his actions. Stan begins to justify himself, saying that this idea came to him suddenly and he did not suspect that everything would end like this, accusing his mother of not protecting him but only scolding him and calling him an idiot, despite the fact that their son is being bullied. Stan's mom tells Stan to shut his mouth and not to dare contradict his mother, adding that if anyone finds out what nonsense Stan is doing, the whole family will be disgraced by him and demands that Stan get rid of this dirty thing and not disturb her during prayer. Stan comes out of his house and angrily says that because of Hank, his own mother scolded him, and decides to teach his hated cousin a lesson. He takes out his phone and orders his assistant to find him a good killer to whom he can give the sword, with which the killer should cut off Hank Dali's leg, specifying that he only needs a professional in his field. After which he asks that the killer carry out the attack not today, but in a few days. At the same time, somewhere in the mountains, a man is training the strength of his blows with his students. The man prepares for the blow and his students swallow nervously, realizing that they are about to get into trouble. The man concentrates for a while, and having gained spiritual strength, decides that the time has come to strike. The man throws a punch, sending all of his students flying as if they weighed nothing. All the students fall to the floor trying to get up, and the teacher restores the spent chi energy. After looking at the result of his strike, he concludes that his technique has improved. Dean Harrison, who is watching this demonstration, calls the master by the name Logan, noting that there is no one in the whole world who could compare to him in strength. Logan thanks Harrison for the praise, telling him not to flatter him, to which Harrison asks him if he remembers their agreement. Logan replies that he remembers that in exchange for funding his martial arts center, he must kill some kid who framed Harrison. Harrison says that Logan remembered the terms of the deal correctly and asks him when he can begin the mission. Logan says he's currently suffering from hemorrhoids, so he'll start the mission in a few days. A few days later, at night, the owl examines the surrounding area in search of prey. She jumps from a tree branch, flying over the Tang Company house, turning her head from side to side. Hank, who has been controlling the owl all this time, notes that everything looks clean so far. Hank reflects that after several days of careful surveillance, he has not detected any abnormalities, suggesting that the thief has decided to surrender, but still decides not to let his guard down. Hank speculates that the thief decided to surrender due to the large number of guards and the change in approach to duty and better control at checkpoints. Hank stands up and wonders why such a spoiled young gentleman like him would decide to stay here to guard one little thing, assuming that Betty's beauty definitely influenced his decision. Betty knocks on Hank's door, saying that his favorite fairy has finally come to him. Hank opens the door and asks Betty why the fairy came down to his room, to which she only giggles maliciously. She hands Hank a basket of food and asks him to guess what she has prepared for him. Hank says that he doesn't have to wonder about it, since he will eat everything she makes for him. To which Betty replies that Hank is great at flattery. Betty lifts the lid of the container and ceremoniously presents her dish. Betty says that this culinary miracle is called baking, and she will not accept any objections from Hank. Hank looks at the horribly burnt dish and is at a loss as to the possible options for refusing such a gift from fate. Betty is upset when she notices that Hank doesn't like her cooking, looking at him with teary eyes. Hank says that this is not true and starts choking on burnt pies. Hank, barely holding back his urge to vomit, tells Betty that her cooking is simply amazing. Betty says that she wanted to play a joke on him and she herself knew that they were burnt, but she did not expect that he would seriously start eating it, handing him a candy to cover the taste of the burnt food. Hank says that unfortunately one candy won't get rid of this bitterness, to which Betty says that she'll bring him some water now. Hank says he doesn't need water and asks her to give him something that will make him feel much better, to which Betty asks what he means. Instead of explaining, Hank grabs Betty's hand and pulls her towards him, kissing her tenderly on the lips. Betty briefly switches off from the excess of love emotions and hangs in Hank's strong arms. Coming to her senses, she gently hits him, saying that she will kill him, to which Hank only chuckles affectionately. Meanwhile, deep night falls on the city, and everyone goes about their business. One of the members of the security squad tells his commander that he has a stomachache. The commander is surprised at how one person can cause so many problems, noting that this is not the first time that this soldier has asked for time off for this reason, saying that he should not be late and return to duty quickly. The security guard goes into the restroom and calls his girlfriend, saying that he will get his salary tomorrow and they will finally meet. The security guard's girlfriend coquettishly tells him not to be distracted from his work, to which he replies that his employer works day and night, so he doesn't care about them, noting that this job gives him the easiest money in his life. Someone quietly opens the door to the security guard's cabin, but he continues to tell that at first he was afraid that killers could get into the building. But then he realized that no killers exist in the 21st century. He barely has time to finish these words when the stranger in the suit knocks him out with one blow. The killer, armed with Stan Daly's sword, decides to dress up as a security guard to get close to Hank unnoticed. Meanwhile, in a squad patrolling the area, one of the soldiers turns to the commander and says that their comrade has still not returned. The commander tells his subordinates not to get distracted and to contact him, to which they respond that nothing could have happened to him and that he is just lazy. One of the patrolmen suggests to the commander to look for a blind spot to smoke, to which he replies that this is a good plan. The guards find the nearest blind spot in the surveillance cameras and sit down to smoke and begin to share their guesses about what is happening outside the walls of the laboratory. The commander says that they shouldn't worry about this, since their task is simply to guard the territory for a lot of money. They add that if anyone shows up here, they will easily give all the violators a hard time. Suddenly, strangers throw bags over the guards' heads, preventing them from screaming. They drag them into the bushes and knock them out, making sure none of it gets caught on CCTV. Master Logan and his students dress up as guards, and the student asks him if they really decided to break into the laboratory territory like that and beat up Hun Dali, adding that if they make the slightest mistake, they will all be finished. The master turns to his apprentice and asks him if he really thinks he was just stalling, adding that he didn't just pretend to have hemorrhoids for days, because after all those payments, if they just ran away, their reputation would be ruined. Logan says that they need to blend in with the crowd of security personnel and get to Hank Daly, after which he will beat him half to death and they will quietly disappear, having completed the task. Another squad of guards approaches them and tells them to stop smoking and get to work quickly. All security personnel disperse to their posts and continue patrolling the area. Meanwhile, a cybernetic girl arrives at the building and inspects the perimeter. Hong Lao contacts her and tells her that she needs to sneak into the building and destroy the herb, adding that she must not get into trouble under any circumstances since he has learned that Hun Dali is in the building. The girl tells Hong Lao that he can sleep peacefully and flips several switches on his cybernetic arm. She goes into invisibility mode and says that no one will be able to uncover the power of her technology. The girl jumps down, when suddenly a whole squad of the company's security service appears in front of her. Not noticing the invisible thief even at point-blank range, they pass by, telling each other that they must not let their guard down, since now is the best time to invade. Meanwhile, the killer sent by Stan changes into a security guard's uniform in the toilet. He says he expected much more from the security, and is surprised that no one even paid attention to the missing employee. He leaves the toilet with the thought that he needs to blend in with the security and get closer to Hun Dali. He immediately runs into Logan and his students, and they all mistake each other for real security officers. One of Logan's students whispers to him that this man is also a member of the fourth group, which means he can guess that they got here. They exchange glances with each other, and the killer also understands that the people he met wear the same patch as he does. The tense silence is broken by another squad of guards, who tell the entire fourth group that they are fooling around again instead of properly patrolling the area. After receiving a scolding, Logan, his students, and the killer merge into one formation and head further down the corridor. Meanwhile, the invisible thief walks down the corridor in search of the necessary room. Suddenly, she notices a bat circling near her. The bat uses echolocation and detects the presence of an invisible girl. Hank, who controls the bat, is happy that he has finally found the long-awaited thief. He turns to Stella, telling her that he has found the intruder and asks her if her device is ready, to which she asks him how he knew the thief was already here. Hank replies that if he didn't have any abilities, he wouldn't have been able to become her boss. Stella says she needs another 10 minutes, saying that unfortunately the thief might have time to get into the lab during that time. Hank tells Stella that she can entrust it to him, as he will apprehend the thief, expressing hope that it will not cause him too much trouble. With these words, he turns towards Betty to check if she is sleeping soundly. He notices that Betty is tossing and turning restlessly in her restless sleep. Smiling, Hank chuckles lightly and moves into position. Meanwhile, Logan, his students, and the killer continue their journey in search of Hank. Logan realizes that the man they picked from Group 4 is up to something and decides to eliminate him. Another student quietly whispers to the others to mentally count to 3 and attack the stranger. After counting to 3, Logan and his students rush at the killer, bringing up the rear of their line. The killer assumes that he has been exposed and understands that there is no way back for him. He draws his sword and kills the students who rushed at him with one blow, cutting through their shields and clubs at the same time. Before he can look back, Master Logan sees the lifeless bodies of his students at his feet. In rage, Logan yells at the killer that he will smash him into the wall and throws a police shield at him. Taking advantage of the distraction, he delivers a powerful blow with his fist to the killer, but he manages to cover himself with his shield. The impact causes the police shield to split into pieces, and the killer draws his sword once more. Having moved away from each other a little, Logan and the killer study each other with menacing glances, realizing that this fight will not be easy. Suddenly, Logan feels a strong pain in his arm, signaling that he has received a moderate injury. However, the killer also understands that Logan's blows were not in vain and presses his injured arm to himself. They both reflect on how it came as a surprise to them that the Tang family would think of hiring such a strong guard with good fighting skills. Suddenly, a noise in the next building catches their attention, and they turn around to see Hun Dali in the window. The killer realizes it's time to end this and spits out a small ball at his feet. The dropped ball explodes upon contact with the ground, creating a smokescreen. Once the smoke clears, Logan discovers that the killer has disappeared and assumes that he ran for help. He asks his disciples to lie here, promising to return for them later, adding that there is no turning back now. Meanwhile, the cybernetic thief continues to carefully walk along the corridors in search of the necessary room. After a while, she stumbles upon Hun Dali sitting in his place and is surprised that he decided to sleep in such a place. She wonders what could have caused this man to sit here. However, she immediately decides not to waste time, since in her opinion, Hank does not see her anyway. She walks a few meters when suddenly Hank asks her to stop. The girl turns around in surprise, not believing her ears. She asks Hank again who he is talking to, looking at him intently. Hank replies that there is no one in this room except the two of them and asks her if she thinks he snuck in here just to sleep. The girl asks him how he can see her if he sits with his eyes closed. Hank tells the girl that he doesn't need eyes to see her. He adds that it alters the refraction of light to achieve invisibility, but it won't work against ultrasonic waves. The girl says that she is not particularly interested in her explanations and draws an energy blade. She concludes that since Hank was able to expose her, she will have to finish him off. With these words, she swings her arm to strike, but Hank manages to scan her movements with the help of a bat. He dodges in time, finding himself a few meters away from her in a split second. The girl watches in shock as Hank skillfully dodges and asks him who he is. Hank strikes a heroic pose and introduces himself, saying that today he is her main enemy. The girl is surprised that Hank turns out to be the very person she was told about. Hank says he had no idea his name had become so popular and asks her if she wants an autograph. The girl replies that she doesn't care who he is since he's already stood in her way and again rushes to attack. Hank scans the room again with the bat sonar and figures out the trajectory of the girl's strike. Hank notes that his reaction and speed are far superior to that of a normal human because his body has undergone various enhancements. Saying that he had already managed to kick a person once, he delivers the crushing blow to his opponent's leg. He adds that none of his opponents will escape this fate, and a dull metallic knock is heard in the corridor. The girl gives Hank a depressingly disappointed look and calls him a complete idiot. Hank, who did not foresee that his opponent's body was made of metal, begins to writhe in unbearable pain. He grabs his leg with both hands and says that it was incredibly bigger, accusing his opponent of excessive cruelty. The girl decides not to dignify Hank with an answer and stabs him in the shoulder with her energy blade. After this blow, she strikes him in the stomach with her mechanical leg, throwing the protagonist back several meters. Hank clears his throat and struggles to his feet, realizing that his connection to the bat is now severed. The thief decides it's time to end this battle and swings for the finishing blow. Hank mentally says that it's over, since he can't see his opponent, which means he won't be able to dodge. Suddenly, someone comes into the hallway, noticing Hank sitting on the ground ready to accept his fate. This man turns out to be Master Logan, who recognizes Hank daily and realizes that he has a good opportunity to get even with him. He prepares for the blow, mentally saying that now he will smear Hank against the wall. However, not noticing the girl, he crashes into her, pushing her forward. The girl flies forward to the other end of the corridor, where a killer sent by Stan Daly appears. The killer spots Hank and the supposed guard, noticing that they are badly injured, and decides that he has a great opportunity to chop off both of Hank's legs. He rushes forward and immediately crashes into the metal body of the invisible thief. Hank comes to and notices that there are two unconscious bodies of company security guards on either side of him. He frantically turns his head from side to side and wonders where they came from. Master Logan and the killer lie on the ground trying to figure out what stopped them from striking. The thief raises herself up on her elbows and wonders if the two guards who came to Hank's aid can see her too. Meanwhile, Stella, having completed the development of her device, runs to the designated place for installing the device. She installs the device outside the complex and activates it from the built-in panel. The device is launched and the entire building is subjected to a special scan. The thief gets to her feet and notices with surprise that her camouflage is out of order. Hank notices the girl and says that now he can finally see what she looks like, surprised that his opponent turned out to be a robot, after which he asks who created her, noting that he is ready to pay any money for it. The girl grabs her lower back, saying that now that he has exposed her, she is obliged to finish off everyone in this room. Hank backs away in fear, ordering the prone guards to grab the annoying thief. The killer asks Hank in surprise if he is talking to him, to which he replies that he does not see any more guards here, saying that they pay them money for a reason. The girl looks angrily at the killer and says that she would be more than happy to get rid of them first, drawing her blade again. The killer dodges the thief's first blow, but she immediately catches up with him and pins him to the wall with her foot to finish him off. Hank gets Master Logan to his feet and asks him not to stand there like a pillar, but to help his squad mate. With these words, he pushes him towards the girl and she screams at him that he too will go to the next world. And Master Logan and the killer mentally note that this robot girl is too fierce and they need to get out of this situation alive. They continue to battle the cybernetic thief while Hank selflessly stands aside and supports them by saying that he will pay 50 million yuan to anyone who can tie up the thief. However, the girl easily deals with her opponents, throwing them aside. Master Logan and the assassin mentally marvel at how strange things have gotten, adding that they only wanted to get to Hank Daly and kill him, but now for some reason they are protecting him. The girl delivers a powerful punch to Logan, sending him flying backwards. Logan smashes his body through the glass, flying into another building from the incredible force of the robotic thief's blow. Having dealt with one opponent, the girl grabs the killer by the throat, not allowing him to resist. She lifts him off the ground, preparing to finish him off with her blade. The killer understands that if he doesn't do something now, it will be the end for him, and he takes out his blade, plunging it into the robotic joint of his opponent. The girl screams that she's had enough and slams the killer into the wall, turning her back to Hank and Logan. Logan, watching the battle from another building, angrily notes that his opponent is an incredibly evil beast. He charges his energy strike with the thought that now he will definitely show her how painfully he can hit back, adding that now she will not get off so easily. With these words, he uses the skill of destructive chi palm and shoots an energy beam from his palm. The girl doesn't have time to react and an energy beam pierces her, causing significant damage to her mechanisms. Under the influence of the energy blow, the girl's arm is shattered and separated from her body, and the girl angrily turns towards Logan. She points her other hand towards him, from which a miniature rocket emerges. Logan only has time to plaintively ask her not to do it, but a second later a powerful explosion throws him aside. The sound of the explosion sets the entire company on edge, and an alarm sounds about an enemy invasion. Hank tries to get rid of the smoke caused by the explosion with his hand and looks around. Clearing his throat and taking a closer look, he notices that neither the thief nor the two guards are at the scene of the battle. He wonders where everyone disappeared to and notices a robotic arm left on the floor. Betty, who jumped up from the noise, and Stella, who returned to the Tang Company building, come running to Hank's rescue. Running up to Hank, Betty worriedly asks him if he is okay and if he is injured. Hank tells his fiancée that he is fine and asks Stella to study the hand and find out what technology was used to create it and what it is capable of. He adds that they missed the incredible carnage between two guards and a robotic girl, adding that unfortunately these guards disappeared somewhere, although he wanted to reward them. Stella says that not long ago it became known that one of the guards was knocked out and his clothes were taken, so there is a high probability that there is an outsider wandering around somewhere. Hank ponders this, noting that the two guards were looking at him rather strangely and wonders who sent them. Meanwhile, somewhere in the distance, Master Logan ponders how it all could have ended this way, lamenting that instead of getting rid of Hank Dali, he simply ran away. He is met by Dean Harrison, who notes that Logan is not looking his best, and asks him if he was able to kill Hank. Logan bows respectfully to Dean Harrison and says that he failed the task and asks Dean to find someone else for the task. Dean Harrison yells at Logan, telling him that he helped him so much before and now he turns his back on him, angrily adding that Logan pretends to be a cool master, but in fact is just a pathetic charlatan. Logan's self-esteem does not allow him to tolerate such insults, and he subdues Harrison with a powerful slap. He sternly tells Harrison that he made incredible sacrifices for him, which ultimately cost him the loss of two of his students, and then adds that Harrison should deal with Hank Daly himself. Dean Harrison, upset, asks Logan why he is treating him so cruelly and becomes personal. Meanwhile, a representative of the Assassin's Guild contacts Stan Daly and says that unfortunately the assassin's mission failed, adding that the assassin has already been eliminated, but the sword probably remained at the scene of the alleged murder. Stan throws the phone down in anger and begs Hank not to expose him or he'll kill his whole damn family. Betty, meanwhile, treats the wounds on Hank's back using the Tang family's special technology. She takes the spray bottle and shakes it gently before using it. Betty sprays the wound on Hank and it heals in seconds. Hank is surprised to see that the cure happened very quickly and asks Betty if she used what he thought she did. Betty says that Hank guessed correctly, clarifying that it is a medicine that her father and others created based on the essence of the Tian Yang herb that promotes rapid healing of wounds, after which she says that Hank was lucky to be the first to try it, noting that once it is mass-produced, it will sell very well. She says that the crisis is over, so finally the Tang family has some peaceful days, adding that her dad said that Hank deserves gratitude, so now Hank becomes one of the shareholders of the company, and he can get money even just lying on his bed. Hank remarks contentedly that it looks like he's going to make incredible money again, then adds that he thinks it's time for Betty to fulfill her promise. Betty looks at Hank with confusion and asks him what promise he is talking about. Hank gently touches Betty's chin and says that she herself told him that when the hard times passed, she would marry him and cook for him every day. Betty says she forgot about it and turns around, running away. Hank looks lovingly after his bride, thinking that Betty should not have gone back on her word. Stella enters Hank's room and asks him for a moment of attention. Stella hands Hank the sword, saying that she found it at the scene, and asks what to do with it, adding that it was probably dropped by the person who tried to enter the Tang Company building. Hank takes the sword and notes that it seems very familiar to him. He draws his sword, remembering that it is the legendary sword that cuts through iron, noting that Stan Daly should have it and wondering how it ended up here. Stella says that one guard was knocked out in the toilet to take his clothes, to which Hank asks her what the person who pulled off such a complex operation could possibly want, to which she replies that she assumes the only reason could be an attempt to kill Hank. Stella says that the killer has already disappeared, and that the competitors are unlikely to admit that it was set up by them, to which Hank replies that he has nothing to say in response to this. He concludes that it is clear to him that his cousin is behind this, since he hates him to death and even turned a blind eye to their family connection, adding that he will conduct his own investigation, and if it turns out that it really was him, then from Hank's point of view, it would be very tactless not to fight back. With these words, he takes out his phone and dials his assistant, asking him to find him people and prepare a car. A few hours later, Stan Daly's residence is illuminated by the rays of the dawn sun. Stan Daly sleeps peacefully in his bed, unaware of the clouds looming over him. The peaceful sleep of the treacherous cousin is interrupted by the loud roar of bikers' motorcycles. He jumps up in his bed and hears a chorus of male voices outside the window thanking Stan Daly for the precious sword. He angrily opens the curtains and loudly asks who dared to shout under his windows at such an early hour. He discovers that a whole motorcade of bikers and one expensive car is parked in front of his windows. The passenger window of the car rolls down and behind it is none other than Hank Daly, looking at Stan with a sly smile. Stan looks at his cousin menacingly, speechless with anger. Hank orders his entourage to continue their celebratory shouts and praises. Stan literally seethes with anger, mentally sending all possible curses at Hank. Coming down onto the porch of his residence, he irritably asks Hank what the hell Hank is doing so early in the morning. Hank tells Stan not to worry, adding that he came here to thank him for the powerful sword he gave him, adding that he never thought that after the long haggling and such a large sum of money Stan had to give, he was going to give the sword to his younger cousin, again thanking him. Stan asks Hank where he got the sword from, demanding it back, threatening to sue him for theft if Hank refuses. Hank says that someone found it and gave it to him today, asking Stan if he sent this sword to Hank as a gift, and asking if someone wanted to harm him with this weapon. Hank angrily says that he will not leave this just like that, stating that some impudent person stole a valuable thing from Stan and also tried to harm Hank with it, adding that this is a big crime and he is going to call the police. Stan mentally notes that since the killer has been eliminated, the case is unlikely to reach him, but Hank is a rather cunning person and may have some kind of ace up his sleeve. After which he remembers that there is a family meeting coming up, so it would be better for him to avoid problems. His face suddenly changes, and he tells Hank that he often gets delirious in his sleep, adding that he had previously given this sword to someone, and Hank can keep this sword and treat it as a re-gifted gift. Hank says that since the sword was not used to harm him, there is no point in calling the police, adding that he really liked the sword, to which Stan says that he is very glad to hear that. However, in his heart, Stan notes that Hank is incredibly annoying to him, and at the next opportunity, he will definitely finish him off. Hank says that since he has Stan's little thing, he has to give him something too. Stan looks at the gift, saying that it looks very intriguing, and asks Hank what is inside. Hank's assistant lifts the cloth and shows Stan a pig's head, staring at Stan with dead eyes. Stan angrily asks Hank if this is a hint that he is a pighead, to which Hank replies that it is just a friendly gift. Hank explains that the pig is a very important animal as it symbolizes prosperity and wealth, and his gift signifies his joy at being rich. Stan is seething with anger and tries to squeeze out at least some words, but nothing comes out. After a few seconds, he says that he is not angry, saying that Hank can play with him for a few more days, adding that in a few days there will be a family meeting, and that will be the time when Hank will finally cry in despair. Hank replies that it's just a family meeting and he has no intention of attending, adding that it's just a fight for career ratings and funding. Stan tells Hank that this meeting will definitely not be like the previous one. He says that this time the head of the family wants to give up his position, which means the next head will be chosen, adding that of his father's 5 brothers, the eldest has died. The second is not distinguished in any way, and the third lives abroad, so his father and Hank's father will be vying for the post of head. Hank asks Stan what is so special about the position, ironically suggesting that once a person gets the position, he becomes the emperor of the entire world. Stan replies that the position of the head is not comparable to the position of the emperor, but he can change the structure of the Dali family's assets and control the development of the clan enterprise, which means that if his father becomes the head of the clan, then Hank's family will hardly be able to have such good resources as they do now. Stan says that once his family takes over, the first thing he will do is destroy Hank's family and throw them out on the street to give Hank a taste of poverty. Stan says that they already want to appoint his father as the head of the clan and smiles maliciously, looking Hank in the eyes. He chuckles and leaves, saying that Hank can keep the pathetic sword, which he can then sell to buy himself some food. Hank gives his escorts the command to move out, and the motorcade sets off for Hank Daly's residence. Sitting in the car, he checks the readings of the device made by Stella and presses a button. A few seconds later, he turns into his cousin Stan and says that he is unlikely to face poverty. Early the next morning, Hank comes to his father's office to ask him about the upcoming family meeting and Ragnar Dali's candidacy. The father asks Hank how he learned about such things, adding that such things are usually not spoken about publicly. Hank says his cousin Stan told him all about this. Hank's father says that a unanimous internal decision is impossible, since the election of the head of the Dali family is a public vote, so Ragnar will not be able to bribe absolutely all relatives, adding that judging by the circumstances, there will also be some problems with the internal decision. Hank looks at his father in surprise and asks him what he means. Hank's father tells him that his first uncle is dead, his second is overseas, and his third doesn't know anything about business, which means everything will revolve around him and his brother, adding that from a business perspective, he and Ragnar are equals and each has the ability not only to make money, but also to take care of the family. But for the family, it is necessary to consider not only the abilities of the next head of the family. From his point of view, if it turns out that he is chosen as the head of the family, then it is unlikely that he will propose Stan as the next head of the family, because his choice will of course go in favor of Hank. But due to the fact that Hank is in poor health and was even on the verge of death, none of the family members will want Hank to choose him. Hank says that now he understands why Ragnar acts so confidently, as if victory is already in his pocket. Hank's father confirms his son's suspicions, saying that Stan would not be the ideal heir, but he is healthier than Hank, adding that family members will naturally lean towards the fourth line of the family becoming the head, so it is no exaggeration to say that this will be an internal decision. Hank asked his father what they should do, adding that Stan stated that when they get the title, he will do everything to make sure Hank's family ends up on the streets begging. Hank's father thoughtfully replies that he doubts that Hank will suffer such a fate, adding that their family has enough money and influence for him to sit quietly idle for the rest of his life. But in the future, their family may lose the right to speak, and suggest that Hank be more polite to Stan next time. Hank irritably says that he has had enough of this life, and he will not tolerate such humiliation for his family. 10 days later, a meeting begins at the Dali family's main estate, and all participants arrive there by car. An expensive sports car drives up to a luxurious garden, and a woman's shoe falls from it to the ground. A young girl gets out of the car and looks around the estate, noting that she hasn't been here for a long time. The girl is greeted by her cousin, who calls her by her name Clara, and tells her that he is very glad to see her. She is surrounded by relatives, saying that she has become an incredible beauty and now looks like a real queen. She mentally notes that she doesn't remember any of these people as it's been several years since they last met, but decides that she just needs to keep smiling at everyone. Suddenly, a cry is heard from the ranks of relatives that Dolly's fourth uncle has arrived at the meeting, and everyone turns in his direction. Ragnar raises his hand politely, respectfully greeting everyone present. Relatives make their way towards him, greeting him politely and urging their children to show their respect to Lord Ragnar. Clara is mentally glad that they have finally left her alone with questions about her life. Stan's relatives also surround him, saying that he has become incredibly handsome and expressing a desire to attend his wedding. Stan realizes that his relatives' flattery is due to the fact that they have all heard gossip about his father soon becoming the successor, and notes that he really likes this state of affairs. After some time, the fifth Mr. Dali's car arrives at the scene. Clara happily greets Hank's father, to which he replies that he is incredibly happy to see her. Clara asks Hank's father why he came alone and where his son is now. However, seconds later, a heavily coughing Hank emerges from the car, accompanied by his stunning bride. Betty whispers to Hank about why he is walking with a cane again, to which he replies that no one knows yet that he has gotten better, so for now he will pretend, to which Betty aptly remarks that with this maneuver Hank wants to confuse his opponents, sarcastically adding that her betrothed is incredibly cunning. Clara is happy that Hank decided to come, to which he comments that Clara looks great today, causing her to giggle shyly. Hank's father tells the young people to have a good chat while he goes off to sit down. Relatives unanimously admire Betty's beauty, but in their minds, they only regret that such a beautiful girl is in a relationship with a man who has one foot in the grave. Stan rudely asks Hank why he started limping again. Hank, with the skill of a true actor, says that 2 days later he fell and his legs stopped obeying him again, adding that the doctor said that there was nothing serious about it and that he just needed to take medicine, after which he coughs realistically. Stan falls for this trick and muses that with such a cough, lung cancer is just a stone's throw away, adding that Hank's disability will play into his hands because in such a state, Hank will be an extremely unfavorable candidate for the heir to the head of the Dali family. He plays the part of a caring relative and tells his relatives not to bother Hank while he is so unwell. He turns to Clara and with a tough guy face tells her that she will go with him. However, his attempt is interrupted by Betty, who says that they have found a common language and do not plan to stop talking for now, after which Clara says that she is the same age as Betty, which means she will not disappear anywhere. Stan stops pretending and says that he will not persuade her, but she must understand that this time his father has all the chances of winning, so she better not make a mistake in choosing allies, adding that she knows how to run a business well, but without the approval and support of the head of the family, she is unlikely to be able to overcome all the difficulties. Betty sternly yells at Stan that nothing has been decided yet, so he shouldn't scare others with his fairy tales. Stan tells Betty to think about his words, expressing his pity for having to be with a jerk like Hank, and adding that she would be much better off with him, as she would live in luxury. Betty angrily curses at Stan, to which he says that he is giving her one last chance, warning her not to cry and beg him afterwards. He walks away giggling quietly, and Betty shouts after him that this will never happen. Clara reflects on how Hank really does seem like a real wimp, unable to say a word in defense of his fiancée, even when they are so openly trying to disgrace her. Stan's relatives begin to approach him and try to please him by offering him cigarettes, to which he replies that if his father becomes the head of the clan, then each of them will benefit from it. Hank continues to pretend to be unwell and hears his cell phone ringing. The caller tells Hank that the article is ready and asks him if he should release it now, to which Hank replies that it is better to hold off for now as he wants to give Stan some time to brag. Meanwhile, all conversations are drowned out by the noise of the helicopter blades which begins to carefully descend on the estate. The helicopter lands on the ground, slowly turning off its engines, and after a while a tall, strong man emerges from it. He looks at the crowd of guests, saying that it has become quite noisy here. The relatives run to the man, joyfully calling him grandfather, and he sits down, joyfully hugging the children, saying that he is very happy to see everyone. Hank wipes his mouth with a handkerchief and asks Clara who this man is, causing her face to look genuinely shocked. Clara, surprised, asks Hank if he has gone mad, saying that this man is the head of the Dali family and the one who created the family's great business, adding that his name is Winston Dali. Hank looks back at his grandfather and sees how happy he is to see so many relatives around him. Hank nonchalantly replies that the illness may have begun to take its toll on him as his memories are very vague. He mentally notes that he is seeing his grandfather for the first time in his life. Ragnar and his wife greet their grandfather respectfully, and he nods politely to them. Hank's father greets his grandfather with his wife in the same way, and he responds to them with the same respect. One of Grandpa Winston's assistants invites everyone inside, adding that it is time to greet Grandpa and receive envelopes. Everyone goes into the main hall and lines up in a row, waiting for Grandpa Winston to announce the beginning of the welcoming ceremony. Grandfather approaches a richly decorated bench and sits down on it. Winston's assistant asks everyone to greet the main gentleman Dali in age order. One of the relatives tells his son to come up to his grandfather and bow down to greet him. The first Mr. Dali's eldest son and his son greet Grandpa Winston, saying that they wish him good health and long life. Grandpa Winston sincerely thanks his grandson and great-grandson and asks how their business is doing. The son of the first Mr. Dali says that despite the death of his father, his family helps them, so his business is doing very well. Grandfather says that support should always be there and it is the foundation of everything. So as long as the Dali family does everything side by side, they will develop and exist in this world, after which he asks the assistant to give his great-grandson a large red envelope. The great-grandson sincerely thanks Winston and is surprised at how huge the wallet is. Hank notes that Grandpa Winston is quite kind and seems to place great importance on family unity and all relatives. However, it remains unknown how he feels about Hank, previously assuming that it is necessary to make a good impression on him in any case. Winston's second son greets him, saying that he has brought all the younger ones to greet him, to which the grandfather happily says that the second son very rarely comes to his homeland, which means that each of them will receive an envelope. Hank realizes that this must be the same second uncle who lives abroad and does not return to his homeland because he has his own business, noting that all members of his family have foreign citizenship, so he voluntarily refused to be the heir to the head of the family. One of Winston's sons says that his brother has set a good example for him, so he too has brought his whole family to greet him, to which Winston proudly and respectfully replies that this son's family has devoted itself to science. And despite the fact that there are no heirs to the original occupation among them, they are as dear to him as everyone else, also handing them an envelope. Stan happily informs his father that it is finally their turn. Ragnar approaches to pay his respects to Grandfather Winston, but Stan falls to his knees and slavishly greets his grandfather, bowing deeply and repeatedly. Hank and everyone else present look at this performance in surprise, not knowing what to say. Grandpa laughs and tells Stan that only children under 10 years old need to bow, asking him with good-natured irony if he really wants to snatch his cousin's envelopes. Stan says he doesn't need red envelopes, and just wants to wish him happiness as big as the sea, longevity like the mountains, and boundless luck. Betty tells Hank that this stunt of flattery will serve as excellent propaganda for the fourth gentleman. To which Hank says that Stan is simply showing his attention, believing that it is time for him to show himself too. With these words, he bursts into another loud cough, causing Stan to stop talking and look back. All the other relatives are excitedly whispering to each other about how Hank is coughing as if he has lung cancer. Winston's grandfather asks what happened and who got so sick. Hank quietly says that he is the one who is feeling ill and continues to cough while Betty holds his hand. Hank falls dramatically to the ground, and Grandpa Winston asks someone to urgently bring Hank a chair. Hank says that he hadn't seen his grandfather for a long time, and he missed him very much, adding that he only thought about their meeting every day. Winston says that deep down he admires Hank because he was an obedient child from an early age, but he cannot watch with a calm heart as Hank gets worse and worse. Hank introduces his fiancée to his grandfather, saying that he brought her here to meet her, after which Betty greets him politely and respectfully. Winston recognizes Betty, saying that he is a comrade in arms with her grandfather, saying that the decision about their wedding was made by them and asks her not to offend Hank, expressing hope that everything will work out very well for them, to which Betty replies that Hank is very kind to her and she, on the contrary, wants to thank him for this decision. Grandpa Winston says that this is wonderful news and he is only too glad to hear it, asking to pass on the largest envelope. Hank quietly asks Betty if the pity play or the fawning act worked on her grandfather, to which Betty snorts, saying that no one asked him. Stan looks at the floor in dismay, realizing that he has been outplayed on his own field. Grandfather concludes that he is very happy that all the members of the Dali family can gather together today, adding that he is even more happy to see that his family is becoming more and more prosperous, After which he says that originally this was supposed to be a regular family meeting that takes place once every 3 years. He says that today, every young person who has business acumen but suffers from a lack of finance will have a wonderful opportunity to improve their financial situation. According to him, today they will begin the real competition. But before that, his assistant will review the personal achievements of each participant. He adds that the whole family will help him determine the winner by voting for the most worthy one. Grandpa Winston says that these actions are intended to help newcomers who have encountered temporary difficulties and failures but hope to make progress, and those people whose business is in full swing do not participate in the competition. Grandfather says that the meeting will begin in the afternoon and suggests that everyone go to the dining room and be sure to have something to eat. The grandfather sits surrounded by his sons and happily talks with them about life. All the relatives are chatting animatedly and raising toasts to each other. Hank sits with his bride and advises her to eat and not be shy, because these tables are laden with food and they can't let it spoil. Stan looks at Hank and mentally curses him for stealing the spotlight in front of his grandfather. But now he will find a way to embarrass him in front of everyone. Noticing the waitress walking by, he realizes that this opportunity is right in front of him. He trips the girl and she drops a pot of hot water, which flies towards Hank. Hank dodges deftly, and a pot of very hot soup lands right on the face of his tablemate. Screams of incredible pain can be heard throughout the dining room. Hank watches anxiously as his neighbor struggles to remove a pot of boiling soup from his body. As soon as he manages to do this, he looks around menacingly and asks who did it. The waitress lying on the floor says she didn't do it on purpose because she tripped. The grandfather and his sons look around at the noise, trying to understand what happened. The injured relative says he doesn't believe her, to which she says she's truly sorry. Stan sits in his seat, mentally glad that no one noticed his misdeed. However, his triumph is interrupted by a child who loudly says that he saw Stan trip the waitress. Stan sternly demands that the kid stop talking nonsense, otherwise he will beat him up right here. The relative shouts menacingly at Stan that he is in trouble and throws a plate of noodles at him. However, Stan dodges the throw and the plate of noodles hits his sister in the face. She angrily asks him what the hell he's doing, to which he replies that he wasn't aiming at her at all. However, this does not impress her and she responds in kind by throwing food at him. The food flies into someone else and a fight starts, and the rest of the dishes start flying all over the room. The entire hall is filled with the noise of fighting and flying dishes. Hank and Betty sit blankly at their desks trying to figure out why things have gotten to this point. Grandpa irritably shouts for everyone to stop this farce, declaring that it is not funny. In response, a boiled crayfish flies into his face, making him even more angry. Losing his patience, he lets out a shout, ordering all the guests to stop messing around. The sound of his voice makes the walls of the hall shake and the cutlery begin to tremble. Hank notes that it felt like there was some kind of earthquake and notes that the cutlery began to behave rather strangely. However, a second later, everything returns to normal, and deathly silence reigns in the hall. He stands up and says that if the guests don't want to eat, then so be it, and orders everyone to go to the conference room, while Hank notes that his grandfather is incredibly cool. All participants come into the conference room and sit down in their seats, not daring to say anything. Grandpa Winston menacingly asks who started this mess and if anyone wants to explain to him what happened. The relative stands up and says that Bruce is to blame for everything, to which he replies that Stan was the first to pour hot water on him. Grandpa Winston asks Stan what to make of this. Stan cowardly makes an excuse, claiming that the waiter was walking past and tripped over his foot, claiming that it was an accident. The boy again says that he saw Stan deliberately trip the waitress, to which he again looks menacingly at her, threatening to kill her. The boy's mother tells Stan to watch his words and ask him if he really thinks his brother would want to slander him. Betty says that the dish was originally aimed at Hank, but he managed to dodge it, so it ended up hitting someone else. Everyone present begins to whisper that Stan had previously despised Hank, so this is not surprising. Additionally, noting that Stan has no conscience at all. Stan grits his teeth in disbelief at his failure and wonders how this child could see him. Stan's father sternly orders him to apologize to his brother immediately. Stan, with a pompous face, tells his father that he will not ask forgiveness from a disabled man, adding that in any case, Ragnar will become the next head of the clan, so he does not have to fear anyone. Everyone is shocked by such bold words, and everyone again starts whispering about why such issues are predetermined in advance. Those present mentally note that if Stan had the nerve to say that out loud, then maybe they should reconsider who they voted for. Ragnar slams his slammer on the table, calling his son a complete idiot. He loudly declares that the affairs of Stan's future successor are none of his business, and orders him to immediately apologize to Hank. Fearing his father's wrath, Stan immediately apologizes to Hank, assuring him that he did not do it on purpose. However, in response, he only sways silently, and Betty approaches him with curiosity to see if he has dozed off. Realizing that this is exactly what happened, she lightly hits him on the shoulder, asking him to finally wake up. Hank smiles and waves his hand at Stan in a friendly manner, saying that he has already forgotten about the incident. A second later, he's lost in thought about what actually happened in the dining room. Looking at Grandpa Winston, he wonders what secrets he might be hiding. Grandfather says that it is normal for two brothers to fight each other, suggesting to forget about it for now and move on to electing a new head of the clan, adding that everyone will make their choice on a fair and impartial basis, since everyone in this family is its equal member. He sternly tells Ragnar that there can be no vote buying and asks him if he understood him well. To which Ragnar nervously replies that he did not bribe anyone and that his son is talking some nonsense. He snaps his fingers and his assistant enters the room, greeting everyone present. She introduces herself as Matilda, saying that she is the personal secretary of the current head of the clan and offers to start working with the young talents of the Dali family. She says she can now read out information about each candidate in turn, adding that this information is provided by the candidates themselves and is carefully checked by company employees for false or fraudulent statements. Matilda starts reading the list, and the first candidate is Bruce Dali, who ranked 36th in the family rankings 3 years ago and received 10 million yuan for development, and currently has a mid to high-end hotel, a gym, a spa and wellness center, and his annual net profit is 2 million yuan, with an income figure that is 17% higher than 3 years ago. She asks Bruce to present his plan for developing his businesses. Bruce Daly stands up and says he plans to open a private club next year. He begins to detail his plan, while Hank reflects on the fact that this man is not so simple, and now he understands why he was not afraid of Stan. Grandpa Winston, having listened carefully to the report, says that he likes what he heard and asks everyone to support Bruce, to which he replies that without everyone's support he would not have managed. Stan mentally reflects on how Bruce is just another worthless guy that he will deal with once his father becomes the head of the clan. Matilda says that the next candidate, who took first place 3 years ago, is Clara, who currently has a 5-star hotel, the best private club and shopping center with an annual profit of 75 million and a profitability rate 5 times higher than the starting one. Clara also stands up and asks everyone to listen to her short version of her plans for the future. Other participants admiringly note that no one expected less from such a beautiful and intelligent woman and share their guesses about what place Clara will take this time. Grandfather Winston tells Clara that she has done a very good job and has lived up to all his expectations. Meanwhile, Matilda moves on to the 19th candidate, who turns out to be Stan. According to Matilda, Stan took 30th place 3 years ago and received 20 million for development, and currently has a cosmetology clinic, 1 streaming company, and a courier service with a 3-year net profit of 380 million. Everyone is surprised by such shocking figures, expressing distrust of the information that Stan provided. Stan mentally calls everyone present a bunch of idiots, telling himself that because he devoted himself entirely to entrepreneurship, he was able to accumulate 80 million. He also adds that his father gave him 300 million, thanks to which he got such a stunning result when he made his financial report for this year. Grandpa doesn't notice any trick and suggests greeting Stan with applause. Hank just coughs, not wanting to take part in this circus. Stan glares at Hank and loudly asks him what he's laughing at. He says that he couldn't have imagined it, arrogantly asking Hank if he really thought he was better than him, adding that 3 years ago Hank was at financial rock bottom. Turning tactlessly to Matilda, he demands that she immediately read Hank Daly's financial report. Matilda says that 3 years ago, Hank came in last place and had dozens of investments with no profit, and his net losses amounted to 30 million, as a result of which he received the nickname the Prodigal Son. Betty listens to this report and lets out a short laugh. covering her face with her hand. Stan demands that Matilda tell him how much money Hank has lost this year, adding that Hank should think about it before he starts laughing at him. Matilda says Hank currently has one 3-star hotel in the city center and 10 restaurants, with his barbecue restaurant being particularly popular and his first quarter revenue being $2 million. Stan says that almost everyone in the room makes $8 million a quarter, so he's not surprised by such numbers, adding that with so many locations open, a profit of $2 million is another loss. Matilda continues her report, saying that Hank also has a television company, which has its own popular girl group, with which he released a blockbuster film, the profit from which in the first quarter alone amounted to $900 million. Stan, not having heard the exact number, starts laughing, saying that he knew Hank was a real moron. However, a second later it dawns on him how much profit Hank has and he freezes in place in surprise. Everyone present looks at Hank in surprise, amazed at such large numbers in such a short period of time. Stan angrily says that Hank has nothing to do with art and could not have made this film, suggesting that all of this is false information and demanding that his financial statements be carefully checked again. Hank just shrugs indifferently, and Stan says that this was a sign of agreement, after which he demands that Matilda continue reading Hank's story so that everyone can hear it. Also, according to Matilda, Hank collaborated with the world-famous amusement park company Disney, and together they built the only 5-star amusement park in China. According to her, Hank was given 10% of the company's shares and his dividends over the course of 6 months amounted to 3 billion yuan. Even the heads of the Dali family, including Winston's grandfather, are impressed by such information. Hank nonchalantly tells Stan that he can look up all the information on the official website if he doesn't believe him. Stan, not believing his ears, asks Hank where he could have gotten so much money, confidently stating that it was all his father's money. Hank says that Disney needed land to build an amusement park, and at that moment he bought a vacant lot for 10 million to keep stray dogs, adding that if Stan still does not believe him, he can find out about it from them, asking if he still remembers the dog that chased him for several streets. Stan is plunged into traumatic memories, and a cold sweat runs down his back. Everyone present says that they are very surprised that such a weak-looking guy will be so smart. Grandpa scratches his beard thoughtfully and asks his secretary if Hank has anything else. Matilda says that Hank is one of the shareholders of the pharmaceutical company Tang, and according to the data received from the company, he has a share in it worth 30 billion. Information like this makes all the participants in the meeting drop their jaws to the floor in amazement. Grandfather bursts into hearty laughter, saying that no one could have imagined that the most wasteful member of the family turned out to be the richest. After these words, deathly silence falls in the conference room. Betty leans against Hank and tells him that he stunned everyone so much that no one even dared to applaud. Grandpa Winston says that it is clear to everyone that Hank is in first place. However, according to the conditions, those who have already earned a lot of money are excluded from the selection, giving the opportunity to those who really need it. Grandfather asks Hank if he agrees with this condition, to which he replies that he has no questions about the decision of the head of the family. Matilda solemnly concludes that Stan has taken first place among this year's candidates. Everyone congratulates Stan, but he mentally notes that he is not particularly happy about it. Grandpa Winston says that in that case, we can consider this competition over, suggesting that we move on to finding a successor. Hank, his father, and Ragnar look at each other and wait for the procedure to begin. Stan solemnly reflects that selecting young talent is a piece of cake, while choosing a successor will be the highlight of the program, because the successor will be able to not only control the family assets and employees, but also cancel or change the clan's rules at will, which means that when his father becomes a successor, he will be able to throw out those he does not like and keep those who suit him. Grandpa Winston begins his speech by saying that their family started out as an ordinary small workshop, and to achieve their current results, he tried his best, adding that there is a limit to everything, and now he wants to live the rest of his life in peace. He adds that he is very lucky that there are so many talented people in their family who will be able to choose a worthy candidate, concluding that he has only one requirement for the successor, which is morality, education, and a sense of beauty. With these words, he gestures to his assistant, ordering her to begin the procedure. Matilda says that the voting will be held in 3 rounds, and in the first round, the 3 people who receive the most votes will be chosen. After which, she adds that in the second round, 3 people give speeches and collect votes, after which they move on to the final round. According to her, the person who receives the most votes in the 3rd round becomes the new head of the clan. She adds that photographs with the names of the candidates have already been shown on screens. Grandpa Winston says that anyone can vote by clicking on the photo of the candidate they want, adding that if a person does not vote within 10 minutes, it will be considered that they abstained from voting. Matilda adds that the voting is anonymous so participants don't have to worry about anything. Betty asks Hank if she can vote, adding that she is not a member of the clan, to which Hank replies that she will be a part of it soon. Betty chuckles wryly and tells Hank that in that case she will vote for him. After this, silence reigns in the conference room again, and no one dares to vote first. The grandfather looks at his relatives and asks them why none of them vote, trying to figure out whether they are driven by fear or a desire to abstain from voting. Grandpa Winston's second son ponders how he will vote and is lost in memories. He recalls that Ragnar told him that they had the best relationship, adding that he knows how difficult it was for him abroad, and offers money and the best plot of land in Kyoto in exchange for his support in the vote. After some time, he comes to his senses and clicks on Ragnar's candidacy on his screen, after which the other relatives follow his example. The 3rd brother remembers how Ragnar offered him half of his foreign business in exchange for his support in the vote, and also votes for him. After a while, Matilda says that the voting time has come to an end, saying that the results of the 1st round will now be shown on the screen. A few seconds later, it turns out that 52 votes were cast for Ragnar, 31 for Hank's father, and 1 vote for Hank himself. Stan and Ragnar look at the results with joy, believing that victory is already in their pocket. Stan bursts into arrogant laughter and loudly asks what kind of fool would vote for Hank Daly, saying that he is not equal to the first 2 candidates, adding that his only advantage is his good manners. He asks everyone how a cripple could be allowed to run in the elections, adding that just because Hank makes a lot of money doesn't mean he can do anything. Betty says that Hank's health problems do not make him disabled, to which Stan says that now he understands who cast that 1 vote for Hank. Hank asks Betty if she voted for him, to which Betty says that she voted for his father, but he hasn't decided much because the gap between Hank's father and Ragnar Dali is too big. Matilda says it's time to begin the 2nd stage of voting and asks who wants to start. Ragnar rises and, clearing his throat, says that he will speak first. He says that he would like to first of all thank everyone for their support, adding that for all his merits and achievements he is grateful to his family, with whom he walks side by side, achieving high results thanks to teamwork, after which he says that even before the birth of the 5th brother, they worked together with their brothers, creating their own business from scratch and survived many hardships to achieve today's results. Ragnar says that he still remembers that as a child he never ate meat, and when he went to the butcher to get some crushed bones, he was thrown out the door, adding that it was then that he swore to himself that his family would become much stronger and he would do everything to ensure that every member of the Dali family lived a good life. He continues his speech with hopes that their family will achieve even greater success under the leadership of a new head, whether it is him or someone else. Concluding his monologue, he says that this time he would recommend everyone to vote for Hank's father, since he is the youngest and most promising. Ragnar adds that he is no longer young and will not be able to devote himself entirely to work, while the 5th brother is now in the prime of his life and will be able to lead the family to unprecedented success. Stan whispers to his father why he is encouraging people to vote for his brother, adding that he should be the head of the clan. Ragnar turns to Stan and tells him that he doesn't understand anything about politics, angrily calling him an idiot. Hank notes that the 4th uncle acted very cunningly, emphasizing that he and his father worked hard even before Hank's father was born, although in fact, at the time of the events described, he was only 5 to 6 years old and could not help them in any way, but due to the fact that most of the voters are the younger generation, they do not know anything about everything that happened at that time. After Ragnar's speech, all participants begin voting again. As a result of the 2nd vote, the number of votes for Ragnar increased, while for Hank's father, on the contrary, decreased. Grandpa Winston notes that the gap has widened considerably and asks his 5th son if he has anything to say. Hank's father stands up and tells Grandpa Winston that he has something to say. He says that compared to his brother, he is not as competent and smart, and he has no particular desire to lead the family. He adds that in connection with all of the above, he is refusing to participate in the election campaign, and the entire hall is whispering in surprise about what this could mean. Grandpa Winston asks his fifth son if he has anything else he would like to add. Hank's father says he is asking that all of his votes be transferred to his son Hank, and that he be allowed to run for clan chief. The grandfather fulfills his son's request, and all the votes go to Hank daily. Other participants asked in surprise whether such changes were possible, noting, however, that there was no mention of age restrictions anywhere. Ragnar angrily asks his brother if he really intends to allow the youth to compete with him, to which he immediately replies that he sees nothing wrong with that. He adds that Hank may be younger than most of those present, but in terms of his potential, no one can compare to him, so he praises him not because he is his son, adding that everyone knows that 6 months ago, Hank was lying in a hospital bed and his life was on the verge of death, and he knew that he had no way to do anything to recover, while Hank's father and his wife could only pray. He says that then they would do anything to help Hank, even if it threatened them with ruin, after which he adds that suddenly a miracle happened, and Hank not only got better, but also began to earn money himself, and in just 6 months he earned more money than most of those present here combined. Hank's father ends his speech by saying that from his point of view it was fate, adding that God gave his son a new life and made him transform, which means he trusts not only him, but also fate. Stan says that this all sounds suspiciously like a cult motive, adding that no one can guarantee that tomorrow Hank will not get worse and die, leaving the clan without a master. Ragnar says that his attitude towards voting insults him because it forces him to compete against an unequal contender, after which he angrily declares that since he started this game, he will play it by his rules and transfers his votes to his son Stan. Stan is quite grateful to his father for being so generous to him. The rest of the relatives begin to be indignant about what happened, saying that everything is starting to resemble some kind of children's farce. Grandfather, who is also not happy about the situation, says that once the final vote count begins, no matter what the result, nothing can be changed, and expresses the hope that no one will regret it later. Hank's father says that he is confident in his decision, to which Ragnar replies that he also has no reason to doubt. Winston says that although Stan and Hank are too young to be the head of the clan, they both have limitless potential, and if one of them gets support from the elders, then they can be suitable for the role of head. Matilda says that in the second stage of voting, the candidates were changed, so it starts over again. Stan quickly stands up, saying that he will speak first. He turns to Hank and says that despite being a well-mannered hard worker, he is nevertheless a cripple and will never be able to get rid of it, adding that if the clan members chose a crippled man who bears the nickname of the Prodigal Son as their leader, it would put the entire Daly family in an awkward position, while Stan is at least a healthy man and no one can compare to him in moral intelligence. He continues to dramatize, calling on everyone to think for themselves and not choose a crippled man as the head of the clan, ensuring himself secret ridicule from other families. Relatives begin to whisper that there is some sense in Stan's words, since Hank really is not the healthiest person and is unlikely to even be able to have an heir. With these words, the votes for Stan continue to increase rapidly. Stan looks angrily at Hank, mentally celebrating his victory, admitting to himself that he did not expect everything to turn out this way, but he was afraid to even dream of the position of head of the clan. He turns to Clara and mentally anticipates that as soon as he gets this post, he will change the rules and will definitely marry her, adding that it is high time for these crazy old-time traditions to be thrown into the trash. Clara mentally admits that she doesn't know what to do and asks Hank to do something and justify the one vote she gave him. Grandpa turns to Hank and asks him if he has anything to say in response, but the protagonist replies that he has nothing to say. Stan says that there is no need to say anything anymore, since the second stage of voting has already been completed, and adds that he is the embodiment of genius, beauty, strength, education, and wealth. He's already starting to celebrate his victory, saying that no one else will vote for Hank, which means his day has finally come. Matilda approaches Winston and says that some shocking news has leaked onto the internet, and Grandpa Winston asks to put it on the screen, saying that he really wants to watch it. Matilda switches the TV screen and her relatives ask what they want to show them this time. The TV shows a news report that a drunk young gentleman from a wealthy family went crazy and beat up a person. It shows Stan kicking a grandfather selling watermelons, saying that his watermelons taste terrible and he won't pay a penny for them. With these words, he begins to shout with a satisfied face as loudly as possible that he and his father are tactless bastards. Stan, his face immediately changing from surprise, asks himself in shock whether he really did such things. Ragnar angrily asks where the video came from, demanding that they contact the PR agency immediately. Relatives whisper anxiously that such behavior brings shame on the Dali family, noting that, nevertheless, black PR is also PR. Meanwhile, Betty appears on the video, deciding to go shopping in search of groceries. Stan walks up to Betty and slaps her on the buttocks, catching her off guard. He asks her where Hank went, and not waiting for an answer, says that if he cannot satisfy her after the wedding, she can always turn to him, adding that he will always be ready to please her. Relatives watch in shock as Stan openly hits on his brother's fiancée and can't believe their eyes. Grandpa Winston says nothing and only frowns seriously as he looks at Stan. Betty theatrically cuddles up to Hank, saying that someone finally filmed it and posted it on the internet, wondering how she will now live with such shame. However, in her mind, she expresses hope that the actor who was allegedly beaten by Hank in the image of Stan will now be fine, adding that if the real Stan had harassed her, she would have torn his arms off. Hank's father asks Ragnar how he can explain his son's behavior and asks what they were trying to achieve by doing this. Ragnar looks angrily at his son and demands an immediate explanation from him about what happened, to which he only plaintively squeezes out that he was set up and that this video recording is fake. Ragnar demands that Stan stop talking nonsense and clean up the mess he's made himself. Stan screams furiously, asking Hank what the hell he is doing. Hank asks Stan what he means, adding that he doesn't see anyone on the screen except Stan and his wife. Stan accuses Hank of setting this up on purpose to embarrass him in front of everyone, adding that Hank is an incredibly cruel and treacherous person. Hank says that Stan ordered a hit and asks him if he doesn't think that's cruel enough. Everyone present is surprised by what they hear, saying that this simply cannot be. Grandpa Winston looks sternly at Stan and asks him if what Hank said is true. Stan can't say anything in his defense and just coughs slightly. He tells Hank that he just wanted to spare him the painful task of moving around. With these words, he grabs a chair and says that Hank tried to make him die of shame in front of everyone, but now it's his turn to help Hank, adding that in the Dali family, one descendant is enough, which will be Stan. He jumps on the table in front of Hank and swings his arm to punch him, ignoring his relatives' cries for him to stop acting up immediately. Hank gives Stan a good swing, then grabs his cane, pressing a small button on it. The illusion dissipates and the cane transforms into a sword that cuts through metal. Hank quickly draws his weapon and makes one lightning-fast, sweeping strike. Stan finds his chair instantly splitting into two pieces before it could reach its target. Hank looks menacingly at Stan and says that unfortunately for him, he will not be the sole heir. With these words, he delivers a few more blows to Stan's clothes. Stan's outerwear falls to shreds, revealing a suspicious tattoo on his chest. All present note that this tattoo is very similar to the fascist symbols that were used in World War II, adding that such a worldview is inappropriate for the future head of the clan. Stan, unable to say anything in his defense, falls to the ground, head bowed. Hank recalls that as soon as he scanned Stan's body, he noticed this tattoo on his body, adding that Stan should not blame him for such treatment, since it was he who started this mess in the first place. Grandpa Winston orders Stan to be taken away and placed under surveillance, adding that they will only talk after the investigation is complete. Winston turns to Hank, but he wants to immediately clarify that in fact he feels much better, but due to the circumstances he had to pretend to be sick in order to confuse some people, adding that he had no intention of deliberately deceiving his family and friends. So he asks for forgiveness for the misunderstanding that had arisen. All the other relatives happily say that they have never seen him so healthy and energetic. Clara is happy about what happened, saying that Hank Daly is an incredibly cool person. Grandpa Winston says he never thought things would turn out this way, adding that they still need to finish what they started and complete the third round of voting. Matilda says that it is time to hold the final round of voting, the results of which will be the final result of the entire vote. Relatives say Stan acted like a real bastard, adding that things didn't turn out the best way, but it would have been much worse if Stan's character and worldview had been discovered before he was elected as the new head. The vote count ends and Hank is the one with the most votes. Matilda announces to Hank that from today on he is the new head of the clan, In honor of the successful election of the new head of the clan, fireworks are fired closer to the night. During the ceremony, Grandpa Winston calls Hank to his office for an important conversation. Hank tells Grandpa Winston that unfortunately he will not be able to become the head of the clan, as he is not as ambitious as a head should be, adding that he was uncomfortable giving up the position publicly. Grandfather says that this does not surprise him, as he assumed that this is exactly what would happen, adding that he has a good team of professionals around him who will help him. Grandpa Winston says that the position of clan leader could be beneficial to Hank and would be an important stepping stone in his future growth. Hank says that this means something more than what Grandpa Winston is talking about now, adding that he is just an ordinary spoiled child who is definitely not worthy of taking the place of the head of the clan. Winston says that because Hank's body has a different system than normal people, he won't be able to live a normal life. Hank, surprised, asks his grandfather how he knew about this system. Grandpa asks Hank if he was ever surprised before that his body was so different from that of ordinary people. Hank asks Grandpa Winston what he means by these words. Grandpa looks at Hank thoughtfully and says that it is time to finally tell him the whole truth. According to Grandpa Winston, 6 months ago, everyone at the Dali residence tried unsuccessfully to cure Hank. One day, he felt much worse again and nothing helped him regain consciousness. Hank lay on the bed. The doctor said that he had only a few days left before death. Grandfather Winston anxiously asked the doctors if there was really no way to help his dear grandson. Hank's father told his grandfather that they had no more than 3 days left to cure Hank. Grandpa Winston says that his illness is caused by the fact that Hank was poisoned as a child, adding that their family cannot lose their smartest and strongest child. He vowed that he would not let Hank die and would find a way to cure him, even if it meant spending all the family's money. His assistant says that he has found out how to help his grandson, to which Winston demands that he tell him about him immediately. The assistant says that there is a doctor 3,000 kilometers from here who can help Hank recover. Winston says they need to go to that doctor immediately. After some time, Winston, accompanied by his assistant, goes to the doctor's location by helicopter. Landing in the dense jungle, they find themselves next to a large tent. The shaman greets the guests with a mysterious grin, saying that he is very glad to see them. Winston tells his assistant that the man is more of a wizard than a doctor, to which his assistant says that either way, it will either help Hank or he will die. Grandpa Winston begins to beat his assistant, saying that he behaves worse than a monkey. The shaman asks Winston why he can't even greet him properly. Winston asks the shaman if he can save his boy, adding that if he does, he will give him all his property. The shaman says that Hank can be saved in any case, but he will not be able to escape his fate. Grandfather asks the shaman what fate awaits Hank, to which he replies that a terrible one awaits him, predetermined for him by God. He asks his grandfather if he has changed his mind, adding that it might be better for Hank if he dies less painfully. Winston says his decision remains unchanged and he has no other options. Grandpa lays Hank down next to the shaman, who notes that the poor guy is on his last legs. The shaman tells Winston that changing fate is a forbidden technique that can cause changes in the world and asks him not to regret his decision in the future, to which he replies that he will not regret anything. The shaman begins the healing procedure by materializing a shiny sphere in his hands. The shaman quietly tells Hank that he fears for the future of his family. He touches Hank, filling his body with an otherworldly glow. The bed also begins to glow, and Winston and his assistant look around in surprise. Looking closer, they discover that they are surrounded by a ball of mysterious light. Meanwhile, Hank's skin begins to take on an unnatural golden hue. The shaman raises his hand with the bracelets and tells Hank to accept his new destiny. Otherworldly pulsations begin to emanate from the hut, spreading for many kilometers. Within seconds, these waves envelop the entire planet. Suddenly, Grandpa Winston sees an illusion of Hank being killed by a terrible demon. Lightning strikes the tent, punching a large hole in it. Winston coughs from the smoke that has appeared and asks his assistant if everything is okay. He suddenly notices that his body has changed and he has become much stronger and more robust. Looking at his assistant, he is surprised that he has also changed, acquiring very bizarre facial features. The assistant looks at Hank and notes that his complexion has improved considerably and his pulse has returned to normal. happily concluding that the young master is saved. Grandpa says that this is great news and asks the assistant where the doctor is now, adding that he wants to thank him. However, upon closer examination, they reveal no traces of the presence of a shaman. Grandfather recalls the words of a shaman he recently heard about how changes in fate lead to irreversible consequences and thinks about how much the world has changed. He again remembers the illusion killing Hank and says that he will not let that happen. Grandpa ends his story by saying that in this way he saved Hank, physically changing himself and this world, adding that he is glad that he is still healthy and nothing affected his fate. Hank asks Winston if anyone else knows that this world has changed, adding that this world must be different from the past. Winston says that much here seems the same as in the past, but it is not as if they are in a parallel universe, adding that after that day he was quite amazed, asking people about the changes and each time receiving the same answer that nothing had changed. Winston says that everything that is happening now is confirmed by the wizard's prophecy, adding that he even tried to find him, but the long search did not bring results, which means Hank should become much stronger than he is now. Hank says that he can't digest all of this yet and he needs time to understand what's happening. Grandpa Winston says he will look for the elder, but now Hank can look at his family more easily. Hank walks out of his grandfather's office and presses himself against the door, quietly saying that this is all beyond comprehension. He says he doesn't believe in this nonsense, adding that his loved one shouldn't die before his eyes. He remembers his wife and wonders if there really is no way to save himself and his beloved daughter-in-law. Lost in his thoughts, Hank does not notice Betty, who approaches him and says that everyone is waiting for him to start the banquet. Hank looks at Betty and she asks him why he is looking at her like that. Hank doesn't answer her and walks up to her, hugging her tightly from behind. Betty asks Hank why he is hugging her, saying that someone might see them. Hank is silent for a while, after which he tells his bride that he does not want her to die, to which she responds in surprise that she is fine now, and if something happens, she believes that Hank will definitely save her. Hank says that he will definitely save her and everyone else, to which Betty replies that she does not understand what he is talking about but will still trust him. Hank grabs his beloved by the hand and says that they need to hurry to the banquet, to which Betty says that Hank's nerves are apparently playing up today. Hank wonders why he is acting so strangely, but quickly comes to the conclusion that he needs to become stronger and not waste time. He successfully hosts the banquet with Betty, but his thoughts remain focused on what his grandfather told him. The main character decides that from today on, a real competition with fate for the right to life begins. This evening, Hank performs another system update, but this time his stats only increase by 1. Hank angrily says that in order to become better, he will have to spend more money, but this only makes upgrading more difficult. He remembers his grandfather's words that now that the enemies know he is alive, they will try to kill him, so he must not only destroy the threat, he must escape the clutches of fate. Hank asks his grandfather with interest who wanted to poison him as a child. Grandpa Winston replies that he was unable to find a specific customer, but over the years of searching, he was able to identify several families that could have been involved. The first suspect from the grandfather's point of view could be the High House Company, which is one of the main manufacturers of technological prosthetics in the Southwest, adding that the main element in these prosthetics was Daguerre gold, which was supplied by the Dali family. But after several loud statements by the employees of this company, they stopped supplying this valuable resource. Another suspect could be an organization called the Ancient Gods, who wanted to open the graves of the Dali family's ancestors, but were stopped by people hired by Grandpa Winston. He shrugs, saying that they have many enemies, too many to remember right away. Grandpa Winston says that at least they have a list of opponents, which means they can most likely deal with them. He adds that at the right moment, the threat will be destroyed, and family grievances will sooner or later be forgotten. Hank asks Winston how he knows that there is a special system in his body. Winston says he realized this by watching other people, adding that even he has seen significant changes. But it didn't come easy. Hank understands what Grandpa Winston is getting at, and says that there will be a price to pay for everything. He thinks that everything that is happening around him now goes beyond his understanding. Much time passes behind these thoughts and the sun's rays pour onto the main estate of the Dali family. Hank gets dressed and comes out of his room, greeting his parents. Hank's parents ask him how he is feeling, surprised that they slept unusually long this time. Hank hugs his parents and tells them that he loves them very much. Hank's mother says she is very happy to hear this, adding that she never doubted it. Hank's father asks him if he would like to have breakfast, saying that he has to go to his first family reunion today. Hank tells his parents that he is no longer a sick boy who was left a fool and is completely confident in his future. He walks down the corridor, entering the Great Hall, and takes his place as the head of the clan. Everyone greets Hank, calling him Patriarch, to which he says that he is too young for this and asks to be called Lord from now on. Luo enters the hall, respectfully greeting all the participants of the meeting. She introduces herself, saying that she is the young Lord's secretary and asks for forgiveness for any mistakes she may have made. Hank says that he has just taken up his post as well and invites Luo to study with him. Luo says that she will now tell the young master and everyone present about the state of affairs regarding state assets in the distribution of various industries in the family. She says the Dali clan currently has 189 businesses and 3,000 assets, including in textiles, real estate, electronics, sports, and medicine, among other areas across the country. Luo adds that the clan also owns 78 mansions, 3 cruise ships, 5 private jets, 10 helicopters, and 400 luxury cars. Luo says that all of the above on the Dali clan's territory is private property, and now Hank can use it all at any time. To which Hank reflects that Winston's grandfather clearly wants him to enjoy life. All participants are surprised by such privileges, noting that the place of the family patriarch is not in vain so desirable. Hank says that if they have such assets, they can take a cruise ship for the clan and go on a trip. All participants joyfully welcome this decision, honoring the young master. Hank says that all of this must come with one condition, which is that everyone must occupy their niche and not create any delays with the law, adding that they must also increase the education of the people of the capital, after which he says that, unlike his grandfather, he does not have the need to earn as much money as possible, so he will focus on doing as many good things as possible. Hank also adds that any clan member found to be breaking the law will be immediately disconnected. Grandpa watches the meeting and Matilda asks him if he would like to go down and accept the new member of the clan, to which he replies that now that Hank has become the head, he must be more reasonable and careful. He adds that he will help him from the shadows so that together they can resolve the crisis. The meeting ends and the participants go about their business. One of the few left alone with Hank is Ragnar. He gets up to leave, but Hank asks him if there is anything he wants to tell him. Ragnar says that he may seem strange, but from his point of view, a party on a cruise ship is a hasty decision. Hank says that he will listen to his words and he can make his suggestions, after which he asks Ragnar to take him to Stan. Ragnar says that he has no right to advise anything since Hank is much smarter than him, to which Hank tells Ragnar to act more confidently. After some time, Ragnar brings Hank to the door of Stan's room. He adds that Stan is sitting in it and is now waiting for the end of his days. Hank opens the door and walks into Stan's room. The main character sits down in a chair opposite his cousin and looks at him intently. Stan looks up and asks Hank if he came to laugh. He doesn't have time to finish speaking when he sees something incredibly shocking and jumps up in his chair. He watches in horror as his own copy sits before him, indistinguishable from the original. Stan asks his double who he is, to which he replies that his name is Stan and he is his double. He adds that today he is going to rob a bank, blow up 20 cars and take 50 hostages. Stan about who he thinks will be shot today. Stan says that Hank should just give him a deadly poison because nothing compares to such actions towards him. Hank, without leaving the character of Stan, tells him that he sent him killers, so there can be no talk of any help for him. Stan says he was just ordering the killer to cut off Hank's legs, and if he hadn't done it, he wouldn't have paid him. Hank angrily swings at Stan, saying that now he will do the same to him, to which Stan says that this will not happen again, since Hank is now the patriarch and he will never oppose him. Hank says that he knew from the beginning that Stan had a very weak character. He returns to his normal form, saying that the situation looked very funny, adding that this time he will spare Stan. Stan thanks Hank warmly, after which he asks him what happened to that group of killers. Stan replies that this is not a special group, but just a bunch of poor people called a special squad, who are ready to take on any job that involves dirty money. Hank remembers that their family was invaded by several people that day, which ruined their plan, and suggests that he will need to deal with one, and then he can destroy the rest. He takes Stan with him and gets into the car, setting off on a trip around the city. He asks his driver to stop near the hangars and gets out of the car. Stan approaches him, after which Hank asks him if this place is the squad's headquarters, to which he replies that this is exactly where they are. A man runs up to Hank, greeting him and saying that they knew he was coming and immediately sent out security. The man says that everyone calls him a polyglot for his talent for speaking several languages at once, expressing the hope that this does not scare Hank. He adds that he was one of those who wanted to kill him on Stan's orders. Stan hits the polyglot hard, telling him that he has completely lost his mind. Hank moves on while Stan continues to beat the bad-tempered and obnoxious killer out of him. Entering the hangar, he encounters several assassins, each with supernatural talents and unique appearances. A woman with a snake body crawls up to Hank and says that he looks pretty good, which means he will taste really good. She starts laughing, unbraiding her hair, adding that she hasn't stretched for a long time. A second later, she completely transforms into a snake and says that if you look at Hank more closely, he really does have thin skin and tender meat, which means it would be a big mistake to just swallow him. Hank says that the girl is undoubtedly scary, but fortunately for him, she herself came within striking distance of him. With these words, he takes out his sword and strikes her across the face, leaving a minor wound. The snake screams in pain, surprised that its defenses have been breached. The man with the stone hands attacks Hank, saying that Hank is clearly tired of living, since he behaves so impolitely. The fight is interrupted by the multilingual, who says that they need to stop immediately for him and the young master. The man stops and asks the polyglot which young gentleman he is talking about. The man says that they may not believe him, but Hank is their boss from this day on. The assassins ask the multilingual in surprise if he is talking nonsense, and their leader appears from the shadows. The animal-faced men ask Hank where he came from, adding that he first needs to defeat their real master. The stone-handed man and the snake woman joyfully welcome this decision. The polyglot says that they should not dare to be rude, adding that if they offend the young master, then in the future they will greatly regret it. Hank says that he doesn't want to solve everything by force and suggests that they listen to him first. He adds that he knows full well that they have various tricks up their sleeves and will not listen to a little boy like him, after which he adds that he, however, has something that they do not. Hank says he is incredibly rich, emphasizing that they have no idea how big his fortune is. The killers are not impressed by this kind of bravado, and they advise him to leave while he is still in one piece. The gang leader says that anything less than $1 million is not money for them, and advises him not to push his luck. With these words, he turns into an anthropomorphic wolf and says that if he doesn't get out of here, he will tear him to shreds. One of the killers suggests that the leader take his time and listen to him first. The leader angrily waves away his henchmen, saying that he is the boss here and no one can buy him for money. The other members of the squad express dissatisfaction with such absurd behavior of the leader of the mercenary squad, and decide to listen to Hank's proposal. Hank chuckles and orders his assistants to bring the money to the hangar. With these words, a van drives into the hangar, and an immeasurable amount of money spills out of the doors. The snake girl and the stone man look with joy at such wealth, asking in surprise whether all this really belongs to them now. Hank says that if they all become more respectful to him, then all these funds will go to them, after which he asks if they agree to the deal. The leader of the mercenaries decides that he will act more cunningly and simply kill Hank, after which he will be able to take the money. He delivers a powerful blow with his clawed paw, but Hank easily dodges it and steps back. Hank picks up his cane and delivers a powerful blow to the leader's dog's face. The leader pauses briefly to plaintively accuse Hank of animal cruelty. However, a second later, he screams that he will not forgive him for such an insult and again rushes to attack Hank. Stan and Polyglot scream for someone to stop this mad dog, while Stan mentally notes that it is the leader of the killers who needs to be more careful. The snake girl suddenly switches sides with Hank and ties the werewolf's legs with her tail. She drops him to the ground, then says that Hank offers them much more than he does. The stone man attacks his former boss, saying he is ready to give his life for a lot of money. Saying that he will answer for his harsh words, he further strengthens his hands and hits the leader in the solar plexus. He throws the werewolf into the air so that the other members of the squad can deal with him. The cowboy quickly takes out his revolver, taking careful aim. He opens fire, shooting off the ear of the rebel mercenary leader cleanly. The pterodactyl man quickly flies up to the stunned werewolf, saying that he will destroy him himself The pterodactyl man slams the werewolf into the stone floor with a powerful blow. The former leader lay on the ground, coughing and calling his allies a group of traitors who dared to go against him. Looking up, he sees all the mercenaries standing next to Hank Daly. Hank looks at him reproachfully and asks him if he is finally ready to talk. The werewolf decides not to give up and leaves a smokescreen behind him, saying that he, as the lone wolf, can deal with them on his own. Stan falls to the ground in fear as the rest of the mercenary squad rushes to attack. Hank coughs from the smoke as the werewolf gets closer and closer to him. The pterodactyl man says he can't find anyone in the smoke and decides to fan it with his wings. With these words, he begins to vigorously flap his wings, slowly dispersing the smoke. Suddenly, a huge piece of concrete flies at him from the smoke. The mutant doesn't have time to dodge, and the concrete block knocks him out, dropping him to the ground. The stone man looks around, saying that putting up a smokescreen wasn't the stupidest idea. Suddenly, he receives a powerful blow to the stomach from the smoke, losing his balance. The stone man falls to the ground, leaving a large crack due to his weight. He rises, coughing violently from his injuries and the inability to breathe normally in the smoke. The cowboy covers his face with his cloak and looks around carefully, holding his pistol at the ready. However, he fails to detect the werewolf in advance, and he quietly approaches him, his eyes glowing red. Hearing a rustle at the very last moment, the cowboy abruptly turns his hand behind his back, aiming at the werewolf. He mentally tells himself that no one can escape his reaction and cocks the revolver. The werewolf says that the smokescreen also has an anesthetic and dizzying effect, adding that he is finished. With these words, he grabs the cowboy by the leg, preventing him from firing. He swings his prey, telling everyone not to get too carried away because he is still the true alpha. The snake girl coughs out smoke, loudly saying that she will finish off the damn dog. However, in the smoke and heat of battle, she does not notice how a cowboy flies towards her, knocking her off her feet. Hank continues to cough from the acrid smoke, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. The werewolf approaches Hank and begins to laugh evilly, saying that he should have killed him when he was a child to save himself the trouble. He says that earlier in his childhood he suffered a lot by becoming a werewolf, adding that he also had to fight for a foreign country. The werewolf tells Hank that he has the right to decide when Hank will die, adding that if he wants, he can kill him right now, get his money, and get rid of the intolerable traitors. Hank doesn't answer the werewolf and only gestures to express his disagreement with his position. The werewolf becomes enraged, attacking Hank and screaming that he must be suicidal for acting so arrogantly. However, just as the werewolf's clawed paw is about to catch up with Hank, he suddenly disappears into smoke. The werewolf screams in anger that he can still feel Hank and asks him how he could disappear right before his eyes. The day before these events, Stella presented Hank with the bracelet upgrades, saying that she had now installed new covert scanning capabilities into it, causing pure delight on Hank's face. She adds that in addition to stealth, she added functions for copying characters from films, specifying that the more data there is about a character, the better it looks. At the moment, Hank checks the energy meter and activates projection mode. The smoke behind the werewolf suddenly begins to be pierced by beams of bright light. The werewolf turns back, saying that he feels a presence behind him. Looking closer, he sees with horror the silhouette of a huge creature standing right in front of him. The pterodactyl man clears his throat, saying that he was almost killed, and takes off into the air. He begins flapping his wings again, dispersing the smoke cloud away. The mercenaries, seeing the creature standing in front of them, open their mouths in surprise and curse loudly. The creature standing in front of them turns out to be a giant monster with 3 eyes and a huge spear. The werewolf does not immediately realize what happened and turns around, asking where that damned boy went. Seeing a giant monster in front of him, the werewolf also loses the gift of speech and freezes in place, his eyes bulging. The monster lets out an incredibly loud roar, shaking the ground with sound waves. The mercenaries clutch their ears, saying that the sound will make their heads explode. The werewolf says in surprise that because of animal fear, he cannot even move his legs. The monster raises his spear and lets out another loud roar, letting the werewolf know that these are his last moments. The werewolf, tail between his legs, begins to quickly run away, screaming for help. After making sure the werewolf is out of sight, Hank deactivates the device, returning himself to human form. Hank says it worked this time, but if he appears again, this method may not be effective since it is only an image projection. The multilingual falls to his knees before Hank, saying that he is incredibly glad that he is alive, adding that he could not defeat this dog since it runs too fast, to which Hank replies that he understands everything. The stone man approaches Hank from behind and calls out to him, causing him to turn around. All the mercenaries say that they are ashamed that they could not protect him and bow their heads in guilt before him. Hank says they shouldn't worry, adding that they did well and should do better next time. The mercenaries happily dive into the money, delighted that they can finally say goodbye to poverty. The polyglot falls to his knees again, saying that even though he only met him today, he did not shortchange him with money, after which he says that he will serve him faithfully and truly. The mercenaries continue to roll in money, thanking Hank and claiming that the god of fortune has finally descended upon them. Hank looks at his potential comrades and smiles slightly. He sits down on a concrete block and asks them to introduce themselves and tell about their abilities. However, the mercenaries turn out to be too carried away by enjoying their own wealth. Hank abruptly changes his attitude from kindness to anger and orders his new subordinates not to anger him. The mercenaries suddenly calm down, unanimously asking Hank for forgiveness. Hank irritably says that they must call him young master and be loyal to him, as well as immediately carry out all his orders and instructions, adding that if they are only interested in money, then he does not need such people. The multilingual, in his usual manner, falls to his knees before Hank and asks for Hank's forgiveness, saying that he wants to serve him and follow his orders, adding that none of them would dare to challenge him. The mercenaries wonder why Hank got so angry at them over such a small thing. However, they all bow before Hank, again asking for forgiveness and saying that they will listen to his orders. Hank says that in that case, they should continue where they left off, and asks who wants to introduce themselves first. The stone man introduces himself as Jonas, saying that he used to practice chi hardening, and now he is able to strengthen his hands so much that they are as strong as metal. The cowboy introduces himself by the name Arthur, adding that he has no special skills, but he can hear the steps of an ant 100 meters away and hit it right from that distance. The pterodactyl man says his name is Morgan, and he used to perform in the circus with a pair of fake wings, but one day he woke up with a pair of real ones. Hank says he suspects it all happened about 6 months ago. The mercenaries say that everything happened exactly as Hank described, adding that before that they had no abilities. Hank mentally notes that, based on his grandfather's story, some kind of glitch occurred 6 months ago due to which they became superhumans. He turns to the snake girl and asks her what her name is. The girl introduces herself as Sasha, saying that she used to be a snake dancer, but now she has become a real snake girl. Hank notices a cut on Sasha's face and takes out a spray, treating her wound. A second later, Sasha's wound heals and she says with delight that this spray is a real miracle. Hank throws her the spray, saying that there shouldn't be any wounds on the girl's face, adding that she just saved him, so she deserves this treasure. To which Sasha enthusiastically replies that she is very grateful to him. Their acquaintance is interrupted by a strong earthquake and our heroes, with the exception of Sasha, can barely stay on their feet. Meanwhile, on the lake, under the force of this earthquake, ships begin to suffer wrecks due to strong waves. The source of these waves is a huge monster that has been dormant at the bottom of the lake until today. The mercenaries say they don't remember any earthquakes ever happening here. After some time, the tremors gradually subside and the mercenaries decide to find out what it was. Stan decides to check out the news and asks Hank to take a look at what he just found. He hands Hank the phone and he watches a live broadcast from the scene, which shows that abnormal waves have been recorded on Lake San, and many ships have been wrecked. Hank says that Lake San is inland and wonders how that is possible, to which Stan replies that some kind of monster could be the cause. Hank hands out communication devices to his new subordinates and orders them to quickly go there and scout out the situation while providing immediate assistance, to which the mercenaries immediately agree. After this, he turns to the multilingual, saying that he will need him here, and in the future he can become his trump card, which will allow him to recruit as many people with supernatural abilities as possible. To which he replies that he will do everything in the best possible way. Hank reflects on how you can't achieve everything in this world by relying only on yourself, so having a capable team can come in handy. Stan says that Hank is a very skilled manipulator, so he believes in his success, Hank says that he can't buy the mercenaries' loyalty, but a little kindness and care will help him make friends with them, after which he tells Stan to stay here and wait for new information to emerge. Stan asks Hank what he should do, assuming that he will assign him some task as well. Hank says that Stan got it right because he has something special for him, which he will tell you about a little later. Meanwhile, the ship passengers who have fallen into the water are begging for help, floundering on the surface. They shout that most of them cannot swim and hope that someone will come to their aid. Rescuers say they only have 2 boats, but there is an incredible number of people in the water. One of the victims desperately raises her hand above the water, fearing that in a few seconds she will go underwater. However, Morgan manages to grab the unfortunate woman, calming her down by saying that they will definitely help everyone in trouble. Meanwhile, Jonas grabs the tilted ship with his hands and turns it back to its right position. The people in and around the court rejoice at their salvation, climbing onto the stern. Arthur approaches the watery pile and dips his listening device into it. He tells Sasha that he heard a human scream at a distance of 205 meters and a depth of 9 meters, after which Sasha immediately takes off his sweatshirt. She throws herself into the water and easily finds the drowning man, quickly approaching him and embracing him with her body. She surfaces, giving the drowning man access to oxygen and telling him that everything will be fine. She returns the child to the mother, who thanks her heartily, to which she replies that it is all nonsense. The rescued passengers ask the mercenaries who they are, stating that they want to thank them. Sasha replies that their names are not so important, specifying that they should thank Mr. Hank, who sent them here. The townspeople talk about how familiar this name is to them, recalling that this is the name of the new head of the Dali family. The townspeople begin to celebrate Hank and his family, joyfully chanting his name. However, the solemn Thanksgiving is interrupted by a new earthquake, which crashes huge waves onto the pier. Arthur listens and tells Morgan that there is definitely something deep in the lake, to which Morgan asks in confusion what he means. Arthur says that it sounds like something big, adding that the creature is fluttering and howling, as if it is experiencing unbearable pain. Sasha tells Arthur that she can dive to depths of 1,000 meters and hold her breath for at least half an hour, but Arthur tells her to slow down a little. He adds that they must coordinate their actions with Mr. Hank, and tries to contact him. Hank talks to Arthur and wonders how there could be a giant monster in Lake San, to which Arthur replies that he does not know such details, but he has no doubt that there is a monster at the bottom. He says that Sasha can go underwater and scout out the situation, asking Hank for permission to proceed, but Hank asks them to wait for his arrival, adding that he will arrive in a few minutes. After a short period of time, Hank reaches the pier and gets out of his car. The mercenaries greet him and Hank tells them that they all did a very good job. He says he called for backup, but before he can clarify, a motorcycle with 2 girls pulls up to him. The girls turn out to be Stella and Betty, who greet Hank. Hank asks his fiancée why she decided to come, to which she replies that she heard that something very interesting was happening here. The protagonist kindly asks Betty if she is sure that she wants to stay here, to which she replies with a smile that nothing will change her intentions. Hank introduces his fiancée to the mercenary squad, saying that her orders are as strong as his own, after which Betty remarks that Sasha's tail is very long and cute. Stella tells Hank that she brought him special underwater goggles with a camera that can withstand pressure at depths of up to 5,000 meters, additionally equipped with a stereo scanning function. She adds that these glasses can transmit an image to another projection device in real time, and Hank says that this is exactly what he needed. Hank hands the glasses to Sasha, saying that only she can scout out the situation, adding that she must put her own safety above all else, and that if there is serious danger, she must retreat. Sasha says that she understood everything perfectly and quickly dives into the water. Sasha turns on the flashlight and quickly heads into the depths. She sinks lower and lower, cutting through the darkness of the lake depths with the light of her lantern. Arthur keeps in touch with Sasha, saying that she needs to dive another 150 meters. He adds that he can't hear anything further, so she will have to rely only on her own strength. Sasha notices air bubbles rising from the depths and decides to study them in more detail. Suddenly, Sasha starts shaking violently due to new tremors. The tremors are felt even more strongly on the surface, and everyone unanimously asks Sasha to return as quickly as possible. Sasha tells them that she is fine and can swim further. Hank is surprised that Sasha can talk underwater, adding that she is a snake, not a fish. Sasha says that her tongue is extremely flexible, so she can make sounds just by vibrating her tongue, adding that this is an incredibly cool feature. All the men in the squad unanimously note that this is simply a magnificent quality, but none of them dare to say it out loud. Betty, unfamiliar with the peculiarities of male nature, asks them why they all suddenly turned red, but does not receive a clear answer. Sasha reports that she has already descended several hundred meters, but she still can't see anything. Stella tells Sasha that these glasses have a built-in bioscanning function, so as soon as something living enters the radius, they will begin to make a characteristic sound. After a few seconds, Sasha's glasses begin to emit the described signals and she freezes in place. In front of her, there is a huge rock, in front of which, however, the glasses emit the loudest signals. She launches a stereo scanning system and shoots sonar waves through the rock. Stella says that she fears that this is not a rock, but the very monster they were looking for. She brings up an image saying that it was originally a rock, but is just a cover. The scan completes, and Hank and the rest of the mercenaries are surprised by what they see. Taking a closer look, they notice a huge monster stuck between the rocks. Hank is amazed at how such huge turtles can exist in this world. The turtle howls and the coast is hit by another wave of earthquakes. Sasha listens to Hank's conversations and is amazed at how such a huge turtle could end up at the bottom of the lake. Taking a closer look, she notices where the turtle's face is and decides to swim closer. However, she is interrupted by new shocks, after which she has to dodge stones that have broken off from an underwater cliff. The turtle pulls out its huge paws and tries to push off from the lake bottom. Sasha notes that it feels like this turtle is crushed by rocks and is now trying to get out. Hank says that if this continues, the earthquakes will continue, so they need to calm the turtle down. Jonas suggests solving the issue with brute force, but Morgan says that violence against animals is unacceptable. Betty suggests that maybe they should talk to her and convince her that they can help her, to which Hank expresses doubt that a turtle can understand human speech. Sasha says that she can communicate with the turtle in snake form, and Hank approves of this decision, wishing her luck. With these words, Sasha takes off his glasses and turns into a huge snake. She swims closer to the giant turtle and it calms down for a moment when it notices her. Sasha introduces herself and asks the turtle if she understands what she is talking about. The turtle looks at Sasha very attentively but does not answer. Sasha sadly concludes that, judging by everything, a normal dialogue will not work out. However, suddenly the turtle hides its neck in an improvised shell and falls silent for a moment. A second later, a snake's head on a long neck emerges from there, greatly surprising Sasha. Hank is surprised that the turtle has two heads and assumes that it is something divine. The turtle begins to speak to Sasha, introducing himself as Zhuan Wu. Sasha tells the turtle that he can finally understand her. Zhuan Wu says that she once made an oath to the spirit of heaven that she would remain here for 100,000 years. But now that the oath has expired, her body has become fused with the rocks and she cannot get out. Sasha tells Hank that the turtle introduced itself as Zhuan Wu, wondering that animals from ancient myths could exist in this world, after which Hank asks Sasha to tell her that in a few days they will find a way to get it out.
Sasha tells Zhuan Wu that her master asked her to show some patience, adding that they will definitely get her out of this trap.
Zhuan Wu crawls into her shell, saying that she has waited for 100,000 years so she can wait a few more days. Hank says that now that the monster won't bother them for a while, Sasha can safely return, after which Jonas asks him about how they can help the mythical turtle, to which Hank asks him how much an atomic bomb might cost. Betty says that Hank, in his usual manner, rushes from one extreme to another, adding that in this case, along with the mountain, most of the city will be destroyed. Hank approaches Stella and asks if she can do something less destructive, to which she sharply replies in the negative, adding that she would not even dare to start working on such technologies. Hank says he has no one else to turn to which she replies that there is only one place that could help them. Hank happily asks Stella to tell her where they need to go so that they don't waste a second. Stella turns her head and sadly replies that this place is her family's home. She adds that she is a member of a family of famous inventors called Gao, which owns the High House Company. Hank says that she had a different last name on her resume, to which Stella says that it was her mother's last name. Hank says that the last name goes well with her first name, adding that it's time for them to move on. With these words, they gather their things and head to Hank's car. Having infiltrated Gao's company, Hank notices that they are selling very expensive and high-tech prosthetics. They come across the man who joyfully realizes that he can finally feel his hand and sense touch. One of the managers approaches Hank and asks him if he would like to get a prosthetic too. Noticing Stella, his expression changes and he says contemptuously that he recognizes her, adding that this is the same girl who can only create children's toys, which is why she deserved to be exiled from the Gao family. Stella hesitates to answer him, but Hank gives him a menacing look. The manager continues to insult Stella, saying that at the last annual meeting, all the members of the Gao family presented their inventions, and only she brought some stupid bracelet that could only broadcast a picture. Jonas decides to stop the senseless streams of dirt from the pathetic manager's mouth and grabs him with his hand. He says that the manager has a simple task in providing services to Hank and orders him to shut up immediately before he goes to the next world. Hank orders him to take them to the company's boss, adding that he is tired of his chatter, after which he threatens that if he dares to insult any of his people again, Hank will make him shut up forever. Jonas throws the manager to the ground and Hank asks them to wait for him here, adding that he will go there with Stella. The manager looks up at him and, looking down, invites them to use the elevator. Hank heads to the 13th floor of the building, hearing loud metallic sounds after the elevator doors open. He watches as a futuristic-looking device hovers in the air thanks to jet technology. The AI assistant announces that suit number 101 is about to begin testing and begins the countdown. After 3 seconds, the flamethrower releases a wave of flame onto the suit, melting it into metallic slurry. Stella's brother and sister turn to look at her, surprised that she dared to come here, a year after being expelled from the family. Hank turns to Stella and notes that her family doesn't seem particularly friendly, to which she replies that she's long since gotten used to it. Hank apologizes to Stella, saying that if he hadn't asked her, she wouldn't have had to endure all this bullying. An elderly man appears on their way, lighting a cigar and saying that he did not expect to meet Stella here. He asks Stella where she disappeared to, adding that everyone at school has already searched for her. Stella calls the man father, but he cuts her off, irritably demanding that she not call him that. According to him, she ran away from home without saying anything, thereby demonstrating her disrespect for him as a father. He adds that her bracelet is just a pathetic misunderstanding compared to her brother's work, to which Stella does not respond and only lowers her head, not raising her eyes to her father. Hank decides it's time to take matters into his own hands and tries to cheer Stella up by gently stroking her head. He approaches the man, saying that in fact it was he who wanted to meet him, and Stella simply showed him the way. Stella's father says that he knows who Hank is since their families have been cooperating for a long time, and adds that the only thing he can offer him is marriage to his daughter, emphasizing that although she is not very capable, she is still part of the Gao family. Stella's brother and sister say they would be happy to see their family grow, but the marriage will cost Hank 10 tons of rare gold, which their family has stopped supplying them with. Stella irritably asks her relatives what kind of nonsense they are talking about. Hank says he wouldn't give up such a valuable employee to anyone, but at the moment he has come to discuss more important matters, asking the elderly man if he has a quieter place where they can discuss everything in peace. Stella's father invites Hank into his office, ordering the others to wait outside. Stella asks Hank if she should go with him after all, to which he replies that he will be fine and that she shouldn't worry. Hank and Uncle Gao enter the office, after which Uncle Gao decides to get comfortable, taking off his shoes. He puts his feet up on the table and offers to discuss with Hank the matter that brought Hank here. Hank says he would like to acquire a weapon that can level a mountain and asks if Uncle Gao has anything like that. Stella's father says that such a task is only needed for something truly grandiose and warns Hank not to drag his family into this adventure, to which Hank replies that he had not even thought about it. Hank adds that he simply wants to know if Uncle Gao has such a weapon, emphasizing that responsibility for the consequences will fall entirely on his shoulders. Stella's father grins and starts pressing a special button on his cybernetic hand. He says that he has such a weapon and he wanted to finish it many times, but each time he abandoned it halfway. The curtains in Uncle Gao's office open and he continues his story, saying that he was unable to finish it only because he did not have a suitable power source. Hank looks closely at the weapon, amazed at its size and supposed power. Uncle Gao says that this electromagnetic cannon shoots compressed energy and also has incredible throughput, but the only drawback is the unreasonably high power consumption, which prevents its use. Stella's father says that the weapon has been lying around unused for a long time, so if Hank can find a source of energy in sufficient quantity, he will give it to her for free. He adds that he has read many legends about a type of energy produced by a huge explosion and wandering through the stars, which, however, has proven impossible to find. Hank thinks about Uncle Gao's words and suddenly gets an idea. He jumps up from his chair abruptly, and Uncle Gao looks at him questioningly, wondering what has him so worried. Hank asks Stella's father about the terms of the deal, asking if he will definitely give him the gun for free if the conditions are met. Uncle Gao says that he said this loud and clear, adding that if he could suddenly find a suitable energy source, he could come here at any time. Hank says that his fiancée is now sitting in the car, adding that he will now call her and demonstrate something very interesting. After some time, Betty appears in the office and asks Hank why he called her. Hank introduces his bride to Stella's father, and Betty greets him respectfully. Stella's father greets Betty and asks Hank what he wanted to show him. However, glancing at Betty's neck, he freezes in place in surprise. He takes a close look at the very necklace that was bought at auction for 100 million yuan, and comes to the conclusion that it could serve as a source of energy. Hank confirms Stella's father's suspicions, saying that there is absolutely nothing surprising about this. Uncle Gao drops his cigar and says in shock that this simply cannot be true. He cries out in dismay throughout the office that the gods must be playing a joke on him. He adds that he spent a huge amount of money and time searching but did not find even a milligram. Uncle Gao says that the power of this necklace is enough to level all the mountains to the ground, and a grain of this crystal is enough to fly an airplane for 10,000 years. Betty asks those present whether wearing this necklace is dangerous to her life. Stella's father says that this energy is very stable and absolutely safe, adding that it can explode only under certain conditions that cannot be reproduced in everyday life. After which he says that with this, he will be able to create not just a weapon, but a whole set of armor like Iron Man. In a fit of excitement, he slams his hand on the table and tells Hank that he only needs 1 gram of this crystal, adding that he will pay any price for it. Hank says that his price is a sincere apology to Stella from her father and all her relatives, as well as love and support in the future. Uncle Gao inquires as to why Hank cares so much about Stella, adding that her inventions are just nonsense. Hank says that Uncle Gao is very much mistaken, adding that for him she is a real treasure. With these words, he turns into a copy of Stella's father, stunning the old man. Hank tells him that if he doesn't want to apologize, then copies of him will have to be made. Uncle Gao realizes that he doesn't have much of a choice and begins to laugh quietly. After a few seconds, he starts laughing out loud and gives Hank his word that his request will be fulfilled. Meanwhile, Stella's brother and sister make fun of her inventions, saying that they are nothing new. They also add that Hun Dali was previously considered a scumbag, after which they say that they complement each other perfectly. Stella's patience runs out and she punches her brother in the chin. The brother bursts into curses, promising Stella that he will teach her a proper lesson. The conflict is interrupted by Stella's father, who loudly orders everyone to be quiet. The brother immediately complains about Stella, saying that he just wanted to talk to her, but she attacked him with her fists. Stella turns around and notices that her father is already standing behind her. Stella's brother and sister begin to lie in unison, saying that she just attacked them, adding that all her inventions are trash and Stella deserves only complete exile. Stella proudly replies that she will not explain herself and she does not care how they treat her. However, instead of scolding Stella, her father kneels in front of her. He pauses, then says that he asks her for forgiveness. Stella doesn't understand what's going on here and remains silent for a while, trying to comprehend what's happening. Stella's father says that all this happened because he was up to his ears in work and completely forgot that children should be treated absolutely equally and not compared by their skills. He adds that the blame for what happened lies solely with him and sincerely asks his daughter for forgiveness. Stella's brother and sister gape in surprise, not believing their eyes. Stella turns her head towards her father again and sees Hank, who gestures to her that his father's apology is sincere. Stella is overcome with emotion and looks away so as not to show her tears to anyone. Unable to bear it, Stella decides not to hide her true feelings and approaches her father, hugging him tightly. She tells him that everything is fine and she is not mad at him. To which her father responds that he was able to appreciate her invention, noting its genius and ordering the brother and sister to apologize to their sister. Stella's brother and sister resist, arrogantly declaring that they would rather die than apologize to her. Stella, sensing that this is how it will be, carefully activates her bracelet. At that moment, a huge demonic version of Uncle Gao appears in front of her brother and sister, ordering them to apologize to Stella right now. Stella's relatives apologize to her and her father laughs heartily, saying that she chose a very appropriate image for this prank. With these words, he hugs her again, saying that she has done a very hard job worthy of praise. Stella is happy that her conflict with her father is ending, and she thanks him, smiling for the first time in a long time. After some time, Uncle Gao tries to remove the small stone from Betty's necklace. After a few minutes of painstaking work, he manages to get it out and solemnly lifts it above his head. Betty falls dramatically and Hank catches her, asking what happened. She tells her future husband in frustration that she has never been so hurt by losing 100 million, to which Hank replies that only a small piece will be extracted. Meanwhile, Stella's father approaches the launcher, holding a charged crystal in his hands. He inserts the crystal into the energy source slot, activating it. The weapon starts moving and Uncle Gao says that everything is ready for testing. Uncle adjusts the instrument panel, admitting to himself that his childhood dream is about to come true. Hank approaches Uncle Gao and asks him how they can test the power of this weapon. Uncle Gao replies that he has thought of everything, and is pushing back the walls of the testing room. The walls slide open completely and the cannon is in the perfect position to fire at the rock. Uncle Gao says that he specially bought this mountain to test the power of his weapons. He notes that other energy sources were only enough to make small scratches, inferior even to a regular grenade. But now they will be able to test the full potential of this weapon. Hank smiles at Uncle Gao and says that he is looking forward to seeing the results of the test. Uncle Gao orders everyone to wear glasses so as not to damage their glasses from the bright light. The weapon's AI assistant begins a countdown until the safety is released and the energy charge is fully charged. Once the countdown ends, Uncle Gao presses the red button, initiating the firing procedure. A powerful energy blast cuts through the air and reaches its target in a split second. Once it hits the mountain, it instantly dissipates, leaving no visible damage. All the participants in the test peer at the mountain, trying to understand what happened. Hank expresses disappointment that he is extremely unhappy with the result, to which Uncle Gao annoyedly says that the problem cannot be with the gun, suggesting that the Coke Hank bought was a fake. Suddenly, the mountain begins to shake violently, making a loud noise. Hank and Uncle Gao fall silent as they hear a loud crack and stare at the mountain again. Rays of light begin to ooze out from the cracks in the mountain, and Uncle Gao loudly commands everyone to quickly put their glasses back on. A split second later, there is an incredibly bright flash, followed by an explosion. Hank and his uncle watch the explosion, which is unprecedented in its power, and notice that the mountain has been completely destroyed. As soon as the smoke clears, everyone looks at the flat wasteland where there was a mountain just a minute ago. Uncle Gao falls to his knees in front of his creation and says that now that he has finally completed this project, he can die without regrets. Hank says that the result of the research is simply magnificent, adding that now they will need to deliver the cannon to the lake. Uncle Gao says it's not that easy, as it would be difficult to transport such a structure to the bottom of the lake, adding that only he can operate it. Hank asks Uncle Gao what they should do, to which he replies that he needs a few days to build the submarine and transport it, emphasizing that it will cost a lot of money. Hank says he's willing to cover all of Uncle Gao's expenses if he gets the submarine done on time. Stella's father asks her to stay, saying that he will really need her help, to which she happily agrees. Meanwhile, Hank goes down the elevator to check on his subordinates left on the first floor. He approaches Jonas and Arthur, telling them to stand there like a rock and not let anyone in. Jonas replies that ever since they started working for the young master, they have been trying to be as competent as possible. Arthur says that they are eagerly awaiting new orders from Hank, adding that they are hoping for the most serious and important assignments. Hank says that they shouldn't worry, as he will only give them worthy tasks, adding that while they are here, they can choose the equipment they need. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a strange noise a few meters away from him. He turns his head to the side and notices the familiar silhouette of a girl with whom the company manager is talking. The same girl who previously tried to rob Hank demands that she have a new arm installed, but the manager says that she does not have money even for the cheapest components. She grabs him by the shirt and says that if he does not agree to help her, then she will be forced to take the implants by force. Hank recognizes her and shouts that this is the same girl who tried to kill him not long ago. The girl, hearing a familiar voice, turns her head and looks at Hank, twisted in surprise and rage. She tells Hank that she is in this position only because of him. With these words, she points at him with the finger of her remaining hand, saying that for this, she is obliged to finish him off. Hank asks her in surprise how he offended her, adding that she almost killed him, but he did not take revenge on her or even pursue her. However, these words do not have the desired effect on the girl, overcome by despair, and she aims a handheld flare gun at him. Jonas and Arthur cover Hank, asking him to take cover immediately, adding that this cybernetic girl has many built-in weapons. However, instead of a shot, there is a misfire, and the girl irritably says that her systems are too damaged. Hank breathes a sigh of relief as he admits to the girl that she scared him to death. With these words, he orders Jonas and Arthur to capture this girl alive. The girl bears an energy blade and says that she will never give herself to anyone alive. Suddenly, the front door of the company's highest house flies out under the force of a powerful blow. Following the door, a cybernetic thief jumps out onto the street, somersaulting to soften her fall. She gets to her feet and starts running away, saying that Hank Daly will never be able to catch her. Jonas and Arthur give chase to the thief, ordering her to stop. Arthur quickly takes out his revolver and makes a well-aimed shot in order to slow down the fleeing girl. The bullet pierces the thief's body completely, but she does not slow down for a second. Arthur annoyedly declares that he will not be able to stop the metal girl with ordinary bullets. Jonas says that in that case, they will have to cut off her arms and legs, and calls Morgan, who is patrolling the streets, for help. Morgan flies up to Jonas and asks him what happened, to which Jonas replies that Hank instructed them to capture this girl alive, adding that she is a cyborg. Morgan says that he likes interesting problems and sets off in pursuit of the girl, trying to catch up with her. In a few seconds, he catches up with her and asks her if she can match his speed. The girl gives Morgan an icy look and draws her blade, stunning her pursuer. The cyborg girl performs an acrobatic stunt, combining it with a blow, but Morgan barely dodges it. He falls to the ground anyway, noting that the girl just almost cut him in half. The girl stops, looking at her opponent, and Morgan tells her that she still won't be able to escape. The girl asks Morgan how he is going to stop her and rushes to attack. Thanks to his increased agility, Morgan once again dodges the cybernetic opponent's attack. Seizing the moment, he grabs her leg with his paw, saying that now she is definitely caught. He flies into the air with her, shouting that he managed to immobilize her and now she definitely won't be able to get out. The girl says with disgust that Morgan is a complete non-entity. With these words, she activates a launcher hidden in her leg and fires a small projectile at Morgan. The projectile hits Morgan's weak spot, causing serious damage.